Chapter 47. About 10 minutes later, Meng Chun Yu came out of the healing pod. She was full of energy, and her face was as rosy as before. Then her body flashed, and she appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yanyan. Senior sister, junior sister did well, right? Meng Chun Yu smiled and asked for credit. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face was expressionless. I did my best just now, and it definitely aroused this kid's anger. I think this kid is going all out. He's really playing with his life. I clearly broke a few of his bones, but he still tried his best to attack. It's really not bad. Senior sister, this younger brother of yours has a bit of vigor. Meng Chun Yu smiled happily. Other than his mouth being a bit cheap, everything else is like a man. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and did not say anything. She clearly felt that when Meng Chun Yu said Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was a bit cheap, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. It seemed that what Zhuo Xiaoduo said had angered this girl. But Zhuo Xiaoyan still did not say anything. This time, it was for Zhuo Xiaoduo to train. With this layer of hatred, it might have a more positive effect. We agreed before. Don't forget, senior sister. My brother always wanted to invite you to a meal. Meng Chun Yu hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan's arm and said coquettishly, I already agreed with him. You two will have a meal together. And it's just a meal. You already promised me. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still expressionless. After a while, she said, after 3 days, I will see the results of your training. Okay. Meng Chun Yu jumped up. Just wait and see. But at this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo's arrogant voice came from below. Meng Chun Yu. Where's Meng Chun Yu? That little girl. Where did she go? Hurry up and come out from Master Zhuo. Master Zhuo is here. Hurry up and come out to greet the guest. Greet the guest? Meng Chun Yu's face suddenly sank. Mu Yanyan's face also sank. You can hit harder. There are healing pods left and right. It's not a big deal. Mu Yanyan said. Understood, master. Meng Chun Yu disappeared in a flash. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the monitor screen without any expression. Her beautiful eyes were focused, and she was paying close attention to the battle. Your two martial uncles who are traveling outside have already received my message. They will arrive at Phoenix City in a month and a half. Mu Yanyan said lightly. And your two martial uncles, this time, they will also come down the mountain. With the combined strength of the 5 of us, we will protect you. Mu Yanyan took a deep breath. You can't make any mistakes in your breakthrough this time, and you won't make any mistakes. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't respond immediately. She was still looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo on the screen and thinking about what Zhuo Xiaoduo had said. Based on your physiognomy, there's a great risk of a breakthrough. Her beautiful eyes flickered. After a long time, she slowly nodded and said, I understand. During the first day of the special training, Zhuo Xiaoduo was basically being beaten from morning to night. However, the harder he was beaten, the more ferocious Zhuo Xiaoduo became, and he put more effort into studying the use of his moves. By the time it was dinner time, he had already entered the healing pod 3 times. This kind of consumption made Meng Chun Yu, who had always been rich and arrogant and regarded money as dirt, feel distressed. She strongly suspected that this kid was deliberately getting injured so that he could use her healing pod and use this to get revenge on her. It could be seen that no matter how rich you were, no matter how much money you talked about, it was just a string of numbers. After a certain amount of consumption, you would still feel distressed. In the evening, everyone went out to eat dinner. So Xiaoduo was still alone in the training room. His dinner was a single-horned deer thigh sent by Zhuo Xiaoyan. It was at least 40 to 50 pounds. It was roasted until it was golden brown, and the fragrance was unrestrained. It was very tempting. Zhuo Xiaoduo smelled the aroma of the meat and suddenly felt like a hungry wolf. His stomach growled loudly, and he could not wait to eat. But he still resisted this impulse. In one breath, he rushed to the door and shouted at Zhuo Xiaoyan. What did you promise that girl? Quickly reject her. I don't need it. We don't need it. This was the first time he had contact with Zhuo Xiaoyan today. If he did not say the words he had been holding back for a long time, when would he? Separated by a door, Zhuo Xiaoyan stood coldly and looked at her brother, whose face was full of grief and indignation. After a long time, she did not say anything. She turned around and left. Zhuo Xiaoyan, You dare to sell yourself out. You are really bold. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted. You wait. I will tell Dad when I go back. I will tell Mom. You. She wanted to threaten Zhuo Xiaoyan and force her to submit. But after racking her brains, she realized that there was nothing she could do to threaten Zhuo Xiaoyan. She could only use her parents to pressure her. There was no need for Zhuo Xiaoyan to answer. Zhuo Xiaoduo already felt defeated, completely defeated. That's right. Zhuo Xiaoyan was no longer the weak and delicate girl at home. She was a strong person. Even in the entire Phoenix City, it was the kind of name that could be shouted out. She was the pride of the whole city. Zhuo Xiaoyan was a strong woman who was completely independent. She was independent and strong. She could solve any problem by herself, including those problems that even his parents could not solve. Even when no one knew, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already experienced many life and death battles. Many people could not imagine, and many people could not experience in their lives. Her strength had long exceeded his imagination and understanding. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and stood in front of the door, looking in the direction that Zhuo Xiaoyan left. An inexplicable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Looking at the fragrant single-horned deer thigh on the ground, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was originally hungry, only felt that it was tasteless and could not eat. There was never a moment when he hated himself so much for being useless. Why couldn't I be strong earlier? Why couldn't I be the pillar of the family? Why did I let Sister Nian suffer because of me? As a younger brother, as a man, shouldn't I protect my sister well? With her status and strength, she should not bow to anyone. Feeling the rich aura of astral souls in the air, Zhuo Xiaoduo bared his teeth and roared hysterically. He sat on the ground, grabbed the single-horned deer thigh on the ground, and bit it hard. Sister Nian, I will be your pride. Nian cat. I will protect you. Definitely. Wait for me. When Meng Chenyu and her disciples came back from dinner, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely trying to figure out the 3 sets of martial arts. Every move, every style, was extremely serious and meticulous. And between his movements, it was like he was very familiar with it and had the demeanor of a master. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was bare-chested. The 3 girls could clearly see that every muscle on his body was moving in the most appropriate way, and the meridians in his body were running smoothly till his eyes were projected on the mirror on his left side, confirming that his movements were accurate. He was trying to find out if there were any mistakes, and then he would correct them the next time. Very good. He has almost reached perfection, and there are no flaws in his movements. Mu Yinyan's eyes were full of surprise. Except for his weak cultivation, even an old martial arts master who has been immersed in these 3 sets of martial arts for more than 10 years may not be able to fight better than him and use them more skillfully. Mu Yinyan said, Nian, your brother's really pitiful. So Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a touch of pride and said, My brother is a genius. I have never doubted this. It's just that he had a strange dream for several years, and his time was delayed. But I believe that he will be able to get back the glory he deserves and let me and Mom and Dad feel proud. Mu Yinyan pondered and nodded. Chenyu, you can go in. Master, let's discuss something. Meng Chenyu's scalp was a little numb. Senior Sister Nian's brother is really a monster. I can't kill him, and I have to suppress my cultivation at all times, but his mouth is like a cesspool. Every word can anger people to death. I'm really afraid that I will lose control in a moment of anger. Also, this guy's physical strength is also at the level of a monster. With the cultivation of a martial arts master, or even above that, he should be drained by me in a few minutes, but this guy is like a cockroach that can't be killed. I'm really tired, can you? Mu Yinyan narrowed her eyes. You still have a nerve to say you're tired? It's clear that you have slacked off a lot during this period of time. Your progress is too slow, so slow that it makes me disappointed. Look at how Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivates. How hard? How hard? And what is his attitude towards cultivation? He is simply risking his life to improve. But what about you? What is your attitude? Everyone has their strong points, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's strong points are his tenacity, his ruthlessness, his perseverance, and his temperament. These points are all above you, far above you. You need to learn. If Swishaoduo had your conditions and environment, I believe that it would only be a matter of time before he catches up to you, even if he lost so much time in the beginning. Mu Yinyin snorted and turned to leave. Mu Yinyin had something that she was too embarrassed to say. If Meng Qianyu was really caught by Swishaoduo and caught up, then it would really be as Swishaoyan said. She would be a disgrace to the sect and become a laughingstock. Even she, the master, would not have the face to see others. Senior sister. Meng Qianyu still wanted to act spoiled to Swishaoyan, but just as she called out, she met with Swishaoyan's unusually cold eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Meng Qianyu said angrily. If you feel tired, we can end it now. I will go and bring him out. Swishaoyan said leisurely, but our agreement ends here. A person's words are trustworthy. A person without trust is worthless. You have not fulfilled the agreement, so how can you expect others to fulfill the agreement? Meng Qianyu fiercely gritted her teeth. Isn't it just accompanying as Swishaoduo to fight? Is this girl really not as good as him? After saying this, she walked in with her head held high. Swishaoyan snorted and disappeared in a flash. Though it was midnight, Swishaoduo entered the recovery cabin for the 5th time. His whole body was immersed in the spiritual liquid. He could only feel countless pure spiritual energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, entering his body. It quickly healed all the scars and healed all the damage to his meridians. What made Swishaoduo even more surprised was that the cool energy between his eyebrows was moving along with the pure spiritual energy in the recovery cabin. It was moving in a lively manner that he had never seen before. It became stronger and stronger, gradually covering all the meridians in his body. I now have 1.5 drops of luck points. In other words, I can use this to see a person's fate for 3 whole months. But this is my last resort. It is also Nian Yin Cat's life-saving straw. I can't waste it at all. I must use it carefully. The spiritual energy of the jade of astral souls can help increase the cool energy outside of the luck points. This is a pleasant surprise. Now I can confirm that the more jade of astral souls, the better. The denser the spiritual energy, the better. So in the future, I will definitely need a large amount of jade of astral souls for my cultivation. I only need to soak in this recovery cabin for 15 minutes, and my body will be completely healed. This is probably the most basic function of the recovery cabin, and the cool energy that will help me cover all the meridians in my body, making them flexible and expand again, is an additional benefit. In here, the spiritual energy of the recovery cabin and the cool energy complement each other. In the 15 minutes that I am soaked in, the cool energy can cover my meridians twice. If that's the case, my meridians have been reborn twice in 15 minutes. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if there will be a next time. A high-end place like this is definitely not something that I can come to often. Now that there is such an opportunity, I should take the opportunity to soak in it a few more times. As long as I sustain enough injuries, I can come in, and soaking in it a few more times. Just treat it as a little interest paid by Meng Qianyu in advance. Yes, with this recovery cabin, perhaps I can completely temper all the bones in my body in these 3 days. Swishaoduo found new goal. Bone tempering. The higher the quality of the spirit energy, the better the future of cultivation. Today's recovery cabin. Hee hee. Swishaoduo laughed sinisterly. If I let go of such a good thing, won't I be struck by lightning? Today's big chapter can be considered a small hit. Please recommend it. Chapter 48. As a result, when Swishaoduo battled Meng Qianyu, his words became even more unpleasant. All sorts of obscenities were spewed out without end. Meng Qianyu was so angry that her lungs had expanded by 3 times. Naturally, her attacks became even fiercer, but the fiercer she was, the more vicious Swishaoduo became. As a result, Meng Qianyu began to reflect and began to regret the words she had said to provoke this guy. Was it because I went too far in cursing him? If I did not set an example and attacked first, would the opponent's mouth be filled with obscenities? Was this a sparring partner? This was a fucking scolding, a scolding from day to night. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Meng Chunyu's body was already covered in cuts and bruises. First raping, then killing, etc. It was not even worth mentioning. Meng Chunyu had once curiously calculated, but she only calculated for half an hour before she went mad with anger. Because in this half an hour, Meng Chunyu had already been tortured to death by Zhuo Xiaoduo 13 times. Boom, boom, boom. Meng Chunyu's attacks became heavier and heavier, and she became more and more unrestrained. Her face was ashen, and her lips were purple from anger. Her entire body could not help but tremble. Regret. Truly regret. What kind of thing is this? My dear elder brother, for the sake of your marriage, I, your little sister, have endured all kinds of abuse that a normal person would not be able to endure in 10,000 lifetimes. As the spoiled daughter of the chairman of the Meng Group, the proud daughter of the heavens, she had never even dreamed that this world would have so many ways of cursing people, so many ways of abusing people. And these methods were right in front of her. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like the Milky Way pouring out of the heavens, endlessly calling out her name one by one. Experiencing it one by one, Meng Chunyu currently only had one emotion left. These days quickly end. In the beginning, Meng Chunyu had sent Zhuo Xiaoduo into a recovery pod, so she could calm down outside. But later on, Zhuo Xiaoduo went in once, and Meng Chunyu also went in once. Because if she did not go in, she was worried that her lungs would explode from anger. He still had to worry about his liver. He felt that his liver was probably already swollen from anger. That it was 3:30 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the healing pod again. He smacked his lips and pondered for a while. A feeling of regret arose spontaneously. The spiritual energy in the healing cabin was still so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the cooling energy could no longer be maintained. The previous state where the cooling energy spread throughout the meridians of the body no longer existed. This is saturation. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in the healing pod. If it was possible, he wouldn't mind staying in this state for 8 or 10 more days. What a pity. Lying in the recovery pod, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel dispirited. Since he no longer had this benefit, Zhuo Xiaoduo no longer had any interest in cursing Meng Chunyu. Is my saliva worthless? Scolding people also required strength. There are so many methods, all of which require the mind to devise. Zhuo Xiaoduo floated in the spiritual liquid. He felt the spiritual liquid nourishing every inch of his skin and meridians. It was very comfortable. While recovering, it also tempered his bones. Currently, he had already secretly tempered his sternum. It was really convenient because Meng Chunyu had already broken some of his bones before entering the healing pod. Toe bones, calf bones, thigh bones, finger bones, arm bones, shoulder bones, pelvis bones, ribs. Then the sternum. After tempering the sternum and neck bones, he had to stop because the skull was not something that could be tempered at this level. Once in the martial soldier realm, once in the martial master realm, once in the Xiantian realm, once in the embryonic breathing realm, and once in the Dan realm, he could start the first tempering of the skull. While desperately absorbing the benefits, he could not help but frown and think, what did Sister Xiao Nian promise them? This Nian cat really makes me worry. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. 15 minutes, it was not short, but it was not long either. Just like that, it was about to pass. Looking at the atmosphere that was still filled with spiritual liquid, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about how he could only stay here for 3 days. Now that more than a day had passed, he could not help but feel a little reluctant to leave. That girl Meng Chunyu actually dared to negotiate with Nian Cat. She clearly looks down on me. Zhuo Xiaoduo. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the spiritual liquid in the healing pod. I really can't take advantage of anything else. Anyway, this thing is not poisonous. At most, it's mixed with my sweat and blood. Even if there was someone else's before, so what? Aren't the steamed buns that I usually eat made by someone else? Who can guarantee that there is no urine in the steamed buns? When Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of this, he felt more at ease. In the limited time he had, he opened his mouth wide and gulped down his fill. Do whatever you want. Perhaps even the people who first designed this healing pod did not expect that there would be someone who would drink spiritual liquid in it, like drinking beer. Moreover, he drank until he was full. This spiritual liquid was definitely beneficial to the human body. In fact, this thing was originally created for the human body to absorb. But the greatest significance of the existence of a medical pod, or perhaps it could be said that its greatest value, was its sustainability. The spirit liquid that Meng Chunyu's Dao Hall had installed could be said to be of the highest quality. One pot of spirit liquid was enough for a person to use for a year, or even more. Basically, it would only be replenished after a certain amount had been consumed. But no one had ever thought of drinking it. Why? Things like healing pods, no matter how high grade they were still public facilities. Do you know how many people had used them before? Even if the spiritual liquid inside was full of spiritual energy, it was no different from water in a public bath. 10,000% of people who went in were afraid that they would open their mouths and drink it. It was very disgusting. Who would have thought that Zhuo was such a unique weirdo? 15 minutes passed. Zhuo came out with his belly protruding. You, what did you do? Meng Chunyu looked at Zhuo's belly. Her pretty eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hearing Meng Chunyu's suspicions, Zhuo flew into a rage. Taking the initiative, he complained, "When you stuffed me inside, could you not have seen if I was awake or not? I was seriously injured, and my mind was muddled. I instinctively opened my mouth, and I almost drowned in there. Look at how I got drunk. Tell me, did you do it on purpose?" Rubbing his round belly, Zhuo continued to rage. "If I had not woken up early, perhaps I really would have drowned. How many people have used this? Isn't it dirty? Isn't it disgusting?" Hearing Zhuo's complaints, Meng Chunyu's gloominess disappeared in an instant. "Ha ha ha ha. Did you drink a belly full of bathwater?" Meng Chunyu was overjoyed. Her voice was filled with schadenfreude. "Oh my God! How dirty would that be? Who told you to curse me? Serves you right. This is a gift from the heavens. See if you don't die from disgust." Zhuo's face was filled with anger. As a result, with this snort, 2 streams of milky, white astral soul's spiritual energy came out of his nose. After he recovered, his meridians were already full. Now that he drank a belly full, it was truly difficult for him to bear. Now, because he could not bear it, he was about to spit it out. It had to be known that what he drank was not real water. Instead, it was real astral souls. How could it be easily digested? Although the spiritual liquid would not cause a person to explode, if they could not digest it, it would definitely be wasted. "Come, you ugly freak," Zhuo shouted. Come, come, come. Today, Grandpa's will definitely beat you into submission." Meng Chunyu's nose was filled with smoke from being called an ugly freak. Without any explanation, she rushed over. Previously, although Zhuo's mouth was filled with obscenities and he had said everything, he really had not made any comments about Meng Chunyu's appearance. After all, Meng Chunyu was a delicate girl. Calling her ugly was a bit of an insult to his conscience. However, after the two had fought for so long, not only was Zhuo exhausted, but Meng Chunyu had also sweated profusely. Her originally delicate makeup had long since disappeared. Her current appearance could not be described as delicate. Since it was no longer delicate, then it could be Zhuo's feet moved and he soared into the air. Using the star steps, it was as though he was stepping on a river of stars. Dragon's Gate kick flashed, and he kicked out like a whirlwind. Boom, boom, boomed out in an instant. The two were tangled together. Zhuo went all out and used all his strength. He had no choice but to go all out. Grandpa was already about to explode. Who is the ugly freak? Meng Chunyu hit her, while angrily puffing up her chest. She had nearly grown a size larger. It's you, it's you, it's you. Zhuo punched and kicked. He did not dodge in the slightest and met force with force. His mouth did not relax in the slightest. How am I ugly? Meng Chunyu fumed. You're flat. Zhuo threw 7 or 8 punches and 20 kicks in a row. His entire body seemed to have turned into a spinning top. He continued to shout, "You're not curvy at all. Your entire body is like a washboard. Moreover, it's a washboard that's been ground flat. How are you good looking? You're an ugly freak everywhere." That I wrote a little too much about the special training, but I was unwilling to delete it. I could only post it in the middle of the night. Fortunately, I did not charge for it. The second update should be posted around 2 in the afternoon. The third update should be posted around 7 in the evening. Chapter 49. Meng Qinyu's eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. Her palms moved, and it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Her small white hands turned into pieces of flowers, and they fell heavily on Zhou Xiaoduo. "You're talking nonsense. How dare you? You pervert. If you didn't open your mouth, I wouldn't have known you were a woman." Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to use his fists and legs to resist, but countless palm shadows poured down on his body like mercury, directly producing a burst of sound similar to hitting a sandbag. "Actually, even your voice is like a man's." Zhou Xiaoduo was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He shouted with all his might, "You're too skinny. I don't feel it. If my fist hit your chest, I would probably feel it. You don't look young. You should be in your 20s at least. You're already so old. Tell me, where have you grown?" Meng Qinyue was furious. "I'm only 18. 18? You don't look like it, but 18 is not young. Tell me, did you eat all your food in the toilet?" Zhou Xiaoduo roared. "When I kick your ass, it's like I'm kicking a steel bar. Is this a woman? Go out and ask, is this a woman? She's clearly a robot." Meng Qinyu's face was dark. She used all the skills she had cultivated for more than 10 years. Like a storm, she hit Zhou Xiaoduo's body. "I'll let you shout. I'll let you curse. I'll let you insult me. I'll let you talk dirty. I'll let you act like a pervert." Bang, bang, bang. Faced with such an onslaught, Zhou Xiaoduo used up all of his energy at an unprecedented rate. Only his body remained, but Meng Qinyue was still unwilling to relax in the slightest. Punching and kicking, every punch landed on flesh, kicking Zhou Xiaoduo around like a rubber ball. Finally, with a loud bang, Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body hit the wall and bounced back. He lay on the ground twitching and did not move for a long time. "Bastard!" Meng Qinyue gritted her teeth and dragged Zhou Xiaoduo by the hair towards the recovery pod. "This young miss still needs to take care of you." Dragging it to the side of the healing pod, he suddenly had an idea and dislocated Zhou Xiaoduo's jaw with a kacha sound, making him enter the healing pod with his mouth wide open. "Bastard! Go in and drink some bath water." Gurgle, gurgle. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with grief and indignation as he gulped down the bathwater. Oh, it was the spiritual liquid. Meng Qinyue saw this and felt extremely happy. "A person like you is only fit to drink bathwater." Only then did she proudly return to rest. She had just fiercely beaten Zhou Xiaoduo and had even made this bastard full of shit drink a bellyful of bathwater. Meng Qinyue's mood had become very good. She did not even enter the healing pod. Instead, she recovered outside and waited for Zhou Xiaoduo to come out of the healing pod in a sorry state. She saw Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth open passively as bubbles continuously came out of his mouth. He had a miserable expression as he tried his best to put his chin back in place, but he was completely unable to do so. Meng Qinyue felt as if she had eaten ice cream on a hot summer day. That could be called comfortable. "This little brother of yours really is a demon." Mu Yanyan sighed and laughed. "Too disgusting. Drink the bathwater." Zhou Xiaoyan could not help but frown. "Disgusting?" Mu Yanyan looked at her precious disciple with some amusement. "Nian that girl Qinyue is still young. It's fine if she doesn't have many accidents, but how come even you are blinded by it? It seems that you have not completely gotten rid of the mindset of a secular girl. As long as you treat this matter with the mindset of a cultivator, there will naturally be a different view. This is the bathwater in your eyes. Every drop is the purest spiritual liquid. It is the purest spiritual spring water and the spiritual energy of the jade of astral souls. It is the essence of the top quality jade of astral souls. Do you know how much each mouthful your little brother swallowed is worth? The most conservative estimate is that each mouthful of spiritual liquid your little brother swallowed is equivalent to 1/10 of a top-quality jade of astral souls. Mu Yin snorted and said, as long as it is helpful for cultivation and helps to increase one's strength, not to mention bathwater, even if it is feces. There are too many people who would gladly take it and refuse to take it. Zhuo Xiaoyan. Cultivation is cultivation. As long as you are strong, everything else is insignificant. This is the most correct way of thinking about cultivation. Your little brother did it, but you did not. To say that you are blinded by it is an understatement. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. Mu Yin shook her head. Let me give you a simple example. On the battlefield, everyone is exhausted, and they don't even have a drop of spiritual essence left. At this time, you see a rejuvenation elixir. This elixir is stained with a lot of people's blood or something even dirtier. However, as long as you eat it, you can recover some of your strength and save your life. At this time, do you eat it? Mu Yin snorted and said, Mysophobia? What is that? Is it more important than life? Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head. I understand. Xinyu was born into a wealthy family. Her starting point is far higher than that of a normal person, but it is also because of this that her willpower is limited. That is why this junior sister of yours is destined to never reach the peak. Unless her father suddenly goes bankrupt and she falls from the peak to the dust and experiences all kinds of pain. Mu Yan's eyes were deep and said, otherwise, she will never know the pain of the world. How could she sharpen her mind? And warriors who don't know the pain of the world, even if they practice hard for a lifetime, can hardly reach the real peak. Mu Yin smiled faintly and said, do you know why? Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask why. Because people are born to experience the pain of the world. In the feudal era, there was a saying, Mu Yin said faintly. At that time, the legend of immortals and Buddhas was still very popular. People at that time all said, no one can become a Buddha without suffering. No one can become a Buddha without suffering. Zhuo Xiaoyan murmured this sentence, as if she had understood something. On the morning of the second day of the special training, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still in the special training, finally finished the whole body tempering. He only felt a clear feeling in his heart, as if a shackle had suddenly been opened. It was also from this moment on that the martial master barrier in his meridians suddenly opened. Spiritual chi went through the new meridian channel, and the mighty momentum drove straight in. A carefree feeling arose spontaneously. His movements became even more flexible. In addition, some inexplicable feelings, as the new meridians were unblocked little by little and integrated into the heart lake, that white steam that could be seen with the naked eye was emitting from his body. The sudden burst of energy made Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been in a state of being beaten, suddenly burst out and actually directly beat Meng Xinyu back. The power was still abundant and bursting out. He broke through. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had been paying attention to the monitoring, exhaled deeply. He finally broke through. Martial Master, Doggy, from now on, you have truly embarked on the path of a warrior. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been looking forward to this day for several years, and at this moment, her eyes were actually a little wet. You should have broken through a long time ago. Mu Yin sat cross-legged on the side and didn't even bat an eyelid. The power in his body has already surpassed the martial warrior level by too much. It is only natural that he reached the martial master level. With this opportunity and accumulation, I am afraid that he will directly break through the peak of the martial master level. This kind of progress can't only be described with the word big. What is a martial master? A martial master. What is a martial master? Where is the qualification? The fundamental reason for this is that cultivators who have reached the level of martial master are able to find out the imperfections and flaws of the world's moves. Especially when it comes to their own moves, they will be able to detect and correct the imperfections and flaws on their own. Only the word correct can be called a master. Otherwise, how can he teach his disciple? In fact, as long as he has this characteristic, he has already met the basic requirements of a martial master. and your brother reached this level yesterday afternoon. Now that his meridians have been unblocked, it is an inevitable process. It has increased his power a little, but it is not important. The most important thing now is to see if he can refine his cultivation base again in the remaining 1.5 days. Mu Yanyan's expression was very indifferent. For her, no matter how amazing Xiaoduo's progress was, it was still not enough to enter her eyes. It was even completely unimportant. What was really important was the state of mind of her disciple, Xiaoyan. Mu Yanyan felt that it was a pity that Xiaoyan had given the greedy wolf's heart to Xiaoduo, but she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was just a reasonable action of an elder sister to protect her younger brother. What made her feel that it was inappropriate was Xiaoyan's request to help Xiaoduo digest. However, seeing that this girl was about to break through and needed to be calm, she could only comply with her this time. Started from the next night, Meng Xinyu officially withdrew from Xiaoduo's special training. It was not that the agreed time between her and Xiaoyan was up. Originally, Xiaoyan's condition was that she had to persist for 2 days and 2 nights to help train Xiaoduo. But now, it was only 2 days and 1 night, and Meng Xinyu had to withdraw. It was not that she could not persist, but her state did not allow her to continue. Xiaoyan also did not dare to let her continue. Meng Xinyu was about to go crazy. She was so angry with Xiaoduo that she did not know what to do. If she continued to stay with Xiaoduo, Meng Xinyu was very worried that she would suddenly lose her mind due to anger. She would not be able to control herself and slap Xiaoduo to death out of course. It was also possible that she was so angry that she went crazy anyway. It was fine if she could not get it. In reality, if she had not continuously poured down Xiaoduo's belly full of spiritual liquid for bathing, she would not have been able to persist for so long. And Xiaoyan confirmed this point and decisively terminated Meng Qinyu's right to assist in training. In order to give brother a chance to eat, she actually paid such a great price. Meng Xinyu felt that she had suffered a great loss this time. She was not an idiot. After her anger calmed down, she naturally understood the truth behind the so-called bathing water. This sort of bathing water, over 80% of the cultivators in the world would gladly drink it every day. Even with Meng Qinyu's wealth as the second generation of a wealthy family, she still felt the pinch. This bastard drank so much that even his sweat was spiritual liquid. He actually held it in and did not pee. How stingy is he? However, as long as senior sister Yin can become sister-in-law, it is worth it. Even if I have to pay a little more, it is worth it. Even if it is a few times more, it is still worth it. The next contestant was the finale. The most important. Mu Yanyan personally took action. Facing Mu Yanyan, Xiaoduo's attitude became much better. His face was cute and obedient, and his mouth was as sweet as honey and sugar. This caused Meng Xinyu, who had wanted to see Xiaoduo get beaten up, to nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. There was such a difference in treatment. Xiaoduo, you bully me. Meng Qinyu's mood was on the verge of collapse. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the third watch, requesting a recommendation ticket. Chapter 50. Senior Mu. I really can't say the word senior. You clearly look about the same age as my sister. I'm afraid you're even younger than my sister. You're really beautiful. My heart is filled with respect when I look at you. I just want to look up to you. I've dreamed of fairies before, but I feel that the fairies in my dreams are not as beautiful as you. No, it's not that they're not as beautiful as you. They're far from being as beautiful as you. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in this world. Really. Although I'm only 17, I've watched a lot of movies and TV shows over the years. I feel like I've seen quite a few beauties, but you're really much more beautiful than those celebrities. Just this aura alone is enough to make you look like a fairy in the clouds. I'm really not exaggerating. I really have a feeling. You're the most beautiful woman in the last 35 million years in the astral souls continent. You're really too beautiful. Yes. In this world, there are very few people who are as righteous as you. They have their own way of thinking and don't accept compliments from others. You're right. My palms, legs, and footwork still have too many shortcomings. Please don't be stingy with your guidance. If there's anything that I can't master, feel free to beat me up. I can handle it. I'll definitely learn from you. To be able to learn from you is definitely a blessing that I've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. AI, my sister is really lucky to be able to learn from you every day. I'm really envious. Looking at the image and sound from the surveillance camera, Meng Chun Yu's small mouth opened to an unimaginable degree. Her 2 pretty eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On the screen, there was a fragrant mouth, a flowery tongue, and words that were as sweet as honey. It was so sweet that it could kill, but it was also as gentle as water. Every sentence was filled with sincerity. Listening to it, one could tell that these words came from the heart. That person got this. Was this still the same Xiaoduo who had a mouth like a cesspit, a face like a demon, and an endless stream of profanities? He scolded her for half an hour without stopping, breathing, or repeating himself. Was this still the same fierce Xiaoduo who fought her with all his might? Was this still, senior sister, your younger brother is quite interesting, Meng Chun Yu said in an enigmatic tone. This ass-kissing, it's a series of back-and-forth moves. Changing the angle, it really is difficult for him. Even more difficult is that each word seems to come from his heart. Look at how he has coaxed our master. TSK, this is the first time I've seen Master smile so brilliantly. That was right. On the screen, Mu Yinyan's face was unprecedentedly happy. Her cold and aloof expression when she first entered had long disappeared. Her voice was much softer and even a little gentle. Even her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes looked so gentle. He was even more attentive when he pointed out Xiaoduo's mistakes. What's more, he used the spring wind and rain to moisten things silently. He even got into a fighting stance and performed a set of boxing moves. Seeing this, Xiaoduo was even more impressed and flattered him endlessly. One was teaching, and the other was learning. The atmosphere was harmonious to the point that Meng Chun Yu's heart began to ache. Master has never been so gentle to me. Xiaoduo's face was filled with envy and jealousy. My elder sister really is lucky. My elder sister really is lucky to have such a good master. No wonder my elder sister improved so quickly. It was all because of master's efforts. Originally, when others praised my elder sister as a genius, I felt sad. I am not much worse than her, so why is it that my path of cultivation is bumpy? Now I know that it is because I do not have a good master. How is it that my elder sister is a genius? It is clearly because master taught her well. I've been bored here for a long time. Now that you have said it, I understand. I really envy my elder sister to the point of tears. Too wonderful. Too wonderful. So it can be like this. Wow, really? Really? I don't even know what to say. Yes, I was too stiff earlier. Look again. Oh, you have enlightened me. You have enlightened me. I am not that smart. The most excessive thing was that while flattering Mu Yanyan, he also looked for opportunities to hit her while she was down. Truly amazing. I understood as soon as I heard it. When I was fighting with little sister Meng, it seemed that there was a problem with her use of this move. I understand everything now. Yes, I'm enlightened. To learn martial arts, one has to endure hardships. This is the path that every strong person must go through. However, little sister Meng is still a little arrogant. However, I can completely understand. If I was born in their family, I reckon that I would be able to burn up the heavens. It's a waste of a great teacher like you. Ha ha ha. Right, my family is poor. My elder sister and I can only rely on our own efforts. I am also working hard to learn from my elder sister. Yes, every time my elder sister comes home, she will say how good her master is. At first, I did not believe her. It was me who was narrow-minded. I truly deserve to die. How could I have doubted? Really, your patience and kindness give me the feeling of a mother. I really want to stay at your side. I will pour you tea and take care of you. I really fear that you will not be able to live well outside and will be wronged. I can do anything. Although my elder sister can do it better than me, there are some things that are inconvenient for a girl. I can play the guitar, I can play the violin, I can play the eru, I can interact with all kinds of people, I can also warm. Really, you have this kind of power that makes people not want to leave you. Meng Qianyu roared in front of the screen. Master, you must wake up. You must not fall for this detestable little demon's trick. This little demon is too detestable. He is clearly using flowery words to deceive you. Master, wake up a little, Meng Qianyu was filled with grief and indignation. But the Mu Yin on the screen was even more meticulous, even more patient, even more gentle, and even more attentive. Now, use all of your explosive power. Combine your palms, legs, and footwork together. Get your all. I only ask for one thing. That is, you must use up all of your strength before you finish or can't finish. Mu Yin made her request with a smile. Then, she even gently asked, can you do it? Yes. So Xiao Duo puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on a manly appearance. It was probably the kind of appearance that made people want to pinch his face. On the screen, Mu Yin clearly had this idea. She had already reached out her hand, but she controlled herself and pulled it back. But her face was still gentle. Senior sister, your little brother is like this. Are you really not going to do anything? Meng Qianyu pulled her hair and asked with a face of despair. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was full of interest. She leisurely said, is there a problem with what Xiao Duo said? If you feel that there is something wrong with what he said, you can directly tell Master. I will definitely not stop you. Go ahead. What? What did you say? You said that your little brother is right. Meng Qianyu's eyes were full of disbelief. It was as if she suddenly did not recognize Zhuo Xiaoyan. Could it be that you feel that there is something wrong? Meng Qianyu was stunned for a long time. She no longer looked like she was about to collapse. Instead, her whole body was about to collapse. She said with a trembling voice, Sister Xiaoyan, I misjudged you. You actually dug such a big hole for me. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and ran out. Zhuo Xiaoyan had a faint smile on her face. She was not offended at all. She stared at the screen with a satisfied face. As the person who understood Zhuo Xiaoduo the most, Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally understood the reason why Zhuo Xiaoduo did this. First, he could use the fastest speed to learn things. Second, he could let Mu Yin teach him with all her heart. Third, he mentioned her in and out. It was nothing more than telling Mu Yin how much he respected Master. At home, he often talked about how good Master was, so that Mu Yin would be more intimate with him that later on. I really envy my sister. I really envy my sister to the point of tears. My sister's excellence is all because of Master's teaching. These words were simply reminding Mu Yin over and over again. My sister's love for you is genuine. She really respects and loves you. He was paving the way for himself. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt indescribably warm in her heart. Although her brother's method was a little overboard, it was definitely effective. Moreover, she had always been cold in front of her master. To put it nicely, she was learning from her master. But in the end, she lacked the intimacy with her master, and she did not secretly act coquettishly with her master like Meng Qianyu. If she let her master know that she had such a respectful and loving side to her behind other people's backs, she would definitely be happy. It was hard for anyone to resist the good feelings brought about by this contrast. Little doggy, you really put in a lot of effort. It was when he said that his master was the most beautiful woman. He knew that it was a compliment, but why did he feel a little jealous? You must have forgotten something. As Xiao Duo tried his best, but before he could even finish, he had already used up all of his energy. Then Mu Yin personally took action. Using the power of her star spirit, she helped Xiao Duo comb through his meridians. This result shocked Zhuo Xiaoyan. This kind of thing, how many years had it been since her master did this? Probably after she became her disciple. She did not do this anymore, right? Thinking back to when Xiao Duo first came, she clearly looked down on Xiao Duo's talent. And when Mu Yin used her power and came into contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, she was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a shock hit her heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians were not right. No, it should be too wrong. That when I was writing this chapter, I kept lamenting, When I was working, if I had Zhuo's power, I am afraid that I would have reached the point where I could do that to infinite regret. So please, everyone, give me some tips to comfort me. I was too stupid and lost my future. Chapter 51. When Mu Yinyan's finger touched Zhuo's meridians, she was shocked. Her finger trembled and almost fell off from Zhuo's wrist. How could a martial arts master have such meridians? If the meridians of a normal martial arts master were a 2-lane road, then Zhuo's meridians were at least as wide as 8 lanes. What's more, compared to a normal martial arts practitioner's meridian's tenacity, Zhuo's meridian's tenacity was far superior. It was like the difference between a rural road and a highway. What kind of concept was an 8-lane highway? What kind of concept was an 8-lane highway that could be expanded at any time with green belts on both sides? The difference between heaven and earth was not enough to describe the huge shock. However, what really shocked Mu Yinyan was the flexibility of Zhuo's meridians. Even Mu Yinyan had never seen it before. At least in Mu Yinyan's knowledge, a martial arts master shouldn't have such meridians. Zhuo's meridian's tenacity was almost comparable to Meng Qinyu's, and Meng Qinyu was now in the embryonic breathing realm. Reaching the martial arts master level meant entering the acquired realm. There was hope to enter the innate realm, surpassing the peak of a normal martial arts practitioner. This peak was the innate realm, which was half a step above the martial arts master realm. The 3 innate realms, beginning stage, intermediate stage, and advanced stage, were the starting point for a martial art practitioner to start from scratch. After reaching the advanced stage of the innate realm, one would enter the thorny road, and the practice would be even more dangerous. Only after a long period of practice, one would leap over the dragon's gate, walk the thorny road, and climb the ladder. Only then would one have the chance to break through to the higher level of the embryonic breathing realm. Between Zhuo and Meng Qinyu, there was such a big gap. It was a very, very big gap. According to Mu Yinyan's judgment, when she first met Zhuo needed at least 10 years of hard practice to reach Meng Qinyu's current level. Yes, 10 years of hard practice was only a possibility. But now the reality was that Zhuo's meridians had already reached the basic requirement of the embryonic breathing realm. What did this mean? What did this mean? Mu Yinyan sighed in her heart as she ran her qi to check. She even had some resentment towards Zhuo's parents. This child is a rare genius. It could even be said that she was a genius who was not inferior to Zhuo. You turned a blind eye to such a talented child and didn't spend much effort to nurture him. As a result, he only started at the age of 17. It was a complete waste of resources. How much does your family value girls over boys? Although your daughter isn't your biological daughter, so it's normal to spoil her a little, but you can't possibly treat your own son so badly, right? What a pity. It was such a pity. Mu Yinyan couldn't help but separate a trace of spiritual power to check Zhuo's Dantian astral souls. When he looked, he was shocked. Why are astral souls so weak? Zhuo's astral souls were only a weak flame that was burning. This shouldn't be the case. Ordinary people, as long as they become martial masters, won't be so weak. What's more, how can such a small amount of astral souls support such meridians? Mu Yinyan was puzzled. Also, ordinary people's astral souls are white, but why is the fire of this little guy's astral souls purple? Purple astral fire. She had never seen it before. After a long time, Mu Yinyan finished her inspection. She actually felt that her brain was in a mess. Even with her extensive experience, she couldn't understand what she had inspected. Now let's fight. Use your full strength to attack me, and use this to polish your muscles and bones, Mu Yinyan said in a low voice. After that, Mu Yinyan carried Zhuo and put him into the recovery cabin. Shut up and don't drink anymore. Mu Yinyan couldn't help laughing. You little cunning guy, you can't drink this spiritual liquid anymore. Before you really broke through the martial master level, Even if you swallowed a large amount of spiritual liquid, it would only be temporarily stored in your body and transformed into your foundation. But you have successfully broken through the martial master level. And if you drink more spiritual liquid, the energy will be stored in your muscles and meridians instead of being transformed into your foundation. It will only waste the energy. So Xiao Duo agreed. But after entering the cabin, he still couldn't bear to and secretly drank 2 mouthfuls. What's wrong with wasting it? It's not mine. Mu Yanyan was speechless. How greedy is this guy? He won't stop until he catches a sheep and fleeces it. Mu Yanyan would only despise this kind of character that would rather die than suffer a loss if it was before Xiao Duo flattered her. But now, she sighed and laughed in her heart, as well as a little helplessness. Well, let him be. It's not a big deal. Xiao Nian had made an agreement with Qin Yu, and he had already drunk so much spiritual liquid. What was the point of drinking a little more now? Somewhere in Phoenix City, in a tea room, there were 3 people. Greedy Wolf's clone was destroyed. Have you found out the reason? 7 Kills has been out for 2 days and 2 nights, but they haven't encountered any organized resistance or preparation to capture them. Only a busybody patrolled the north for 2 nights. It seems that the destruction of Greedy Wolf's clone was a coincidence. Then when will Greedy Wolf send someone? Did he say? I told him long ago that the real body was coming, but he only sent a clone. He can't do anything right. After being the leader of the 9 sects for so many years, he has become so arrogant. What's the use of a clone? This Greedy Wolf really can't do anything right. He can't do anything right. Are you sure there's no sign of the Phoenix Meridian? Not yet. Last time, Blind Hong was forced by us to observe the Phoenix Meridian and lost 30 years of his lifespan. Only then did he see it this year. But now, I'm afraid he might not agree to look again. If he looks again, he might lose his life. When will the Spirit Meridian Master that I asked you to invite arrive? He's on the way. He must be fast. If the Phoenix Meridian Chi here soars into the sky and we are unable to intercept it, it will definitely cause a series of consequences. There must be a corresponding person for the Phoenix Meridian Chi. Who is this person? Have you found out? In the past few years, 9 female geniuses have appeared in Phoenix City. In such a small city, the density of female geniuses is too abnormal. This is the effect of the Phoenix Meridian. 6 of them have already been killed by us. There are 3 left. One of them is the goddess of spiritual thoughts. We can't find any information about her. There's also the daughter of Meng Group's Meng Tianyu, Meng Qinyu. There's also the daughter of the Ning family, Ning Xiaoyu. Your information is too outdated. Ning Xiaoyu has already changed her name. She's now called Ning Qing Cheng. As for Meng Qinyu, she's definitely not her. Then it's Ning Qing Cheng and the goddess of spiritual thoughts. We can basically confirm that it's the goddess of spiritual thoughts. But now we don't know the origin of this goddess of spiritual thoughts. Since her astral soul's awakened, all information has been kept secret. That's because you didn't pay attention. The leader said lightly, "We already have the whereabouts of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. However, we still have to worry about the transfer of the Phoenix Meridian spirit. To make a perfect arrangement, we must kill and gather the wolves. Send a message to the greedy wolves. They must send someone here within a month. The Master of Stars will come to Phoenix City in a month. If the greedy wolves don't arrive by then, let them consider the consequences. Okay. Also, find out who killed the greedy wolves and why. We must know the reason. At the very least, we must locate the greedy wolf's heart. Otherwise, when the greedy wolves come, we won't be able to explain it." Okay. On the 3rd day, the special training ended. Under Mu Yinyan's intentional or unintentional connivance, Zhou Xiaoduo entered the healing cabin many times, so that more than half of the spiritual liquid inside was gone. At a rough glance, it was almost 1 cubic meter less than in the last period of time, so Xiaoduo simply spent it in the healing cabin. When he left, he walked out with a round belly. He grabbed Mu Yinyan's hand, with tears in his eyes, reluctant to part with her. This scene was like a son who was about to be separated from his mother after being separated for 18 years and was about to be separated on the first day. "I can't bear to part with you." The next morning, the sun shone obliquely, reflecting on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. The young man's face was full of sincere reluctance. Mu Yinyin couldn't help but soften her heart. She patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said, "In the future, when you have nothing to do, come here with your sister play. If you don't understand anything about cultivation, ask your sister, or contact me directly." Yes, yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. His face was so cute that people couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Meng Chenyu, who was following behind, instinctively rolled her eyes. She had an inexplicable impulse to hit him in the face. This bastard, who was full of dirty words and had mastered the skill of swearing, actually dared to pretend to be cute. But her master was falling for this trick. How could he be reasonable? The morning sun shone on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, but a small part of it also shone on Mu Yinyin's face opposite him. Half of her beautiful face was reflected in the sun, while the other half was hidden in the shadow, forming a very poignant beauty. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something and subconsciously looked at the three women. Looking at the three women, he found that their qi was different. Among them, Zhuo Xiaoyin's complexion was the worst. The pure black qi was still there, and it was getting thicker and thicker. When he looked at Mu Yinyin, Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised to find that her complexion was not much better than Zhuo Xiaoyin's. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to look at Meng Chenyu again, but he saw that Meng Chenyu had already turned around and didn't want to talk to him at all. It didn't matter if she didn't look. Anyway, he had seen enough in the past few days. Although Meng Chenyu's complexion was not as dangerous as Mu Yinyin's and Zhuo Xiaoyin's, she also had a bad luck just as he was about to say goodbye. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly covered his head and swallowed back the moan that was about to escape his mouth. That was a moan that was full of comfort. Naturally, it was not convenient to say it out loud, especially at this time. The source of the comfort was a complete drop of cool, spiritual liquid. It fell between his eyebrows as if it had come out of nowhere. That familiar cool feeling instantly filled the meridians of his whole body. It made his originally swollen meridians feel a lot more comfortable. So Xiaoduo closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He understood something. This should be because Teacher Lu and the others came back safely. While they were fine, it meant that he had succeeded in changing his fate. Only then did he get a drop of cool, spiritual liquid. It was just that this cycle was a little long. It took a full 3 days to finish. He didn't know what they had experienced and what they had gained, but this drop of cool spiritual liquid came at the right time. I was just about to look at Mu Yinyin. Previously, he was reluctant to use the 1.5 drops, but now, actually, he didn't want to do it so early. But no one could guess. If they couldn't guess, they would think that it was water. This was inevitable. After all, what was the meaning of writing so much? They couldn't understand, so the clue was given. Let's use our brains. Seeing that I was so diligent in setting it up, how about some recommendation votes? Chapter 52. Zhuo Xiaoduo's guess was right. Just 10 minutes ago, Lu Jiansheng and the other 10 people returned to the school exhausted. They rushed all the way to Teacher Qin's office. Old Qin. Lu Jiansheng's image wasn't very good. His beard had been burned off, and his face was riddled with scars. His 9 brothers weren't in a good condition either. They were all covered in wounds, but the 10 of them were in high spirits. They didn't seem to be in the least bit dispirited because of their injuries and exhaustion. The reason they were so excited was simple. They had gained a lot from this trip. It was a lot beyond their imagination. You're back? That's great. Qin Fangyang's heart that had been hanging for a long time finally relaxed. We're back. We didn't even go to the principal's place. We came directly to you to report that we're safe. Lu Jianxing's face was full of fatigue. Where's your student? Invite him over for a chat. We have to thank him properly. You'll have to wait a few days to see him. He had something to do at home, so he asked for leave. Qin Fangyang asked, how was the harvest this time? The harvest this time is not bad. I reckon it will keep the guys in the logistics department busy for 2 months. Lu Jianxing laughed. It's good news that you're back safely. It's also good news that you've gained a lot. But I have bad news to tell you. Qin Fanyang's face was very heavy. In the past few days, all the adventure teams that went out of the city, whether it was teams from other schools, private gangs, teams formed by a few large financial groups, or many small private organizations. Lu Jiansheng and the other 10 people heard this and immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Did something happen? South of the city, west of the city, and east of the city. The teams that went to these three directions were almost completely wiped out, and there were very few survivors. Just now, we've received confirmation that 735 adventurers have been confirmed to have met with misfortune. 735? The 10 people were stunned by this shocking news. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. How many people in the entire Phoenix City went out to search for treasures? Then, what about Wang Feilong? What about his brothers in the Flying Dragon team? Lu Jinxing's voice became hoarse. He asked with a slim hope. The bad news I'm talking about is Wang Feilong's Flying Dragons. Qin Fanyang patted Lu Jinxing's shoulder and said sorrowfully, "My condolences. Their bodies have all been found. Fortunately, they died a quick death and didn't suffer much." After hearing this, Lu Jinxing's tall and sturdy body swayed twice, and he lowered his head abruptly. However, 2 drops of tears still flowed out of her eyes and fell to the ground with a paw sound. The other 9 brothers also lowered their heads at the same time. When they parted that day, the laughter of those people from the Flying Dragon Squad still seemed to echo in his ears. "Big Lion, come back and drink with me." Roar! At that time, the sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. They chased each other, laughed, and walked away energetically that day. They parted forever. What the hell is going on? Lu Jiansheng slid weakly onto the chair. We don't know the details for now. According to the information we have, a few experts should have appeared and hunted down the adventurers wantonly, snatching the stones of astral souls that the adventurers had already obtained. Almost all the adventurers who went hunting in the east, west, and south were not spared. There were heavy casualties. Qin Fanyang said, "Since yesterday, the Phoenix City Guard Mansion has sent over 1,000 law enforcement teams to search for the culprits. Unfortunately, they haven't found any traces of the culprits so far, not even the slightest clue. The culprits have been killing for 2 days and 2 nights. Now, the roads in the south, west, and east of the city have been blocked off. Who on earth did this?" Lu Jiansheng roared angrily and slammed his palm on the table. Qin Fanyang quickly blocked it with his own hand. "Calm down. It's said that there's a high chance that it's a spy from the Umno Alliance." Qin Fanyang's expression was extremely serious. "Someone mentioned it, and it seems like it's 7 kills. 7 kills. Everyone was shocked. So, after coming back this time, don't go out for a while. The school will definitely not allow you to go out again." The 10 of them fell into silence at the same time. Their good mood from before had long since vanished. We were actually intercepted in the north. However, at the crucial moment, a man in white appeared. His sword light covered the north court and scared those people away. A spy from the Umno Alliance? Why did they snatch so many stones of astral souls? Can they transport them? Lu Jinxing's face was full of hatred. If it's 7 kills, killing people is enough. Qin Fanyang said calmly, "As long as there's some storage equipment with a large space, transporting them won't be a problem at all. Boss, we want to avenge little fatty." The 9 of them gritted their teeth. The bearded Lu Jinxing's face was bleak. "Avenge? I want it too, but with our cultivation in the embryonic breathing realm and our age, revenge is definitely hopeless." He lowered his head and said softly, "In the future, when we go on a mission, no matter what the mission is among the 10 of us, one must stay behind to take charge. Later, after we hand over the harvest, we will go to DeLong's family and help with the funeral arrangements. For those brothers who have no siblings and no one to take care of the elderly at home, we will do our best. For those who have children, in terms of raising and educating them, we will not be stingy. In the future, one of us will stay behind to guard. In case something happens to the other 9, The remaining one will be able to take care of the affairs of these brothers, their wives, children, and parents. From now on, let's fade out. Lu Jinxing's face was bleak and sad. Yes, boss. Lu Jiansheng took out a package from his chest and placed it on the table. He gently pushed it in front of Qin Fanyang. Old Qin, we won't wait for Mr. Xiao Duo. We have something to do first. This is our gift of thanks to him. Please help us pass it on. Also, help us pass it on. The 10 of them stood up straight in unison. We will never forget the kindness of saving our lives. Lu Jinxing's way of addressing Zhuo Xiaoduo had become a respectful form of address. It was obvious that this unforeseen event had a great impact on him. I got it. This is your token of appreciation. I won't be pretentious and will accept it on his behalf. Qin Fanyang nodded and took out a thick envelope from the drawer. This is a token of appreciation for the brothers who died. Help me pass it on. All right. Lu Jiansheng and the 10 of them went out. Standing under the bright and beautiful sun in the picturesque campus, they suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. This was a true escape from death in the truest sense. It was a pity that the Long and the others would never come back. Lu Jiansheng had infinite regrets. At that time, why couldn't he have been more resolute and drag Wand along with him? If he had been more resolute, the youngest brother wiped the sweat off his forehead. His throat was a little dry. Boss. East, west, south. The muscles on the faces of the others twitched. Everyone thought at the same time. If it hadn't been for that student's parting words, the 10 of them would probably be lying stiffly in the corpse cart now. Lu Jiansheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Let's go. We'll go find the principal first and hand in the harvest. Then we'll go to the Long. By the way, tell me more about Mr. Little Duo's fortune-telling ability. It's second high's blessing to have such a master in our school. It's also everyone's fortune. Yes. Let's go. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly received a drop of cool luck point and instantly understood the cause and effect of this matter. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel like a nouveau riche. One had to know that he now had 2.5 drops of cool luck points. His value had doubled. Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough were closely related. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to tell her fortune and how to avoid it, but there was only 1 drop of luck point. He had to save it for Zhuo Xiaoyan, and he couldn't give it to Miss Mu. Now, there was 1 more drop. At this time, he was about to part with Mu Yinyan. Once he missed it, the opportunity would never come again. So Xiaoduo made up his mind and focused his eyes on Mu Yinyan's face. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt that cool feeling coming to his eyes. Then, a vague idea emerged in his consciousness. Mu Yinyan, the peak of the late stage of nascent soul, the cultivation of great guru. 2 months later, when Zhuo Xiaoyan was breaking through, she fought to protect Zhuo Xiaoyan and died. He still had to ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 53. Zhuo Xiaoduo sucked in a breath of cold air. Because of his confidence in his own method, Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of doubts about everyone around Zhuo Xiaoyan, including Mu Yinyan and Meng Qinyu. They could all be the murderers who murdered Zhuo Xiaoyan. But Zhuo Xiaoduo did not show any strange or any emotion, because he clearly knew that at this moment, the only person Yin Yin could rely on was him. This time, he used the Qi Xian method to observe Mu Yinyan was based on this suspicion, but he never thought that he would see such a result. Mu Yinyan would also die, a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul level, with the cultivation of a great grandmaster. There were only a few people with such strength in the whole Phoenix City, but such a strong person would die in the storm that he foresaw, and he died to protect Zhuo Xiaoyan. Then, how strong would the enemy that Zhuo Xiaoyan had to face be? This was more than terrifying. It was unimaginable. Even thinking about it would scare him to death. In the face of absolute power, even if there were thousands of clever plans, infinite plans, and infinite preparations, it would still be in vain. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart suddenly became many times heavier, and he almost could not breathe under the pressure. But he still kept his thoughts to the bottom of his heart, and he did not say anything. Xiaoduo. Mu Yinyan's voice was soft. You have just broken through to the martial master level. At this time, don't be impulsive. You have just broken through, and your state of mind is not stable. It is easy to be impulsive in the illusion. Settle down before you go. Okay, so Duo agreed seriously. Also, you should always wear the greedy wolf's heart in front of your chest. Use the original carrier of the greedy wolf's heart to digest the evil energy in your body. After all, it is the power of murder. Although you did not kill them, the evil energy still exists. When the bloodstain on the greedy wolf's heart completely disappears and it becomes crystal clear, you can take it off or throw it away. Okay, thank you, Senior Mu. Finally, they left. The two of them strolled under the sun. Duo kept asking questions along the way. Xiaonian, speak. Speak frankly. What exactly did you promise Meng Qinyu? Sister Nian, what you're doing is wrong. It's wrong to negotiate conditions between fellow disciples. Senior and junior sisters should only cooperate and take care of each other. Aren't you using each other by doing this? I heard that Meng Qianyu has an older brother who has always liked you. Say something. What's going on? Are you mute? Duo was furious. This situation was very, very rare. At least in Xiaoduo's 17 years of life, he rarely got angry at Xiaonian. You can find your own partner, fall in love, whatever you want. That's your freedom. But I won't allow you to use yourself to negotiate with others because of me. What's the meaning of that? Do you want to vomit me to death? If that's the case, I'd rather die than let you suffer such grievances. Say something. The more Duo asked, the angrier he got. Smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices as he bared his teeth and brandished his claws. Unfortunately, Xiaonian kept a faint smile on her lips. Step by step, she walked forward without paying attention to him. Are you going to say it or not? Duo chased after her. As he chased, he asked, what exactly did you promise? Did you agree to go on a blind date? Or did you agree to get married? Or did you agree to? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xiaonian had sacrificed a lot. He couldn't help but feel extremely sad. As he felt more and more uncomfortable, Xiaonian suddenly stopped. Duo, who was completely unprepared, bumped into her back. Xiaonian turned around and said seriously and soberly, Duo, you've just stepped onto the path of martial arts cultivation. You're far from aware of how long the road ahead is. You don't even know how difficult this road is. And what is a good resource equivalent to for this road ahead? Duo looked at her blankly. No one will give away their own resources for free. If you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. This price can be hard work and sweat. It can also be dignity and life. Xiaonian's eyes were filled with helplessness. Did you know that Meng Qinyu's father, Meng Tianyue, invested hundreds of billions just in that training hall in order to provide a good cultivation environment for his daughter? And do you know what hundreds of billions mean? 2,000 star dollars is enough for an ordinary family to use once a year. It's more than enough. They've spent so much money. Why should they provide it for us to cultivate? We should just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Xiaonian sighed softly. Conditions. If they agree to conditions, it's already a great bargain. Do you understand? Duo said with grief and indignation. I just want to know, what conditions did you agree to? Xiaonian said lightly. His brother has always wanted to treat me to a meal. A meal? Duo said vigilantly. That guy definitely has bad intentions. It's not as simple as a meal. It must be accompanied by drugs or something. Don't go. None of these rich second generations are good. They're all rotten to the core. Especially that junior sister of yours, Meng Qinyu. She's rotten to the core. Xiaonian put her hands behind her back and walked briskly in front. Her steps were light, and she was in a good mood. She jumped like a deer. He only treated Duo's endless chatter as if it was nothing more than wind passing by his ears. Sister Nian, Duo followed her and said something bad with every step. Why haven't you heard that those rich second generations are all masters at playing with women? They're all very good at deceiving women. Haven't you seen the various reports? Who knows how many innocent girls have been deceived? They're just a bunch of liars. They do whatever they want just because they have some stinky money. Those rich second generations are really unreliable. At most, they're just good-looking, but they're definitely not as handsome as me. The rest of them are full of tricks. Their heads are full of thieves and prostitutes. These rich second generations. Zwishaonian walked in front, and Zwishaoduo followed behind her. His mouth was dry, and his saliva was thick. Finally. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Zwishaonian said. If you're really worried, you can come with me when the time comes. So Zwishaoduo heard this and immediately said excitedly, Good. When the time comes, I'll pretend to be your boyfriend or fiancé. Let's put on a show and make that damn guy give up. What nonsense are you talking about? Zwishaonian's pretty face was red. She looked at him with both anger and joy. If Meng Chun didn't know you, it might be possible. Unfortunately, I already said that Meng Chun is not a good thing. She's actually so generous. She's so brazenly pimping out her brother. Zwishaoduo took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Bang! A clear headbutt. Zwishaonian's pretty face was angry. Pimping. What do you think your sister is? Ioyo. I was wrong. Look at my mouth. Zwishaoduo raised his hand and lightly slapped his mouth twice. He said with a face full of saliva, I think of Sister Nian as a fairy. Hee. Zwishaonian's face was sullen and she did not speak. Zwishaoduo rolled his eyes and moved closer. Woof. Don't be angry, woof. Uff. Zwishaonian was completely caught off guard by this and almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Zwishaoduo was exceptionally satisfied. From the moment Zwishaonian said, When the time comes, I'll take you with me, Zwishaoduo felt as if he was a general who had just won a great battle. That was called arrogant, complacent, high-spirited, and insufferably arrogant. Even his tail was about to curl up. Seeing his happy appearance, Zwishaonian rolled her eyes and lightly said, Dog. I heard. Zwishaonian turned her head, her face gloomy. I heard that your sister has cerebral palsy. Is her brain disabled? Chapter 54. This question was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Zwishaoduo on the head. The dizziness he felt was indescribable. Zwishaoduo almost fell to the ground with his butt. His previous excitement immediately disappeared, leaving behind only a dazed and dispirited look that his mind was filled with two words. It's over. Seeing Zwishaonian's embarrassed expression, Zwishaoduo carefully began to flatter her. Who said my sister is disabled? My sister is smart, beautiful, strong, and wise. Where did you hear this from? I'm going to settle this with him. I'm going now. Zwishaoduo acted as if he was filled with righteous indignation. He lightly slapped his own mouth and continued to angrily shout. This is a rumor. This is slander. This is deranged slander. This is simply too much. Unforgivable. I must beat the bastard who started this rumor to death. He slapped himself lightly again and stole a glance at Zwishaonian. Zwishaonian snorted coldly, not saying a word. It seems like she doesn't want to pursue the matter. Zwishaoduo was a little relieved. It seemed like Sister Nian was in a good mood. What a loss. I won't forgive you. Zwishaonian's face was cold. Zwishaoduo looked at her anxiously. Unless you do that. Zwishaonian rolled her eyes. Do that. I want to ride a horse. Zwishaonian pouted. I'll punish you. Okay. Zwishaoduo was feeling guilty and in the wrong. When he heard that the punishment was so light that it wasn't even a punishment, he was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Zwishaonian waved her hand like a general, looking valiant and heroic. Where's my horse? Nay. Zwishaoduo let out a long neigh, shook his head, and wagged his tail. He bent his arms, and the horse stood up, stomping on the ground. The female general's movements were nimble. She flipped onto the horse, slapped Zwishaoduo's butt, and yelled, Go! Nay. Zwishaoduo mimicked the sound of galloping horse with his mouth. The Zwishaoduo brand horse galloped away with the female general on its back. Seeing Zwishaoduo carrying Zwishaonian into the house, Zwichonglu and Wu Yuding were speechless. How old are you two? Wu Yuding shouted angrily. You two are getting more and more outrageous. Are you itching for a beating again? The brother and sister had already stood there obediently with their heads bowed as they were scolded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that their parents would still be at home when it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Shouldn't they have gone out by now? Behave yourselves, Zhou Chonglu snorted. I'll settle the score with you when you come back. Zhou Xiaoduo, go to school in the afternoon. They had been waiting for their children to come back. Now that they saw them come back safely, they were relieved. However, they immediately thought of Zhou Xiaoduo's 3-day special training. Naturally, they were not in a hurry to teach them a lesson. They would let them take a break first. Seeing that their parents had left in such a quiet manner, the siblings let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. They looked at each other and saw each other patting their chests as they said in unison, You scared me to death. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and turned his face away. It was fine if he patted himself, but Zhou Xiaoyan looked as if she had patted jelly. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively swallowed his saliva. I'll go to the supermarket. Why? Buy some jelly to eat. I have some. I'll give it to you. Zhou Xiaoyan's words almost made Zhou Xiaoduo's nose bleed. They entered the room. The scene that greeted them made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan stunned. After confirming that there was indeed a large, solid wooden double bed in Zhou Xiaoduo's room, the two began to feel confused. They did not know if they were in a dream or if they had entered the wrong room. The next moment, Zhou Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. Her face immediately turned red. She pressed Zhou Xiaoduo's confused face onto the bed and said angrily, Go back to sleep. I want to go back to sleep too. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled on the bed and laughed. It's so spacious and soft. Sister Nian Yan, do you want to? Bah. Zhou Xiaoyan was already gone. Zhou Xiaoduo's total sleep time in the past 3 days did not exceed 4 hours, and he spent all of it in the recovery pod. As for Zhou Xiaoyan, she did not sleep at all for the past 3 days. She could not accompany Zhou Xiaoduo in the special training because it was meaningless for her to train Zhou Xiaoduo. Firstly, it was impossible for the siblings to exert all their strength in a life and death battle. Secondly, they could train together at any time. It was not suitable for them to train together in that place. It would be a waste. Therefore, it was not beneficial for Zhou Xiaoyan to train with Zhou Xiaoduo. However, Zhou Xiaoyan was still worried. She was afraid that her master and junior sister would accidentally hurt her brother. She insisted on watching from outside, just in case. After 3 days of the accident, Zhou Xiaoduo was really exhausted, and Zhou Xiaoyan was even more exhausted. Zhou Xiaoduo laid down on the bed. The moment his spine, which had been exhausted for 3 days and 3 nights, came into contact with the soft mattress, he instantly moaned in comfort. In the time it took for him to flip over, he had already fallen asleep. Zhou Xiaoyan appeared in a flash. She tiptoed and covered him with a blanket, then disappeared again. Zhou Xiaoduo slept soundly until 11:30. He woke up and went to school after eating. Zhou Xiaoyan did not appear at the dinner table, but the family was used to this. What Zhou Xiaoduo did not know was that Zhou Xiaoyan had once again returned to the cultivation hall. She was in the room where Zhou Xiaoduo had suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. She had begun a fierce battle. Her opponent was Meng Chenyu. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyan arrived, she said with a smile, Junior sister apprentice, you've worked hard these days. As your senior sister apprentice, I don't have anything good to repay you. I can only spar with you and point out your weaknesses and shortcomings. Meng Chenyu did not doubt her and agreed. Her heart was filled with joy, but she quickly realized that something was not right. As soon as the spar began, Zhou Xiaoyan displayed a strength that far surpassed her own. Forcefully flying up, he did not miss a single detail and wildly beat up Meng Chenyu. What caused Meng Chenyu to complain even more was that Zhou Xiaoyan's actions were too measured. Meng Chenyu felt so much pain that she wished she was dead, but the actual injuries were minimal. Even if Meng Chenyu pretended to be dead and refused to get up, once she was thrown into the recovery pod, the sound of a complete recovery would come in 1 or 2 minutes. It seemed that the recovered Meng Chenyu could only continue to accept Zhou Xiaoyan's pointers, but the pain was clearly still there. It was still in effect. In fact, this situation was very easy to explain. After all, the healing pod was just a machine. Although it could heal injuries, it could not distinguish the hidden primordial chi that was deliberately left in the body to cause damage. It would cause pain, but would not really harm the body. After a few rounds, Meng Qinyuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. She lay on the ground and refused to get up. Tears flowed out. Woo-woo. Senior Sister Nian, you clearly want to make things difficult for me. What spar? Liar. Meng Qinyuan cried loudly. She was filled with grief and indignation. How did I make things difficult for you? Making things difficult for me. Zhuo Xiaonian slowly walked out. You can't blame me for this. It was Master who said that your progress during this period of time has been too slow and sloppy. Aside from wanting to play, there is nothing else in your heart. He wanted me to teach you a lesson and let you know the consequences of not having enough strength. In the future, we will spar twice a day. I will urge you. Meng Qinyuan cried and said, Senior Sister, then what you promised me. The Xiaonian angrily said, Did I not already tell you that when I am in a good mood, when will you be in a good mood? When these words were asked, there was no one in front of her anymore. After Zhuo Xiaonian finished speaking, she left the room and swaggered off. Little girl, you actually beat my family's dog so fiercely. How dare you? If I did not give you a good beating and let you remember it, would I still be Zhuo Xiaonian? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaonian had already forgotten the fact that she had asked someone to beat her little brother. Her heart was filled with the joy of finally getting revenge for my dog. Only I can beat my family's dog. Even when father and mother beat him, I feel uncomfortable. Who do you think you are? As for when I will be in a good mood, how would I know when I will be in a good mood? So Xiaoduo had just walked into the classroom. Looking around, she was immediately shocked. What he saw were the remnants of the defeated soldiers in the classroom. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and so on. There were 35 people. All of them had pig heads and pig faces, and their faces were all bruised and swollen. Among them, there were a few bleeding heads and bodies. It was a scene of devastation. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy as he treated the injuries of the students. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Could it be that the war has already reached Phoenix City? Why didn't I hear about it? Qin Fangyang snorted, but completely ignored him. He continued to treat the students one by one, and then activated the healing array. Thick mist suddenly filled the classroom. All the students entered the atmosphere of healing with spiritual energy. Come out for a moment. Qin Fangyang called Zhuo Xiaoduo out of the classroom. Mr. Qin, what happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. Why is the room full of injured soldiers? Was there a group fight? But even if there was a group fight, the whole class shouldn't be empty. Qin Fangyang's face twitched. You don't have to worry about this. It has nothing to do with you. I have something else to talk to you about. How can I not care? That room is full of my little brothers. Zhuo Xiaoduo was anxious. Who dares to beat up Master Zhuo's little brothers? Are they rebelling? Today is the birthday of our cute little brother, Beiying. Let's wish him a happy birthday. So, please recommend him. Chapter 55. Qin Fangyang looked at this guy with a strange expression. How dare you say that? You're only ranked 19th, and you're not even in the middle. Yet, you have the nerve to call the entire class your lackeys. How thick-skinned are you? How thick-skinned are you? Here's 20,000 star dollars. Qin Fangyang pushed out an envelope. This is a thank you gift from Professor Lu Jiansheng and the rest. 20,000. That's a lot. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up at once. His eyes were shining. To the current Zhuo Xiaoduo, this was an astronomical figure. It was a windfall from the sky. His attention was diverted in an instant. Wow. Professor Lu and the rest are too kind. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo dipped his finger in his saliva and began to count the money. 100, 200, 340. Qin Fangyang was speechless. What's the meaning of this? Do you think I'm going to embezzle your money? Do you have to count it in front of me? With great difficulty, Zhuo Xiaoduo finished counting. After confirming that there was no mistake, he carefully put the windfall into an envelope and stuffed the envelope into his pocket. Suddenly, a bulging lump of money appeared in his pocket, making him feel a little panicked. However, he was happy and happy from the fall. I like the feeling of panicky from the fall. It'll be great if I can experience it every day. As he thought about it, Zhuoxiaoduo's mouth cracked open. He said with a smile, "Professor Qin, didn't you ask me what I wanted to do in my life? I've thought of it now." Qin Fanyang looked at him suspiciously. "What did you think of then?" Zhuoxiaoduo stroked the outside of his pocket and said proudly, "My biggest dream in life is to make everyone say the same thing when they see me." "Isn't Zhuoxiaoduo just a little stinky money?" Zhuoxiaoduo stroked his pocket with infatuation. He felt the weight of the money and let out a long sigh. "That will be the peak of my life. There's nothing else I want in my life." After hearing Zhuoxiaoduo's bold words, Qin Fanyang exploded. "Here's the gift they asked me to pass to you." Qin Fanyang resisted the urge to look at this miser's face. He suppressed the urge to punch this miser's face, which was filled with reverie, and pushed out an animal skin bag. This animal skin bag was very heavy. When it was pushed flat on the table creaked under its weight. "This is the stone of astral souls?" Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. This entire bag of star spirit stones, regardless of market value or practical value, was far above the 20,000 star coins. "Yes, this is the stone of astral souls. This is part of their harvest this time, and they kept it for you." Qin Fanyang opened the bag. There are 10 pieces in total, 1 piece for each person. 10 people can pool together. Zhuoxiaoduo looked down and saw that each piece of astral soul stone was the size of 2 palms. Their appearance was relatively complete. Some were cubes, some were cuboids, and some were rhombus-shaped. There were only 3 pieces that were relatively irregular. Zhuoxiaoduo's family owned astral soul stones. Naturally, he knew the mystery of this thing. The appearance of the stone of astral souls was the most important factor in determining the value of the stone of astral souls. The stone of astral souls stone fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. It was a stone with edges and corners that could still be relatively complete. Usually there were good things hidden in it, and it was worth a lot. These 10 stone of astral soul stones were in a completely oxidized state. Their shells were delicate and tight, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, there was a faint dark red luster on the surface, which made their value double. The total weight of these 10 stones, which were the size of 2 palms, was more than 3,000 kilograms. This was enough to prove that the density of the items hidden in them was very high. The higher the density, the higher the possibility of a high-quality jade of astral soul stone being opened. In Zhuochanglu's shop, stones like these could be sold for at least 20,000 star coins. 1 piece. Yes, 20,000 star coins for 1 piece. At least. In other words, the stones that Lu Jiansheng and the rest gave out were undoubtedly worth 2 to 300,000 star coins to Zhuoxiaoduo. How can I accept this? Zhuoxiaoduo's mouth was already smiling from ear to ear. His eyes were shining with golden light. He leaned on the table and said with an intoxicated expression, "How can I accept this? Ha. Teacher Lu and the rest are too polite. Really too polite, huh?" They gave him luck points, spiritual liquid, stone of astral souls, and cash. The teachers in the school were indeed everyone's role models. Otherwise, how could they become teachers? Didn't he just say a few words and they gave him so many good things in return? Why didn't they give him such a free gift a few more times? It wouldn't be too much even if they gave him 8 or 10 times a day. Don't you think they're too polite? Qin Fanyang's face twitched. He looked at this guy who was holding the entire stone of astral souls in his arms and couldn't wait to swallow it. He pursed his lips and said, "If you really feel embarrassed, I'll help you return half of it." Zhuoxiaoduo immediately wrapped up the parcel again and said seriously, "How can I return this? I can't give the teachers a discount for their kind intentions. What's the old saying again? Oh, right, this is called the elders giving it to me. I don't dare to refuse." Qin Fanyang took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. "Okay, that's all. If there's nothing else, You can go back to the classroom. Qin Fangyang supported his head with one hand, blocking all the peripheral vision that he could see Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was afraid that he would miss even half a glimpse of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Yeah, haha. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to hold the parcel in his hands and carried it on his back. Fortunately, he was now an official martial master. Otherwise, he might not be able to carry it. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to walk far. That was more than 3,000 caddies of weight. Although it's a little heavy, I don't mind it. I can carry even more. Even if you give me another 1,000,000, I can still carry it and fly. So Xiaoduo happily bid farewell to Mr. Qin, as if he didn't notice Mr. Qin's speechless expression. Goodbye, Mr. Qin. I'll go back first. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to carry the heavy stone of astral souls back to the classroom. Actually, he could have left the stone of astral souls with Qin Fangyang and come back to take it after school. However, a miser like Zhuo Xiaoduo always felt that it was inappropriate and uncomfortable to leave his things with someone else. Actually, it's not that I'm worried about Mr. Qin. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered as he carried the stone of astral souls into the classroom. The classroom was still full of injured people, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Everyone was trying their best to endure the pain and receive the nourishment of spiritual energy. However, everyone's brows were furrowed in anger. What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo put the stone of astral souls under his seat, under his butt, and said, "Tell me, why do all of you look like you've just been taught a lesson?" Li Chenglong, who had always been at the back of the class, snorted and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." It's nothing? If it's nothing, you're already like this. If it's something, won't people die? Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him. Look at my bad temper. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. How can I not know about such a big thing that happened in our class? Do you still treat me as a member of the class? I'm the boss. What's going on? Looking at the anger on everyone's faces, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something big must have happened. After listening to Zhuo Xiaoduo's continuous questioning, Long Yuxing and the others finally couldn't take it anymore and told him the whole story. Here's the whole story. Next week, there would be a warrior class competition as usual. There were a total of 16 warrior classes in Second High, and each class would send out a representative to fight in pairs. The winner class and the champion would be chosen from among them. This was a very normal thing, and it was a common practice among all the schools, even excluding the martial arts schools. This time, the 9th class drew lots to fight against the 7th class. Although the 9th class's overall strength was slightly weaker than the 7th class's, they were still on the same level. If they tried their luck, they might even win. But the problem was that this morning, little fatty Li Chenglong was invited to give a lecture to the 1st class as usual. As the name implied, the 1st class was a seed class, and all the outstanding young warriors were gathered in this class. There were only 50 people in the 1st class. They were the top 50 of the year's assessment. Because of this, the students in the 1st class were all arrogant and had their noses up high. Li Chenglong, as the hooligan of the 9th class, taught the geniuses of the 1st class as a teacher, and he felt very uncomfortable every time. Especially this time, a new round of the competition was imminent. Due to their special position, Class 1 was excluded from the competition. This made these fellows, who were exempted from the competition, feel a sense of superiority and boredom because they had nothing to do. Therefore, the little fatty's lecture this time was mocked by the group of students. One of them, Cheng Fangji, insulted the little fatty, and the little fatty retorted. The conflict escalated until Cheng Fangji said a few words that completely enraged the little fatty. Qin Fangyang can only teach a fatty like you. He can't teach a strong person. Your parents are also retarded. Letting a trash like you come to a martial arts school, it's a waste of money. Insulting the teacher. Insulting the parents. These few words made the conflict between the two sides irreconcilable, and it directly exploded. It was after this sentence that the little fatty exploded. Then he was beaten up. Moreover, he was beaten up very badly. In the end, the little fatty was grabbed by the ankle and thrown out of the classroom by Cheng Fangji. The little fatty crawled all the way back to the ninth class, and the class was furious. They went to Qin Fangyang to complain about this matter. Although Qin Fangyang was angry about this matter, he couldn't interfere. According to the school's rules, students should deal with their own matters, and the teachers couldn't interfere. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others were indignant and gathered 7 or 8 people to cause trouble in the first class, but they were beaten up again. The most explosive point was when the students of the first class rushed over and beat up all the students of the ninth class, without exception. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. His hair stood on end. What the fuck? As usual, we are asking for recommendation tickets, bookmarking, spreading, and forwarding. Brothers, please go to Chidian website to support us. Thank you. Chapter 56. It was normal for 2 classes to have conflicts and fight in a martial arts school. However, it was the first time that someone had been beaten so badly and ended in such a humiliating way since the establishment of No. 2 High School. The whole class was filled with righteous indignation. The more they talked, the angrier they became. Long Yuxing covered half of his ear that had been pulled off and was trying to heal it. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't forgive them sooner or later." As a girl, Wan Lixiu's nose was directly smashed and her eyes were swollen. After recovering her energy for a long time, the swelling in her throat had subsided a little and she was able to speak. "I'll beat them up sooner or later." The one who was beaten the most was not Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, or even Li Chenglong. It was another little fatty, Li Changming, who was almost expelled by Mr. Qin for sleeping in class. Because of the previous incident, he was still standing at the door as punishment. Everyone from the first class had rushed over to cause trouble, and Li Zhongming, who was at the forefront, was the first to intercept them. Li Zhongming, who was ranked 4th in the ninth class, didn't let his strength go to waste. He blocked the other party for a moment, buying some time for the others. However, in the end, he still couldn't stop the other party from swarming him. He directly beat the little fatty unconscious. He had not woken up yet. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo directly exploded. "Damn, how dare you beat up people in our class? How dare you beat up my little brother? This is not over. We must beat them up." Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and was about to go out. 7 or 8 hands grabbed him. "Big brother, can you stop for a while? Are you going to die alone? Your age is big brother, but your strength is not. You will only be a punching bag if you go now. Wait. Let's think about it in the long run. When we recover, we will go together. If you go alone, you will be showing off. What's the use? Don't mention age to me." Age was Zhou Xiaoduo's reverse scale. Zhou Xiaoduo was both angry and amused. "Wait for you all to recover? What can you do when you recover? You didn't beat them in the morning. Can you beat them now? If I go with you, you will be beaten up again. What other uses does it have? I'll swallow this for now. I really can't beat him now. Being impulsive will only bring trouble to myself." Long Yuxing was a little dejected. Li Chenglong persuaded with a swollen face. "Everyone, don't be impulsive. Don't make the whole class so embarrassed because of me. Forget it. Forget it." "Forget it?" Zhou Xiaoduo turned to look at Li Chenglong. "Forget it. I'm fine." Li Chenglong had an ugly smile on his face. "We'll all enter the martial arts master class together in the future, and we'll all go on missions together in the future. I'm just a useless guy with no future in martial arts. I guess I'll just be a teacher for the rest of my life. Why should I affect your future unity because of me?" Li Chenglong said in a low voice, "Thank you, students. Actually, I'm already very touched today. Everyone is so protective of me. But now that things have come to this, it was time to stop. Bear with it for a while, and the wind will be calm, and the waves will be calm. Take a step back, and the world will be clear. Strength is king. What can we do if we don't bow down?" The whole class sighed in unison. Their morale was at an all-time low. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and rolled his eyes. It was not time for class, yet not amid the noise. Qin Fangyang came in. "The afternoon class is cancelled. Focus on healing first." With the current state of the ninth class, it was indeed not suitable for class. It was not suitable for any class. It was time for class. The students from other classes who were running outside all rushed back to their classrooms. Even if the ninth class was not in class, the other classes still had to. The noisy campus quieted down in an instant. So Xiaoduo got up from his seat and walked quickly to Long Yuxing's side. What? Send me a message. What message? Just like that. Qin Fangyang went back to his office. It was time for class to start, but the entire ninth class was healing together. The head teacher was also embarrassed. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. So Xiaoduo stood up slowly and walked out with his phone in his hand. Where are you going? Long Yuxing stood up. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not happy to take a step back. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. I'm going to first class to find those bastards. Come back. The whole class shouted. You're no match for him. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. It's better if you go after class. Going to class will show that I'm awesome. They don't take us seriously. Why should I give them face? Zhou Xiaoduo completely ignored everyone's advice, pushed open the door, and walked away. Long Yuxing and the others looked at each other. They did not know what to do. What should we do? What should we do? How would I know? Duh. What else can we do? Wan Lixio stood up suddenly. Then we'll all go. At most, we'll be beaten up again. Could it be that they were going to watch Xiaoduo get beaten up by Class 1's trash? Are you still men? I'm a man. Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan stood up. I'm a man too. The other male students stood up as well. Although I'm not a man, I'll go too. Me too. I'll go too. Let's go. We'll go to class together. We'll leave class together. We'll get beaten up together. 34 people walked out of the classroom. The last one to leave was the little fatty Li Changming, who struggled to get up from the ground. Someone, drag me. I want to go too. I want to go too. The little fatty, Li Chenglong, had tears in his eyes. Dot at the entrance of the first class. So Xiaoduo knocked on the door calmly and politely. The moment he knocked on the door, the greedy wolf's heart in his arms seemed to warm up slightly. So Xiaoduo felt it, but did not pay attention. Knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. So Xiaoduo pushed the door open quietly with an innocent smile on his face. He bowed as soon as he entered. Hello, teacher. The head teacher of the first class was a middle-aged man with a thin face and an unusually tall figure. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in confusion. Who are you? What's the matter? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, Teacher, my name is Zhou Xiaoduo. I'm a student of the ninth class. I'm here to look for Cheng Fangji. I'm sorry to disturb your class. When they heard that he was from the ninth class, the expressions of the 50 people in the first class changed at the same time. Looking for Cheng Fangji? What's the matter? The middle-aged teacher's smile became a little playful. It was normal for students to fight. However, the fact that his students had beaten up Qin Fangyang's students made him feel very happy. It's nothing serious. I just heard that his father is dead. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. When I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead, I felt that it was necessary to inform him. I'm sorry for his loss. Before Zhou Xiaoduo's voice died away, the face of the boy in the second position suddenly turned ugly. He suddenly stood up and said, Your father is dead. The one called Zhou Xiaoduo. Are you here to seek death? Zhou Xiaoduo was furious when he heard that. He retorted, How can you say that? I came to inform you with good intentions. It's fine if you say that you have good intentions, but how can you curse my family? You really don't have a good character. Good intentions? Cheng Fangji sneered. So Xiaoduo took out his phone calmly and opened the lock screen. He pointed to a message on it and said, Look, I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead. I didn't make it up. I really followed the script. I didn't change a single word. Xiaoduo raised the phone in front of him and said, Look, everyone, look. Is this the content? I received such a message and was anxious. I came to inform you because we are classmates. Cheng Fangji, you actually scolded me and even cursed my family. What kind of logic is this? Teacher, the quality of your students is not good. Are you going to just stand there and watch? Are you really not going to do anything? Zhou Xiaoduo's finger coincidentally pressed down on the sender's position, only revealing the specific content of the message. He quickly scanned through the crowd and then immediately put it into his pocket. He said with a smile, Student Chung Fangji, my purpose for coming here is very simple. I just want to tell you that your father is dead. My condolences. I'll kill you. Chung Fangji couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up, jumped into the air, and kicked Zhou Xiaoduo's head with a swift and fierce sound. Chung Fangji's attack alone was not to be underestimated. Even the top three of the ninth class, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiuyu, and Moyan, didn't dare to take this attack head-on. One wrong move, and they would be defeated on the spot. If it was the Zhou Xiaoduo before the special training, facing this attack, he might not be able to dodge it. But now, Zhou Xiaoduo was not afraid at all. He first exclaimed, "You're attacking me." Then, he calmly lowered his waist into a horse stance, using the standard horse stance. Then he slightly leaned his body to the side, twisting his body to avoid the attack. Then, he met the attack with a punch. However, his punch arrived first, landing heavily on Chung Fangji's lower abdomen like a big hammer. This punch was simply exquisite to the extreme. Chung Fangji's eyes bulged in the air. He felt as if his liver and intestines were cut into pieces. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A large part of the dialogue was edited before it was sent. This chapter was almost rewritten, so please recommend me, haha. Chapter 57. Fuck, you still want to use dirty tricks to sneak an attack on me. You're so despicable. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be in a rage. He kicked Chung Fangji's face like a windmill. This kick was so powerful that Chung Fangji, who had been beaten to a pulp, was stunned. How could he dodge it? His whole body flew out like a somersault. With a loud bang, Chung Fangji slammed into the wall. Chung Fangji had already lost all consciousness. He slowly slid down the wall and completely lost consciousness. He's here to make trouble, to take revenge. Everyone, let's go and beat him up. It was not known which girl had shouted. Before the voice died away, several boys had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Unfortunately, their movements were not fast enough. At least, they were not as fast as Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo's fists were like raindrops falling on the bodies of the students who came to his side, and his legs were like a whirlwind once again. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the students of Class 1 were kicked out like sandbags. They all followed in Chung Fangji's footsteps. At the moment when the students of Class 1 rushed forward in anger, Zhou Xiaoduo even felt the scorching heat of the greedy wolf's heart. He felt strange. Could it be? Haha. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Your Class 1 is really awesome. You can't reason with us, so you use your fists to fight, right? You did the same to our Li Qinglong, and now you're doing the same to me? You guys beat up everyone in the 9th class except for me, but I haven't been beaten up yet. We're good classmates in the same class, so we should fight together. Now let's fight together. Please give me a beating. If you don't beat me up, it won't be fair, and I won't feel good. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke as he made his move. With his current strength, there was no one in the entire class that could withstand a single blow from him. He blocked the entrance like a pillar in the middle of a stream. If one came, he would be sent flying. If two came, he would be sent flying. He was truly invincible and awe-inspiring. His punches and kicks were heavy and ruthless. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they were all heavy-handed. There was no thought of treating women with tenderness. Just then, a pretty girl rushed up, but Zhou Xiaoduo grabbed her long hair and pushed her down. He gave her a knee strike, and her pretty face turned into a bloody plate. She was then sent flying with a kick. The bridge of his nose was broken. Wanli Xiu's nose was broken. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo was going to do the same. He was going to find the prettiest one among them and break her too. Masters one never loses out. Now, it's a spar between students. According to the school's rules, teachers are not allowed to interfere in the sparring between students. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted loudly when he saw that the tall and skinny teacher was about to make a move. This is the rule. This is the rule. As he shouted, his hands were still merciless. At the moment of another kick, a teenager was sent flying with blood spurting out his mouth. With a slap, a girl with disheveled hair spun 5 or 6 times on the spot before falling down. All of you look up to the sky and look down on us with your nostrils. I thought you were all capable, but it seems like you're just SOSO. You took advantage of Master Zhuo's absence to bully our class. Now is the time to settle the score. Zhuo Xiao Duo's attacks became heavier and heavier, and in a short moment, all of the Class 1 students who rushed over were sent flying. The remaining students saw his power and did not dare to act rashly. However, even though they did not move, Zhuo Xiao Duo did not stop there. With the door as a starting point, he aggressively attacked, rampaging all the way. Everywhere he went, people were thrown off their feet. A shadow flashed, and the head teacher of Class 1 stood in front of Zhuo Xiao Duo. His face was gloomy. Enough! Enough? How is it enough? Not enough. It's far from enough. Zhuo Xiao Duo shouted. It's time for students to learn from each other. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. It's class time now. Your behavior is disrupting the class. If I attack you now, no one can say anything. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiao Duo tactfully retreated to the door and laughed. I'm sorry. I was too angry just now. I came to deliver the letter with good intentions, but I was cursed and beaten. I had no choice but to fight back. I didn't mean anything else. I was just defending myself. Ha ha. I'm sorry to disturb your class. Please continue. I'll come back after class. Come back after class? The tall, skinny teacher stared at Zhuo Xiao Duo with hawk-like eyes. You've broken the order of the class. I have to teach you what the order of the class is. Wait! Zhuo Xiao Duo suddenly roared. He glanced around and saw 7 or 8 teachers who had gathered after hearing the commotion. He said in a low voice, Teacher, I've repeatedly said that I'm here to deliver the news to Cheng Fangji. He was the one who cursed and beat me, so I was forced to fight back. How did I break the order of the class? Is it wrong to defend myself? Look at my phone if you don't believe me. I really received the news. It's clearly written on it. I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead. We're classmates. I'm very worried that he won't be able to see his father for the last time. So Xiao Duo said loudly. I came to tell him out of kindness. There's no other reason. It's clear that this kid cursed my family, attacked me first, and then ganged up with the whole class to beat me up. How am I the one who broke the order of the class? How can there be such a logic in this world? No matter what, I'm not the one who made the first move and created trouble. So Xiao Duo said eloquently, Teacher, are you still going to say that I broke the order of the class and attack me? Qin Fangyang stood under the shade of a tree not far behind Zhuo Xiao Duo. He stood with his hands in his sleeves, and his eyes flashed with a faint smile. Behind him, the 35 students in Class 9 were all stunned. They looked at Zhuo Xiao Duo as if they were looking at a god, pestering endlessly, confusing right and wrong, and calling a deer a horse. These were fine, but how could Zhuo Xiao Duo be so strong? This was too awesome. You're the one who broke the order of the class, and you still think you're in the right? The teacher took a step forward and was about to attack. The figure in front of him suddenly flashed, and Qin Fangyang was already standing in front of Zhuo Xiao Duo. Teachers are not allowed to interfere in the grievances between students. Qin Fangyang's face was indifferent. Mu Yunfeng, don't break the rules. You want to stop me? Mu Yunfeng looked at Qin Fangyang, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Qin Fangyang said indifferently. But when your students rushed into my classroom, I didn't do anything. At this moment, the classroom of Class 1 was already full of injured people. Although there were still a few who hit at the back and didn't get hit, the number of injured people had already exceeded the number of students in Class 9. Their injuries were much more serious. Zhuo Xiao Duo, Qin Fangyang shouted. Teacher, I'm here. Zhuo Xiao Duo hurriedly replied. His face was cautious, obedient, and sensible. It's class time. Why are you running around? Qin Fangyang frowned and scolded. Even if you came to inform him out of kindness, it's pardonable. But what's the big deal? You can come back after class. Yes, I'm wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Zhuo Xiao Duo obediently admitted his mistake. I was too anxious just now. I thought that if I informed him earlier, he might be able to see his father for the last time. I didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it, It was really inappropriate. Why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and go back to class. Qin Fangyang said angrily. In the future, everything will be settled after class? Class time is so long. Isn't it enough for you to do something? Yes. Got it. Got it. I'll be more careful in the future. Go back, go back. Qin Fangyang drove all the students of Class 9 away. What are you all doing? Do you all want to disturb Teacher Mu's class order too? Are you looking for a beating? He drove all the students back like ducks. On the other side, Mu Yunfeng was so angry that his face was ashen. Qin Fangyang, you allowed your students to cause trouble. Just you wait. Qin Fangyang, who was walking back, stopped and slowly turned his head. He said calmly, as usual, allowed my students to cause trouble? Even if you want to punish them, I'm not the first one, right? Mu Yunfeng was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Qin Fangyang slowly walked back a few steps until he was in front of Mu Yunfeng. His eyes were fixed on Mu Yunfeng's eyes. He lowered his voice and said, a student's matter will always be a student's matter. You and I can't do anything. He said word by word. If you dare bare your teeth at my students again. Qin Fangyang turned around and left, leaving behind his last few words. I'll fuck your whole family. Sigh. I ate too many cherries today. I'm having diarrhea. It's so painful. Please give me a recommendation ticket to comfort me. Chapter 58. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo returned to the classroom and received a hero's welcome. Brother Zhou. Long Yuxing's eyes were shining. You're too awesome. How did you do it? Everyone in the class was so excited that they were about to die. Each and every one of their faces were flushed. It felt so good to vent this anger. It felt so good that he couldn't take it anymore. They only realized it when they heard Long Yuxing's question. That's right, Zhou Xiaoduo is only ranked 19th in our class, slightly below average. How did he become so awesome? He beat up the whole class by himself. These 3 days. He. So Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said proudly, I participated in a special training of a hidden expert. I heard that it was arranged by the Emperor of the Yanwu Empire. That's about it. Life is unpredictable. You can't be envious. He. TSK. 35 middle fingers were raised in front of him. Everyone believed that Zhou Xiaoduo had participated in the special training. It was understandable that experts trained specially and even pushed their blood and tidied their meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have improved so much. But to say that it was organized by the Emperor and so on, that would be ridiculous. Our Phoenix City is far away from the Emperor. Zhou Xiaoduo's bragging was too unreliable. If it was really organized by the Emperor, it wouldn't have been Zhou Xiaoduo's turn. At this moment, Qin Fangyang walked in with a smile on his face. Today, I must praise all of you. Qin Fangyang stood on the podium with a smile on his face. To praise all of you, it's not because Li Qinglong was beaten up that you all stood up for him. That's what you should do. It's not worth praising because all of you are one. It's also not because Zhou Xiaoduo stood up for all of you and beat him up. That's what you should do. It's also not worth praising. What I want to praise is that all of you didn't know that Zhou Xiaoduo would succeed. All of you were already injured, but because Zhou Xiaoduo went, all of you followed him. This unwavering determination is what deserves my praise. It deserves to be remembered by me as a teacher. This is the true meaning of unity. Even if it was the bravery of an ignorant man, it wasn't rational and it wasn't worth advocating. However, this was the true feeling of camaraderie. In the future, even if all of you go to the battlefield, I won't worry because all of you will never let your comrades charge in a battle alone. It's my Qin Fangyang's success and my pride to be able to teach such students. Not bad. It's not embarrassing to be weaker than others. But to be able to put generosity into action is something to be proud of. Qin Fangyang's face look. Children, I'm proud of you. Now, group's healing. Qin Fangyang left. Once again, everyone s recuperation. After a while, class ended. The class was dismissed. Dismiss class. Oh, we're leds, rushed. Teacher Chin had clearly said that the grudges between students had to be settled after class. I'm a good student, so I naturally have to listen to my teacher. In front of class one's door, the leisurelies with Xiao Duo specially moved a chair over and sat there in a relaxed manner. Every time a student from class 1 came out, he would kick them back. How dare you bully Li Chenglong? Do you know who Li Chenglong is? Is he not from our class? He's even a guest history teacher, specially hired by the school. Do you know what it means to be an accomplished teacher? Li Chenglong is an accomplished teacher. Do you know what it means to be a teacher for a day, a father for life? Your class 1's foot brains are only filled with muscles. You definitely don't know this, but Master Zhuo is kind enough to tell you that even if he only teaches you for a day, he's still your teacher and a father for life. You bullied Li Chenglong and beat up Li Chenglong. That's the same as bullying your father. You're a bunch of unfilial bastards who don't care about human relations. So Xiao Duo blocked the door boldly. The moment he opened his mouth, he was full of righteousness and reason. Think about what else you've done. Not only did you beat up your father, but you also insulted your father's teacher. You even chased after our class and beat up your martial uncles, martial aunts, and martial uncles. What kind of behavior is this? You're deceiving your teacher and betraying your ancestors. You're insane. Rebellion. You're really rebelling. Now Master Zhuo is teaching you a lesson to clean up the school so that you won't bring shame to the school and harm the common people in the future. Cheng Fangji, hurry up and come out. Master Zhuo wants to talk to you about life and ideals. At the same time, he'll give you a clear path. With your disregard for human relations, deceiving your teacher, and betraying your ancestors, there aren't many jobs in this society that are suitable for you. The students of Class 9 shouted behind him, Cheng Fangji, get out here. Talk about life and ideals. My boss is looking for you. How would Cheng Fangji dare to come out? In the face of such a ferocious and terrifying person, Cheng Fangji would never dare to come out even if he was healthy, let alone being seriously injured. The other seated students of Class 1 also had a look of humiliation on their faces. It was as if their eyes were about to spit fire. Suddenly, a wave of people burst out. More than 10 people rushed out at the same time. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The star steps under his feet made him seem like he was traveling in the void. His body drew a mysterious trajectory. Puff, 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 puff. Puffed out, more than 10 people were kicked to the ground almost at the same time. Then, he kicked them one by one, and they all flew into the classroom. Want to go out? Sure, all of you can climb through the window. So Xiao Duo blocked the door just like that. It was as if he alone could hold back 10,000 people. The students of Class 1 could only stare at him helplessly. However, since this was a classroom for spiritual energy cultivation, it was naturally sealed. How could there be a window to climb through? I'm not going in either. I don't want to give you all an excuse to say that I'm causing trouble. I know. Class is over, and you all want to go to the toilet. Well, you could just fight your way out of here. A girl clamped her legs and said sullenly, Xiao Duo, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Go and find whoever caused this trouble. Why are you stopping us from going out? What's going on? Master Zhuo is teaching you how to be a person. He's teaching you how to be reasonable and how to respect your teachers. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and crossed his legs. He said, I'm here to bully you. Do you all understand now? You're being unreasonable. Reasonable? Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. I'm here to bully people, not to reason with them. The situation quickly escalated. The whole class couldn't leave the classroom. This was not a small matter. Mu Yinfeng quickly rushed over, and Qin Fangyang also leisurely came over with a teacup. Compared to Mu Yunfeng's hysteria, Qin Fangyang was simply like an old man watching a show. The two form teachers confronted each other again. Tell your students to leave. What's the point of blocking the door? Students should solve their own problems. Teachers can't interfere. Qin Fangyang. Mu Yinfeng was angry. You're being unreasonable. Qin Fangyang smiled coldly. Unreasonable? What's there to be reasonable about? Li Chenglong went to your class to lecture. This was the school's decision. No matter what Li Chenglong's identity is outside of class, he's going to lecture. That's his identity as a teacher. Your students insulted their teachers, talked back to them, and beat them up. What kind of behavior is this? Are they reasonable at all? Mu Yinfeng was tongue-tied. My students went to reason with your students. Not only did your students refuse to apologize, they even beat them up with their martial prowess. They didn't even let it go. They chased into my class and beat up all the students. Is this being reasonable? Qin Fangyang smiled coldly. What? Now that the matter is in your hands, my students are blocking your door and not letting your students out with their strength. When your students can't come out, you're going to reason with them. Mu Yinfeng, your double standards are too ridiculous. Qin Fangyang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm here now. I'll say it again. Students should solve their problems. If you want to interfere, I'll accompany you. But if you dare to lay your hands on my students, I'll kill you. Mu Yinfeng was so angry that his face turned green. Qin Fangyang's words, word by word, spread to Class 1. All the students in Class 1 were speechless. Reason? The precondition for reason was usually based on the strength and background of both parties and the result of compromise. This was especially true for martial artists. The proportion of benevolence, righteousness, and morality was too small. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiaoduo in Class 9, they could only endure being bullied and beaten up. But now that there was Zhou Xiaoduo, the situation was reversed. The grievances that were originally borne by Class 9 were transferred to Class 1. This was the cycle of karma, and karma was not pleasant. This was the truth of reality. Although Qin Fangyang was quarreling with Mu Yinfeng, he also said all the reasons that needed to be said. He could be considered a sensible person. In other words, he was still a relatively reasonable person, and his student, Zhou Xiaoduo, was a headache. This guy was not reasonable at all. If you reason with him, he would talk with you with his fists. If you ignored him, he would teach you a lesson. He would take care of both sides. Qin Fangyang, you can only teach such a pain in the ass. Mu Yinfeng was extremely angry. Pain in the ass is good. Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm very proud of my pain in the ass student. Mu Yinfeng choked. In the end, Zhou Xiaoduo blocked the door until the next lesson. Hearing the bell, Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and respectfully bowed to Mu Yinfeng. Teacher, you've worked hard. This student doesn't dare to disturb teacher's lesson. I'm going back to class. I'll visit again after class. Students of Class 1, see you later. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. Chapter 59. Mu Yinfeng's face turned green. When he entered the classroom, he saw that all the students in the first class were looking at him with expectant eyes. He sighed and said, "Hurry up." Many students rushed out of the classroom to go to the toilet. Some girls were crying as they ran. They felt so wronged that this was the first time he saw such a hooligan. He blocked the door and didn't let them go to the toilet after class. Even beating someone up was better than this. Zhou Xiaoduo felt the slight warmth of the greedy wolf's heart in his arms. He was lost in thought as he thought about the fortune of all the students in the first class. He faintly felt that something big was going to happen. All of them had bad luck, and all of them looked ferocious. Moreover, the greedy wolf's heart faintly reacted. So Xiaoduo didn't know why, nor did he know what it meant. But he knew one thing. The greedy wolf's heart came from the Umno Alliance, the biggest enemy of mankind. If there was a reaction, it wasn't a good thing. Now, it obviously didn't erupt. But Zhou Xiaoduo obviously wasn't worried, because Master Zhou had his own way of dealing with it. The class was over again. The end of this class meant the end of school. Qin Fangyang had just announced the end of the class when Zhou Xiaoduo rushed out at once. Dang, dang, dang. Then, all the students in the 9th class rushed out one by one. Among them, the little fatty Li Chenglong rushed out so fast that he even knocked Qin Fangyang down. Obviously, this group of people was eager to watch Zhou Xiaoduo beat someone up. They didn't care about anything else. Mu Yinfeng announced the end of the class and walked out of the classroom first. He saw Zhou Xiaoduo standing at the door with a smile. "Hello, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher, take care." The veins on Mu Yunfeng's temples were throbbing. Zhuo Duo, what do you want to do? Are you done yet? Zhuo Duo giggled and said, Teacher, what are you talking about? This student has always been very polite to my teachers, and I don't dare to have any complaints. This is the way of a disciple. And because of this student despises those bastards who betray their teachers and ancestors. I came here to correct the various disobedient behaviors of the students here. It's all about the criticism and self-criticism between students. Mu Yunfeng's eyes were spitting fire. I want to see your self-criticism right now. Hearing this, Zhuo Duo pretended to be shocked and said, Teacher Mu, what are you talking about? Even if you want to accuse me, you should at least have a reason. Every time this student sees you, I have always been respectful and courteous. I really don't know where to start with this self-criticism. Mu Yunfeng sneered. You respect me a lot? Then leave this place immediately. This is the greatest respect you can give me. I can't do that. It's already after class. Zhuo Duo said slowly. It's also after class. It's no longer within the scope of the teacher's authority. Even Teacher Qin Fangyang can't control what I do during this time. This is not about respecting the teacher. It's just personal freedom. Mu Yunfeng's face became more and more livid. It was not that he didn't want to make a move. He wanted to restrain or drive away Zhuo Duo, but Qin Fangyang was watching from the side. Even if he shamelessly made a move, Qin Fangyang would definitely not stand by and watch. Besides this, Mu Yunfeng could only do nothing. Therefore, under the gaze of the two head teachers, Zhuo Duo blocked the door of Class 1 for half an hour. It was a pity that the students of Class 1 were already scared of Zhuo Duo. They were even more aware of the gap in strength between them. Although they were getting angrier and angrier, no one tried to rush out. This made Zhuo Duo useless and somewhat boring. Half an hour later, Zhuo Duo snorted at the students of Class 1, turned around, and left. See you tomorrow. No hurry, there's still tomorrow. Even if they wanted to force him out and make a scene, they had to vent their anger first. In the classroom, Chung Fangji faced the resentful eyes of the whole class. After a long time, he said with an apologetic face, Everyone, don't be angry. This matter happened because of me. I will give you an explanation. Tomorrow, my family is in the elixir business. Tomorrow, I will give each of you a star essence elixir as compensation for today's matter. Gu Yuanhang, who ranked first, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, No need. From the beginning to the end of this matter, we were indeed in the wrong. It's hard to argue. Aji, you have given us a lot of star essence elixirs for free. Let's forget about it this time. Chung Fangji's eyes flashed with a strange and inexplicable look. He said, It's okay. My family has a lot of these things. If I can't give you a little compensation, I will feel very sorry. Gu Yuanhang frowned, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said, Actually, I feel that something is not right about what happened this morning. No, it should be too wrong. Why was everyone so violent this morning? Why couldn't anyone control their temper? That Zhuo Duo is indeed tyrannical and unreasonable. But at least there is one thing that Teacher Qin Fangyang said. That little fatty Li Chenglong came to teach us. No matter what his identity was before the moment he stood on the platform, he became our teacher. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Why do we contradict him face to face and then insult and even beat him up? None of this makes any sense. Another female student, whose face was bruised and swollen, retorted, Gu Yuanhang, why are you pretending to be a big bad wolf? You speak as if you didn't do anything. Gu Yuanhang frowned and said, It's exactly because I did that I find it strange. A country has its own laws, and a school has its own rules. Why would I do that to a teacher? This is something that I can't understand. What's more, I didn't realize that something was wrong until just now. Doesn't that mean that something is very wrong? Li Chenglong came to teach many times before. Why didn't he do this before? Li Chenglong's cultivation level is low. This is true. However, he is an expert in the history of human development. That's why he has the authority to teach us. Why do we have to look down on him? Why do we have to be unable to control our emotions and be disadvantageous to him. Go, Yuan Hang thought hard. Could it be that this is the abnormal fluctuation of the mind when one is about to break through to martial master? Cheng Fangji lowered his head. An inexplicable look flashed across his eyes. At the side, Gu Yuan Hang said, Zhu Yin, Chao Fei Yu, let's go. The two people he pointed at also had a thoughtful look on their faces. Hearing this, they followed Gu Yuan Hang out of the door, smiling bitterly at each other. Today's matter. It's so fucking frustrating, Gu Yuan Hang said as he walked. Frustrating? How is it frustrating? It's not frustrating at all. I called the two of you to give me some advice. What's going on today? Everything is so strange. The three of them walked away as they talked. Some of the other students were deep in thought. Some were full of indignation, and some even scolded Zhuo Xiaoduo for bullying the weak and tyrannical. One by one, they dispersed. Everyone had left. Cheng Fangji was the only one left. Mu Yunfeng walked in slowly. Cheng Fangji pursed his lips and lowered his head. That was too rash, Mu Yunfeng said angrily. Cheng Fangji nodded and admitted his mistake. Then he said fiercely, But this was Xiaoduo. I will not let him go. This matter is over. Mu Yunfeng said in a low voice, Tomorrow, bring the real star essence pills. Don't bring them. Cheng Fangji nodded. When Zhuo Xiaoduo returned home, his parents were whispering to each other. What are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Zhuo Xiaoduo said happily, I have great news to announce. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Another piece of good news? Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding immediately stopped whispering and poked their heads out from the kitchen. Today, I am officially promoted to the top seat of the class. Number 1. Zhuo Xiao's face was full of pride and satisfaction. He was high-spirited and proud. Although it was not official yet, he was definitely going to be the top seat. Tomorrow, it will be official tomorrow. Even being the top seat of the whole grade was a sure thing. The so-called strongest class was suppressed by him for an entire day. They were not even a match for him. The path of the strong was so lonely, always alone in the first place. Sigh. Hearing this good news, Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but smile. Top seat? Wu Yuding stepped out with a spoon in her hand. Top seat. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and puffed out his chest. Yes, top seat. Number 1. The arrogant ones were a group of people. Wu Yuding, who had received confirmation, was even more delighted. It's all thanks to your sister, Zhuo Xiaoduo. If your sister didn't ask her master to give you special treatment, would you be the top seat? Would you be the top seat? Wu Yuding said happily. Last time, you were only 19th. This time, you soared to the top seat. This is called an iron tree blooming and a rotten wood growing into a talent. How much effort did she put in to make such a big improvement? Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more dumbfounded. How did I become an iron tree? Wu Yuding was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Zhuo Changlu, hurry up and buy some food and 2 bottles of wine. Let's celebrate tonight. Let's celebrate that our Xiao duo has finally been enlightened after receiving guidance from a great master. Zhuo Changlu walked out of the kitchen, digging into his pocket as he walked. When he saw Wu Yuding glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. He almost fell for it. So Changlu pretended to take out money and said, Come. I didn't bring any money, but we'll pay for the food and wine. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. I'll pay. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very straightforward. I'll run the errands. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very straightforward. It was fine as long as he didn't pay. 1. I woke up early this morning. My head is dizzy. Please recommend me. 2. This chapter is not broken. There are many words. Please recommend me as a reward. 3. Too many people say that I'm handsome. Please admit it. Chapter 60. Hence, Zhuo Xiaoduo took the money and went to buy some food and wine. However, he felt that something was amiss along the way. Aren't we drinking to celebrate my progress? Why am I the only one working in the family? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't figure out the reason even after buying the food and wine and returning home. He could only conclude that his parents' thoughts were different from his own. Well, they still didn't understand the mentality of the strong. The strong, they should bear more responsibility. The atmosphere of the celebratory banquet that night was unusually harmonious and full of joy. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding had gone through the early days of worrying about their gains and losses. Now, they were looking forward to Zhuo Xiaoduo becoming stronger and more outstanding. The stronger, the better. The stronger he was, the greater the chance of overcoming danger. Today, the surprise that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave them made the couple proud. Seeing this, Zhuo Xiaoduo decided to add icing on the cake. He took out the stone of astral souls that he had just received and said, "Dad, these are all for you. Sell them to support your family." So Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and tried to look normal. He said reservedly, "My son has grown up. Leave this family to me in the future." He actually acted like the head of the family. You still want to usurp the throne?" So Changlu gave him a sidelong glance and said with a faint smile, "I'm not dead yet." So Xiaoduo laughed dryly and said, "Long live father and unify the Jianghu." Zhuo Changlu's eyes widened when he saw the package. He was a little surprised. These are all high-end goods. Zhuo Changlu was naturally an expert in identifying the stone of astral souls. Just by looking at the stone's shape and color, he could instantly tell that these stone of astral souls were top-grade goods. There were good things hidden inside. Although he didn't know how good they were at least mid-grade. It could only be high and not low. To those professional stone gamblers who like to gamble on star spirit stones, if a star spirit stone of this level was taken out, their eyes would light up. It was not a problem for them to throw away 1,000 gold coins. It was really a rare high-end item. They weren't shocked by the high quality, but by Zhuo Xiaoduo's collection. In an instant, he felt a sense of relief. They didn't raise this son for nothing. "Where did you get it? I read people's fortune before." Zhuo Xiaoduo explained. In the end, they all went to the north and avoided death. They also benefited a lot. When they came back, they specially sent me a gift to thank me. That's why I specially presented it to father to make you smile. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the opportunity to flatter him. Other than the stone of astral souls, there was also a reward of 20,000 yuan. He didn't say this out loud. He secretly added it in his heart as a report. If he said it out loud, it would definitely be kept for you. I'll kindly accept it. Zhuo Changlu looked reserved. But your fortune-telling ability. Zhuo Zhanglu pondered for a moment. Then he said, "If we can really see something, then we should study it a little more. In this world, saving a life is saving a family. Things like gifts are secondary." "Yes, father." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed obediently. Then, he stole a glance at his parents' faces. Without using any cool luck points, there was still nothing abnormal. The couple's face was that they were safe and had a worry-free life. It could be considered an excellent face in the trend of their luck path. "Leave early after school tomorrow. Go to the shop and help me unload the car." Zhuo Changlu said, intentionally or unintentionally. "Yes, father. Father, I'll go too. I'm free tomorrow." Zhuo Xiaoyan raised her hand. "Don't go." Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. "Are you going to help me? You'll only cause me trouble." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. Zhuo Changlu was not being pretentious. When Zhuo Xiaoyan went to Zhuo Changlu's shop half a year ago, the shop owners next to them were all amazed. They all wanted to marry Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu had a headache about this. In the end, he said that his daughter would follow her master to cultivate in the mountains. Perhaps it would be decades before she could leave. If his daughter came again, it would be a slap in the face. Besides, don't you think your son is worthy of my daughter? Besides, not only do I have cabbages, but I also have pigs. Now that Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to help, how could Zhuo Changlu agree? "Let the dog go. Those heavy jobs are not suitable for you girls." While eating, Zhuo Xiaoduo noticed that Wu Yuding kept looking at his pocket with a strange look. His heart skipped a beat. So he found an excuse and went back to the bedroom to put down the money. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He took out his private stash of money from the emptied dictionary and moved it to a new place. Look for an opportunity to change it to a brand new serial number. Looking at the thick stack of money, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself with satisfaction. Then he went out to eat. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo go in and out like a thief, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Changlu, and Zhuo Xiaoyan all had meaningful looks on their faces. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned slightly as she ate. She was thinking about many things. The dog told those people to go north. It should have happened 3 days ago. At that time, the special training hadn't started yet. After I told Master about Tan Lang, on the first night of the special training, Master went to the north of the city. It was probably because Master went that the north of the city became a relatively safe area, which led to the safe return of these people. If that's the case, even if we don't consider the sequence of events, it proves that the dog really has the ability to predict the future. During this period of time, Tan Lang first appeared in Phoenix City. Then, the 7 kills also appeared. The 7 kills of Tan Lang appeared one after another. Then, it's impossible for the Army Destroyer Shaman sect to not be here. But why would these 3 sects come to Shao Phoenix City? What are they doing here? Phoenix City. I really can't think of anything that could attract them. But since they're here, they must have their reasons and goals. It's just that Master and I overlooked it or didn't think of it. So this reason needs to be investigated carefully. Only when we're sure of their goals can we launch a counterattack strategy. If Tan Lang and Army Destroyer Wolves gather, they won't be attracted by a small target. To send out Tan Lang's heart so recklessly, combined with the number of people killed, I'm afraid it's not the first time they've done this. If it's not the first time, then they've done it many times. If they've done it many times, then there should be cases and clues to investigate. For the 7 kills to be able to kill so recklessly, they must have a place to hide. And to allow them to hide and kill like this, it must be a force that can't be done in a short period of time. So, they must have planned for a long time to be able to do it. But how long is this long time? Zhou Xiaoyan thought as she ate silently. Normally, 3 to 5 years wouldn't be enough to reach this stage. This means that the 7 kills, Wolf, and Army Destroyer Wolves have planned for Phoenix City for at least 10 to 20 years, or even longer. If that's the case, Phoenix City must be hiding a huge secret. And this secret is the key. Only by finding out this secret can we have a chance to uproot them. On the other side, Wu Yuting looked at her daughter, whose eyes were empty. There was not a single grain of rice left in her bowl, but she was still using her chopsticks to eat. She couldn't help but push Zhou Xiaoyan's shoulder. What are you doing? Is the air delicious? The next day, Zhou Xiaoduo woke up early and left for school an hour in advance. Along the way, he could clearly feel the difference. From time to time, there would be high-level martial artists flying around in the sky, observing every corner of the city. On the streets, there were also many people who were selling popsicles or candied haws. There were also people who were strolling in and out of this shop and that shop. These surveillance methods are too lousy. How much better can they be than real-time surveillance? Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. With this kind of investigation, those murderers must be retarded to be caught by you. Lax on the outside and tight on the inside is the best way to investigate a case, Sai. Zhou Xiaoduo walked all the way to Second High. Countless strange gazes were cast at him from all directions, mixed with inexplicable surprise and curiosity. After all, Zhou Xiaoduo had single-handedly blocked the entrance of an entire class, not allowing the students to enter or leave, especially when the students of that class were known as the most outstanding 50 students of their year. This was absolutely a rare event that had never happened before. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about this. He held his head high and strode into the school. In a few steps, he arrived at the door of Class 1 in the warrior area. Seeing that there were only 3 or 4 people inside, he didn't say anything and went up to them, kicking them out of the classroom. Get out, get out. Class hasn't started yet. Who allowed you to come in now? Then, he casually pulled out a chair and sat at the door. He crossed his legs and basked in the rising sun. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. A beautiful day has begun again. In the afternoon, someone praised me for being handsome again. I'm very unhappy. Don't you see that my readers are even more handsome? And they vote for me every day. They don't vote for anyone else. I'm too handsome. Chapter 61. As time passed, the students of Class 1 arrived one after another. However, when they saw the situation, they were naturally dumbfounded. Zwa Xiaoduo, are you done yet? The beautiful girl whose nose was broken by Zwa Xiaoduo yesterday was the most indignant. She rushed up and questioned him. Until now, there was still tape on her small nose. She hated it so much. So Xiaoduo put on a fake smile and said, "Students solve their own problems. You have already dealt with everyone in my class except for me. As long as you deal with me, there will naturally be no problems. Otherwise, I will have to deal with all of you. As for whether you are done or not, it's up to me to decide. I'm right here. Think of a way to deal with me, where you can wait until the bell rings before you enter." How simple is that? Zwa Xiaoduo laughed extremely happily. It's useless even if your teacher comes. The time before class is the time to settle students' grievances. Only we can settle it ourselves. After listening to Zwa Xiaoduo's arrogant speech, the students of Class 1 who had already arrived were extremely aggrieved. Zwa Xiaoduo, are you being reasonable? I'm not being reasonable. Zwa Xiaoduo raised his head. I realize that it's meaningless to be reasonable. As long as I can beat you and deal with you, why do I need to be reasonable? We are all unreasonable people. Don't say that we are noble. If you were reasonable, would you have come to my class to beat people? This sentence made everyone's chest ache. You beat people in my class. Of course, I have to beat you back. How simple is that? But you started it first, so I'm not satisfied after beating you up once. I haven't vented my anger yet. That's why I have to beat you up several times. Zwa Xiaoduo sat on the chair and swung his legs. Wait patiently. When I've vented my anger, this matter will come to an end. I announce. Zwa Xiaoduo stood up and jumped onto the chair. He stood up straight and said, "From now on, as long as they are from your class, I will beat them up every time I see them. I will beat them up every time I see them. Please don't talk to me about being reasonable in the future. I've never been reasonable." His voice was so loud that it was deafening. At this moment, there was already a large crowd outside. There were both teachers and students, densely surrounding a large area. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred people, and even more people were rushing over. On a tall building, behind a glass window, Hu Riyun and Li Changjiang stood side by side. Hu Riyun looked helpless, while Li Changjiang looked pensive. This is too surprising. This kid has already broken through to the martial master level. Li Changjiang took a deep breath. What kind of progress is this? 5 days ago, he entered the warrior class. 5 days later, he broke through and became a martial master? Hu Ruoyun was shocked. He broke through to the martial master level? Otherwise, how could he have defeated the entire Class 1 by himself? No, even if he just broke through, he wouldn't be able to do this. I'm afraid his actual combat strength is already at the level of an intermediate martial master. Li Changjiang took a deep breath. Ruoyun, this student of yours is not simple. Hu Ruoyun smiled from the bottom of her heart. That's great. That's not bad. Li Changjiang looked at his wife. Look at his style. How is he different from a hooligan? Aren't you going overboard? Hu Ruoyun retorted. If the students of the class didn't go too far and humiliate and beat up the teachers, why would Zwa Xiaoduo take revenge? In this matter, the right is clearly on Zwa Xiaoduo's side. The one who provokes first will be punished. This sentence is absolutely correct. Now that the situation has developed to this point, it's no longer a matter of who is right and who is wrong. Li Changjiang said with a headache. The focus of the problem now is that Zwa Xiaoduo won't let it go. He won't let it go. Most people would have stopped after what happened yesterday, but looking at Zwa Xiaoduo now, I'm afraid that he will continue to make trouble. How can the right still be on his side? If what he said is true, he will stop making trouble when he feels good. The situation will definitely get out of control. Li Changjiang had a terrible headache. When he feels good is up to him. What if he suddenly feels bad after a few days? What if he blocks the door and fights again? Do you think that's what Xiaoduo won't do something like that? He's a devil in the heterodox path. Sigh. Li Changjiang sighed. Hu Ruoyun thought about it carefully and felt that what Li Changjiang said was very likely to happen. According to Zwa Xiaoduo's personality, it was not surprising that he would do something like that. Even if the situation had calmed down for half a year, it was not impossible for him to fight again when he wanted to. It's useless to tell me this. Hu Ruoyan turned her head. You have to find Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang is the class teacher. Honey, why don't you understand? If Qin Fangyang could control Zhuo Xiaoduo, why would I waste my time talking to you? Li Changjiang was furious. Qin Fangyang said yesterday afternoon that the matter would end here, but didn't Zhuo Xiaoduo still come today? And don't you know what kind of person Qin Fangyang is? He's extremely protective of his children. Let's not talk about him scolding Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if I just scold Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would fight with me. Do you believe it? Li Changjiang sighed. He felt that he did not have any sense of accomplishment as the principal. Do you understand now? In the whole second high, the only person who can stop Zhuo Xiaoduo is you, my dear wife. Li Changjiang looked at Hu Ruoyan. Okay, I'll try. I'll go and persuade this child. Hu Ruoyan sighed, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the chair with his golden saber and stared at the door of the classroom. On the other side, under the shade of a tree, Qin Fangyang stood with his arms crossed. His face was calm and indifferent as usual. Well, if anyone dares to come out and fart, I, old Qin, will break my rule today. Do you really think I don't know how to beat people up? Opposite him, there was Mu Yunfeng, who was fuming with anger and was on the verge of asthma. A little further away from them, there were 10 big men squatting in a neat row. They were grinning and watching the show. Who else could it be other than Lu Jiansheng and his brothers? They had arrived early and were just here to watch the show. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had the upper hand, it would be fine. But if someone came to interfere, the 10 brothers would definitely gang up on them and fight. I've been annoyed with that Mu guy for a long time. He always has a gloomy face and looks like an idiot. This time, he kicked an iron plate. He's an idiot, Lu Jianxing said. Isn't that so? Everyone, keep a close eye on him. If he dares to make a move, we'll definitely make a move before Qin Fangyang and give him a good beating. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Once we miss it, it won't come again, said the second brother. It's settled then. Little Mr. Zhuo is so impressive. Lu Jianxing clicked his tongue and was full of envy. Why didn't I think of doing this when I was in school? Even if you thought of it, do you have the ability? Didn't you know the standard of your class back then? How dare you show your face like this? If you can't beat the shit out of you, then you didn't eat spinach. The second brother looked at his big brother with contempt and said enviously, Look at this big brother. This style, this method. It feels so good to stand up for his brothers. Lu Jianxing's face suddenly turned red and his eyes widened. Deng Lauer, you've been fucking arrogant recently. The crowd slowly parted and Hu Ruoyan slowly walked over. Then, everyone realized that Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, had suddenly become well-behaved. His legs were no longer crossed, and without waiting for Hu Ruoyan to come closer, he stood up properly and rushed forward a few steps. Teacher, who? This was the person he respected the most in school. Naturally, she was also the person he feared the most. Xiaoduo, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going back to class? Be careful not to be late. It's not time yet. So Xiaoduo scratched his head and laughed. Teacher, why are you so free to come here? You've already fought and made a fuss about this. It's about time, Hu Ruoyan said with some difficulty. You see, there has to be a solution to this. If you keep making a fuss, it won't be good for you and others. How about we compromise? So Xiaoduo smiled happily. Teacher, you've asked me a question. I've actually thought of a solution. How about transferring all the students in this class? Transferring all the students? All the onlookers staggered in unison. This was too fucking ruthless. This was Class 1, the most outstanding 50 students in second high. If they were to transfer all of them with just one sentence, wouldn't the school's higher-ups go crazy? Just tell me what you want. Hu Ruoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said softly. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. After a while, he muttered, I haven't fought enough. He really hadn't fought enough. Now that he had lost enough blood, he didn't know if it would reflect any problems. If he withdrew now, he felt that all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't jump out and say it directly. He was fully aware that if he said it, he would definitely die. This matter was too big. It was so big that his life was insignificant in this matter. I realize that my readers are becoming more and more handsome and beautiful, because not only did they give me their recommendation tickets, but they also made hearts for our characters. You guys are so handsome. I love you guys to death. Chapter 62. Xiao Duo. Hu Ruiyun yelled softly and sternly. So Xiao Duo finally swallowed his anger and said, "But since teacher who has come forward, I have to give her face. But I'll say this first. Class 1 must give Class 9 an explanation for this matter. Give all of us an explanation. And give Li Chenglong a personal explanation. I didn't intend to ask them for any explanation. Since they were unreasonable first, then I'll continue to be unreasonable to the end. Beating these people until they graduate is a solution that suits me very well. But now, Teacher Hu, you've spoken, so I only want an explanation. But this explanation must satisfy me." So as Xiao Duo said with grievance, "Teacher Hu, I've given in too much. I feel so wronged. But if I'm not satisfied, I'll still come here to block the door. The cause of this matter is very serious. It's not something that can be solved with just an apology. What do you think, Teacher Hu?" Hu Ruiyun could only smile bitterly. "You beat up the whole class until they can't go to class, and you still look so wronged. It's really hard on you. I really don't understand why you feel wronged. I know that every one of you hates me now. You can't wait for me to die." So Xiao Duo raised his head. The morning sun shone on one side of his face. Half of his face was bright, and the other half was flickering with shadows. "Instead of hating me, it's better to put all your hatred into cultivation. When you're stronger than me one day, you can come and find me. You're welcome to take revenge. I won't reason with you, and you don't have to reason with me. Okay, that's it." So Xiao Duo kicked the chair over and walked over with his head held high. When he reached the front of Class 1, he suddenly raised his hand, and a resounding slap landed on Cheng Fangji's face. This slap was too ruthless, causing Cheng Fangji to spit out a mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, 3 of his teeth also came out. "Brat, behave yourself in the future." After that, Zheng Dei, who was standing next to Cheng Fangji and had been scolding him the most these past few days, was also kicked 3 meters away by Zhou Xiaoduo. "If you spew shit again, I'll teach you what a harmonious society is every day." After she finished speaking, she completely ignored the angry gazes of the class and Cheng Fangji's murderous glare. She turned her head and walked back to Hu Ruiyun. She smiled shyly and said, "Teacher, I didn't have to trouble you with such a small matter. Really, I'll send you back." Hu Ruiyun was also worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would continue to cause trouble, so she took the opportunity to pull Zhou Xiaoduo away. The people who were left behind fell silent for a long time. After a long time, Mu Yunfeng then cursed angrily. "Qin Fangyang, you've taught a good student." Qin Fangyang said lightly, "Thank you for the compliment. It seems that I have indeed taught better than you." "You? What about me? At the very least, my student is beating someone up while your student is getting beaten up." Qin Fangyang turned around and laughed loudly. "Children, time for class." Ouch! All the students in the 9th class let out a collective howl and scampered back to class. There was no more drama to watch, so everyone naturally left. Lu Jiansheng and the rest stood up regretfully and left as well. It was really not enough, but all the students in the 1st class were still standing there in a daze. "Why aren't you going to class? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for that brat to come back?" Mu Yunfeng was already flustered and exasperated, so he spoke without thinking. At the side, Gu Yuanheng, who was ranked 1st, said calmly, "Teacher Mu, although Zhou Xiaoduo went overboard, the cause of this matter was our fault. We still have to give this explanation." Gu Yuanheng was beside him. Zhu Yun and Chao Feiyu looked at each other and nodded. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 20 students who were also deep in thought. Mu Yunfeng's expression changed. He vaguely felt that he was about to lose control. He secretly glanced at Cheng Fangji. "Are you trying to say that you're afraid of Zhou Xiaoduo and you're going to give in?" Cheng Fangji covered half of his mouth and looked at Gu Yuanheng in disbelief. In order to not be beaten up and blocked at the door, you're going to give an explanation? Zheng Dei roared. Gu Yuanhang, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so spineless. This has nothing to do with spinelessness, Gu Yuanhang said. As long as you've done something wrong, you have to face your mistakes. The beautiful girl whose nose was broken by Zhua Xiaoduo looked at Gu Yuanhang angrily. Gu Yuanhang, you're the number one in our class. How can you be so spineless? Are you still a man? Gu Yuanhang looked up and said calmly, When shitting, whether I'm spineless or not, you won't know. It's because I'm a man that I have to face my mistakes. I'm giving an explanation for my mistakes, but not for Zhua Xiaoduo. The humiliation that Zhua Xiaoduo gave me. I'll get it back sooner or later. If you want to go, then go. I won't go anyway. Wang Shitting exploded completely. Gu Yuanhang looked at Wang Shitting with eyes full of pity. Then he said in a deep voice, Wang Shitting, your aptitude is only above average. But because of your outstanding appearance and beautiful appearance, everyone will give you some leeway wherever you go. This is the privilege of a beautiful woman. But in this world, the privilege of a beautiful girl doesn't apply to everyone. There are many people who don't care about beauty. Zhua Xiaoduo is one of them. Coincidentally, so am I. Your beauty can be your capital, but it's not your foundation. Only strength can be relied on forever. If you can't face this point, how can you go on the road of cultivation? If you're smart enough, you should have been awakened by Zhua Xiaoduo's punch. If you're still immersed in your beauty and think that everyone should give you leeway, then your achievements will at most be nothing more than a vase. A vase that will be outdated at some point. After saying that, Gu Yuanhang ignored Wang Shitting, who was trembling with anger, and walked toward Class 9 with big strides. Behind him, Zhu Yun, Chao Feiyu, and the rest of the 20 people followed. We're not admitting defeat. We're facing our mistakes bravely. As a man, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it. But I'll still hate Zhua Xiaoduo. Me too. One day I'll get my revenge. I'll definitely get my revenge. That day will definitely come. Zhua Xiaoduo sent Hu Ruoyun back and ran back to the classroom. Class 9 immediately burst into cheers as if they were welcoming a hero. The cheers lasted for a long time. Teacher Qin was as calm as ever. It was unknown whether he was comforted or not. After a while, seeing that it was almost time for class, Qin Fanyang walked up to the podium slowly. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. Then, the classroom door opened. 22 students from Class 1 filed in, looking dignified. Zhua Xiaoduo stood up subconsciously. Why are you still not satisfied? You came all the way here. You've got guts. What we're going to do now has nothing to do with you. We'll settle our scores in the future. Gu Yuanhang said coldly. Then he said to Qin Fanyang, Teacher Qin, what happened yesterday morning was our fault. Today, we'd like to apologize to Teacher Qin, Li Chenglong, and all the students in Class 9. 22 people lined up in 3 rows and bowed in unison. We're sorry, Teacher Qin. Then Gu Yuanhang turned around and shouted, Zhua Xiaoduo, get out of the way. You don't have a share in this. Zhua Xiaoduo scratched his head. Why don't you apologize to Class 9? Gu Yuanhang's eyes almost spat fire. I said, we'll settle our scores in the future, but not now. Fine. I'll get out of the way. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Who cares about your salutes? You still got out of the way. I'm sorry, students. Another bow. Then 22 people came in front of Li Chenglong and bowed in unison again. We're sorry, Teacher Li. It's our fault. We offended you yesterday. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. The little fatty was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do and didn't know how to react. Gu Yuanhang said, No matter what your status is now, you're our teacher when you're teaching us. We were disrespectful and impolite to you, so we offended you. What happened yesterday was our fault from start to finish. We're sorry, Teacher Li. Please forgive us. Li Chenglong's eyes became misty. His voice trembled as he said, I accept your apology. On the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. How useless. He accepted it just like that. Gu Yuanhang and the 20 students stood up and turned to Qin Fanyang. An apology can't make up for anything. So, we prepared something else. Here are 2 bottles of astral energy pills. Other than Zhuoxiaoduo, everyone in Class 9 will get one. There are also 340,000 star dollars. Similarly, other than Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong, everyone will get 10,000 star dollars. This sword is our apology gift to Teacher Qin. I heard that Teacher Qin's original sword was broken in a battle in the past. So, I found a new one from my dad's armory last night. I hope Teacher Qin doesn't mind. This is an ancient book with a total of 18 volumes. It records some strange stories and legends. It has a history of a few thousand years. It's a gift to Teacher Li Chenglong to express our sincere apology. Gu Yuanhang bowed again. I'm sorry. Qin Fangyang frowned. It's good that you have this attitude. You can take these gifts back. You should be punished for your mistakes. You should also show sincerity in apologizing. It's just a small token of appreciation. There's no reason to take it back. Gu Yuanhang said, We'll take our leave. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his ears and cheeks. Damn it, every single thing had to be specifically pointed out, except for Zhuoxiaoduo. How much hatred do they have for me? 10,000 star dollars per person. 1 astral energy pill per person? Isn't this apology a little too sincere? That's a lot of money, but there's nothing for me. Sob. Qin Fangyang pondered on the podium for a while. When Gu Yuanhang and the others were about to leave, he suddenly asked, Gu Yuanhang, I don't know much about you, but I'm confident that my eyes aren't blind. With your character and the way you conduct yourself, you should have stopped what happened yesterday morning the moment it happened. Things shouldn't have escalated to such a stage. Gu Yuanhang's face showed a hint of understanding. He stopped and turned around. Thank you for your compliment, Teacher Qin. Actually, we also feel that everything that happened yesterday is very strange. Although we don't dare to say that we're gentlemen, as martial artists, we still have some basic integrity. For example, regarding Li Chenglong's matter, whether it's the student's attitude towards the teacher or the evaluation of his cultivation strength, we can't fight with him. However, we don't know what happened yesterday morning, but everyone was exceptionally angry. In the end, when we thought about it, we felt that it was inconceivable and extremely puzzling. Gu Yuanhang's face was full of deep thoughts. Qin Fangyang's face became more and more doubtful. Zhuoxiaoduo, on the other hand, looked up at the ceiling with an indifferent expression. Gu Yuanhang turned to look at Zhuoxiaoduo and frowned. Zhuoxiaoduo, you're very good at fighting. It's true that you defeated us. However, you're only the best at fighting among us students. It's also because of the school's rules that you're allowed to be presumptuous. I want to tell you something seriously here. The consequences of your actions this time are very serious. We're here to apologize because we did something wrong. It's not that we don't hate you. If we're already like this, it's hard to say what will happen if someone is narrow-minded to begin with. After being beaten up by you, it's really hard to say what will happen. Let me give you a piece of advice. You must be careful these few days. I'm not saying this to scare you. I really don't want anything to happen to you. If something really happens to you, how can we take revenge on you in the future? Gu Yuanhang waved his hand and said, Our apologies have been delivered. We have to go back to class. Teacher Qin, Teacher Li, and everyone in the 9th class goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, 22 people walked out in a line. Zhuoxiaoduo was deep in thought. Qin Fangyang looked at him, also deep in thought. You suspect that Gu Yuanhang will use his family's power to deal with you? Qin Fangyang asked. I'm not really suspicious of Gu Yuanhang. Zhuoxiaoduo was still deep in thought. He answered almost subconsciously. Judging from the behavior of the people in the 1st class today, they're either extremely thoughtful or have really realized their mistakes. Especially Gu Yuanhang, who could be said to be straightforward and upright. I'm more willing to believe that he'll treat me as a whetstone to sharpen himself at all times. Even if it's only based on these 2 reasons, he won't use his family's power to deal with me. Zhuoxiaoduo said, So, I really don't suspect these people who came today. I'm just curious. They're acting so modest and rational now. How could they do such a thing yesterday? After listening to Zhuoxiaoduo's words, Qin Fangyang's eyes became more and more profound. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed through the depths of his eyes. Qin Fangyang's body trembled, as if he had thought of something. Suddenly, he said, "Today, the star array will operate on its own. You guys go ahead and cultivate. I have something to do outside." Qin Fangyang hurried out of the door. He didn't even have time to distribute the things on the table. "Can I ask for a recommendation vote for this 4,000-word chapter? Big bosses, please support a newbie author like me." Chapter 63. The door slammed shut. Xiaoduo coughed dryly and looked at the pile of money, swallowing his saliva. Come, come, come. Everyone, take the gifts. I'll distribute them. Don't mix them up. Fatty, take your ancient books. Leave Teacher Qin's sword here." Long Yuxing stood up. "Brothers this money is all yours. Just give us the pills. We all know very well that if it weren't for you, they probably wouldn't have come to apologize. The strong are respected. It's never just a saying." Wan Lishou also stood up. "Yes, Xiaoduo, take the money. At the same time, don't worry. They're not the only ones with families. If they want to deal with you, I don't care about others. I will definitely support you." So Xiaoduo looked at the girl who was beaten up by Long Yuxing every day, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This girl actually had a family? They said from beginning to end that I don't have a share. I won't do such a shameless thing. So Xiaoduo righteously said, "Hurry up and distribute it. You don't know how jealous I am of you. Money is like dung. Let this dung disappear from my eyes quickly." In the end, he swallowed his saliva and said, "But you can come to me in the future." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. In the end, Xiaoduo forced Long Yuxing and himself to help distribute the celestial essence pills. Little fatty Li Chenglong, Teacher Li, was already holding the pile of ancient books and laughing happily. Principal, on the other side, Qin Fangyang rushed into the principal's office like a whirlwind. Li Changjiang and Hu Riyun were leaning against each other when they separated like lightning. Qin Fangyang was a little speechless. What a coincidence! How could it be so coincidental? "Hello, Principal, Teacher Hu." Qin Fangyang knew the relationship between Li Changjiang and his wife. "Teacher Qin, do you have something important to say?" Principal Li coughed and straightened his lapel in a sanctimonious manner. Hu Riyun's face was flushed red. She said goodbye and slipped out. "It's class time now. If you don't have anything important." Seeing that Hu Riyun had left, Headmaster Li's expression changed instantly. "This Qin Fangyang, what is he doing here instead of going to class?" "It wasn't easy for me to convince Riyun to come to the office, but before I could do anything, you messed it up. I suspect that something big is going to happen." Qin Fangyang's face was extremely solemn. "Something big has happened. Pejun might be in the school." "Pejun? Are you serious?" Li Changjiang's eyes bulged. She stood up immediately. Her face, which had been slightly flushed, immediately turned pale. "What evidence do you have? Why do you say that?" Li Changjiang's eyes almost shot to Qin Fangyang's face and bounced back. If there was really someone from the Army Destroyer Shaman sect in the school, it would be too terrifying. There's no concrete evidence to confirm it. I suspect it. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy. Yesterday morning's incident and today's incident are all fishy. Think about it carefully and see if there are any signs in that regard. As Li Zhangjiang's mind raced, fine beads of sweat appeared on his face. He pressed Qin Fangyang's shoulders with both hands and pushed him onto the sofa. "Sit down, have a cup of tea, organize your thoughts, and speak slowly. You must speak in detail. Tell me all the things that you think are wrong." Li Changjiang also brought his own teacup over and made tea for Qin Fangyang. He said, "A few nights ago, there was a series of bloody killings outside the city. The higher-ups suspect that it was done by the Seven Kills faction, but they're not sure yet. And there's news from the governor's mansion that the spiritual thought goddess found the clone of the greedy wolf disciple. If there are really traces of Pejun in our school, that's a situation of killing the greedy wolf. This is the rhythm of chaos." Li Changjiang took a deep breath. "Teacher Qin, if there's something suspicious, even if it's just a suspicion, you have to say it all. It doesn't matter if your suspicions are wrong. It's better to nip it in the bud. Don't worry and speak boldly. I'll bear the responsibility. Qin Fanyang panted and said, I'm organizing my thoughts. Just now, in a flash, I was shocked. If you really want me to speak in detail, I don't know how to start from the beginning. Li Changjiang stood up and paced back and forth in front of Qin Fanyang. He said, Pajuan, according to legend, belongs to the ancient Big Dipper, ranked 7th. In ancient times, its name was Tianguan, and its scientific name was Yaoguang. Later on, the people of the Umno Alliance established the Army Destroyer Shaman sect. They took the meaning of martial strength, killing, and advancing courageously. It's also said that the founder of the Army Destroyer Shaman sect used some kind of secret technique to absorb the power of the Army Destroyer Star for his own use and strengthen himself. Qin Fanyang organized his thoughts and said slowly, Principal, you don't have to be too concerned. Even if the situation of killing the greedy wolf is really in Phoenix City, the headquarters of the 3 sects are in the Umno Alliance. At most, the situation in Phoenix City is caused by the strength of the disciples of these 3 shaman sections. It has nothing to do with the main force. Li Changjiang's face turned green. What are you saying, old man? You don't have to be too concerned? What kind of place is the school? It's a place to nurture talents. If it's in this most basic area, and it's affected by the Army Destroyer Shaman sect sorcery, something big will definitely happen in the future. The situation hasn't completely gone out of control yet. If we act rashly, we might be suspected of alerting the evil. However, an internal investigation is very necessary. Qin Fanyang said in a low voice. Li Changjiang obviously thought further and said, You should tell us your findings first. Although an internal investigation is necessary, we still need to have a certain direction. It's a coincidence that the cause of this incident is the incident where Li Chenglong was beaten up. When Li Chenglong went to class, he was humiliated and beaten up by the students. Using this as a trigger, it led to a conflict between the 2 classes and the incident where Xiao Duo blocked the door. Originally, because of Teacher Hu's intervention, the incident was temporarily put to rest. Qin Fanyang said, I know all these things. I don't feel that anything is wrong. Li Changjiang asked in surprise. If that's all, I don't feel that anything is wrong. However, just now, the top student of Class 1, Gu Yuanhang, brought 20 or so students to Class 9 to apologize. Qin Fanyang said, based on their words, Gu Yuanhang and his group apologized sincerely. It's very rare that the estrangement between us has been removed. However, it was also at this time that Gu Yuanhang pointed out something strange. It's the incident where they beat up Li Chenglong yesterday morning. It's really too bizarre. The emotions of everyone in Class 1 were not right. They were impulsive and irritable, but they were calm. After thinking about it, it's not enough to describe it. Qin Fanyang said, They are all geniuses. After Gu Yuanhang came to apologize, I was also thinking about this problem. Gu Yuanhang said frankly that even if there are differences in temperament in Class 1, there's no way they would collectively be so irritable and impulsive. Humiliating and beating up a teacher is even more ridiculous. As for rushing to Class 9 after beating up someone, other than the word inconceivable, there's no other way to describe it. Qin Fanyang's voice was very low. Li Changjiang's face also became gloomy. If one didn't look into it deeply, it would just be a fight between students. However, once one analyzed it carefully, one's hair stood on end. Yesterday, Xiao Duo beat up the students of Class 1. It could be said that he was very heavy-handed. Almost everyone in Class 1 was injured. Among them, Gu Yuanhang and the others were seriously injured. However, it was also because of this that many students who had lost a lot of blood gradually calmed down after being filled with anger. And calming down after bleeding is another big abnormality, because ordinary people would only be angrier after being beaten up and bleeding. Qin Fanyang said, according to them, after they calmed down and thought about what happened, they felt that something was wrong. It felt like there was someone inciting them in their minds at that time. Their anger was burning, and they couldn't control it at all. If those violent emotions can't be vented, they will only accumulate. There must be a way to vent them, and Li Chenglong just happened to be the target of the first wave of venting. After that, beating up Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu, and even ganging up on the members of Class 9, were all intended to vent. It seems that only in this way can I feel better. After that, after being beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo, they were bleeding and injured, but they regained some clarity. After school, Gu Yuanhang felt that something was wrong. When he returned home, he asked his father to comb his meridians and even made a mirror of clarity. Only then did he get rid of the negative effects. I believe that this is enough to prove my suspicions. Mirror of clarity? So the negative effects really exist? Li Changjiang's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. Yes, it really exists. Gu Yuanhang said so. Many other students had similar situations. This can no longer be described as a coincidence. So you think that this is the negative effects caused by Jun Pujuan's berserk fighting spirit? It hasn't reached the level of berserk fighting spirit. Qin Fangyang said, if it's berserk fighting spirit, someone would have died long ago. I think it's something like the soul enchantment. Li Changjiang paced around and said, does Mu Yinfeng know about this? Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. Why would I look for Mu Yinfeng to talk about this? The mood of the students in the class fluctuated so much, but the homeroom teacher didn't notice. This can't be explained by negligence. We're all teachers. There's no need to say this clearly. After teaching for so many years, whether the students are normal or not, isn't it obvious? Qin Fangyang's meaning was obvious. His target of suspicion was Mu Yinfeng. Today, I want to look at the card for our Feng family's 10th anniversary event. I'm quite satisfied. The event will start on the 2nd of June. Brothers who haven't followed my public account, please follow it. VX public search for When Dominates the World, and you'll find it. Don't miss out on the prize. So please recommend me. Chapter 64. Li Changjiang went silent. After a long while, he said clearly, Mu Yinfeng, male, embryonic breathing realm, 57 years old, native of Wang Family Ditch, Mu Family Town in the southern district of Phoenix City. Father died early. Mother is 89 years old. Family has a brother and 2 sisters. They're all normal people who have started their own families. Brother's wife found Li Family Village in the neighboring village. Her name is Li Yuzhen. She has a son and a daughter. The boy is called. Now they're separately. Going to school. Brother's family. Eldest sister's family. Second sister's family. Li Changjiang recounted everything related to Mu Yunfeng's family, as if he was very familiar with his family's treasures. He even recounted in detail the academic results and martial arts prospects of his siblings' children without leaving anything out. As the principal, he knew every teacher's background like the back of his hand. If needed, he could even recite the family tree of some important teachers. Mu Yinfeng, previously in the martial arts school of No. 17 Middle School, practiced to the innate realm and traveled outside. He went to Phoenix Tail City, Ontai City, Nanji City, did various jobs such as adventuring, exploring, mining, hiring, escorting. When he was 48 years old, he came to apply to be a teacher in No. 2 Middle School. Vice Principal Gao recommended him. He started from the martial arts apprentice class. Until today, he has taught 9 batches of students. During this period, he was investigated 4 times. No problems were found. There were no problems with his family background. Li Changjiang frowned and said, I can even recite Mu Yunfeng's birth certificate number. How could there be a problem? Where's the problem? Qin Fangyang laughed coldly and said, Mu Yunfeng's dereliction of duty is already a huge problem. If it has anything to do with our suspicions, it won't just be a small problem. Li Changjiang was silent. How could he not understand the deeper meaning of Qin Fangyang's words? Mu Yunfeng's dereliction of duty was a problem in itself, and dereliction of duty could be the starting point of another problem. It couldn't be ignored. Old Qin. Li Changjiang hesitated and said, After school today, I will find Gu Yuanhang and the rest to test them and confirm their situation. The negative emotions in Gu Yuanhang and the others have mostly been removed by themselves. There's not much point in looking for them. Qin Fangyang said calmly, "We might as well start with the children from the poorest families. Don't touch the top 20 in Class 1 for now." Zhua Xiaoduo's door-blocking incident has indirectly revealed the hidden danger of our school. Although the danger has not been fully exposed, any sudden action will only alert the enemy. Li Changjiang immediately understood what he meant and said, "I understand what you mean. I'll arrange it later." He pondered for a moment and said, "Old Qin, do you think Zhua Xiaoduo might have noticed something? Are you deliberately reminding us?" Qin Fangyang was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "That guy. Does he look like such a good person?" Li Changjiang was also taken aback. He nodded and said, "It doesn't look like it. But doesn't he know physiognomy?" Qin Fangyang was stunned again. Li Changjiang reminded him, "But don't drag him into this matter. Don't tell anyone that he knows physiognomy. Otherwise, this child is done for." Qin Fangyang felt a headache coming on. Zhua Xiaoduo had bragged so much about himself. How could he help him keep it a secret? Was he trying to make things difficult for Qin Fangyang? The two of them drank tea for a while to finalize some details. Teacher Qin got up and left. He was fine now. However, Headmaster Li's good mood was long gone. All that was left was a terrible feeling in his heart. He was thinking about a problem. If Mu Yinfeng was really problematic, then were the students he had taught all these years also problematic? How many of them were problematic? Was there a problem with Vice Principal Gao Yi who had introduced him? Moreover, how many people had Vice Principal Gao introduced to the school? Were there any problems with those people? Were there any problems with the classes that they had taught and the students that they had taught? This was simply a dense and huge net. Not to mention touching this net. Just thinking about it made Li Changjiang feel dizzy and shudder. Please don't let there be any problems. His whole heart was trembling. After a while, he calmed down and began to arrange the things that he had discussed with Qin Fangyang. On the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo pretended to be modest and thought of all kinds of ways to shout. "I want to be humble. I want to be low-key. I want to be low-key. I don't want to be flamboyant." He was still pushed to the top of the class by everyone. Originally, Long Yuxing and the others had moved down by one place. Now, the ranking of the 9th class was Zhua Xiaoduo first, Long Yuxing second, Wan Lixiu third, Yu Moyan fourth, and Li Zhongming fifth. In any case, the original 18 people had all moved down by one place. After 19 people, they still had their original positions. This situation was immediately seen by Qin Fangyang when he returned to the classroom. Although he had already expected it, he was still shocked. "Yo, Zhua Xiaoduo, you've adjusted yourself to the top seat just like that." Qin Fangyang joked. He had originally planned to adjust the ranking before school ended today. Zhua Xiaoduo was beaming with joy and his face was filled with pride. He clearly couldn't hold it in anymore, but he was still trying his best to restrain himself. Yes. Thanks to Teacher Qin's great efforts in nurturing me, your student, I can be considered to have some small achievements, haha. How do you feel? Why don't you give a speech as the top seat? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the thought of sitting in the top seat makes me feel good from inside out. Although I keep reminding myself to be low-key and humble, it still feels good. Zhua Xiaoduo's mouth was so wide that it almost reached his cheeks. His eyes were almost invisible. It must be hard for Long Yuxing. After being in this seat for so long, he still hasn't become arrogant. Ha. His temperament is really good. He has a bright future in development. This child has a bright future. Long Yuxing, who was on the right as Zhua Xiaoduo, was very confused. What's going on? If you want to show off, then show off. Why drag me into it? What does it have to do with me? I was just squeezed out by you. Do you think it's very glorious? In your mouth, I have become this child. As the top seed of the class and the top seed in the future, you must set a good example for the students. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and said, Of course, I will definitely set a good example for the students. Zhua Xiaoduo, will be a good example from now on." Zhua Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He seemed to be too excited and began to talk nonsense. Let's start class. Qin Fangyang couldn't listen to him anymore. After school at noon, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't slack off. He stayed in the classroom to practice, but was called out by Qin Fangyang. You got an opportunity and broke through the martial master level. Qin Fangyang directly pointed out Zhuo Xiaoduo's current level with his hands behind his back. Yes. Do you want to report it now or wait? I want to wait. So Xiaoduo thought of Mu Yinyan's words and said, most of the factors for my breakthrough this time came from an opportunity. If I broke through too quickly, my foundation will inevitably be unstable. I need to consolidate and sharpen for a while. I'm not in a hurry to go to the martial master class. That makes sense, but you can achieve the effect of sharpening in the class. Qin Fangyang said, Long Yuxing and the others can't provide you with any combat experience. Even if they gang up on you, it's meaningless. So Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. He shrank back and said, Teacher Qin, actually I can find Li Chenglong. Sure enough, Qin Fangyang said, You're my student, but in fact it's only been a few days. I haven't taught you anything real. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a teacher. How about this? I'll spar with you every afternoon in the ranking competition to consolidate your current foundation. Your teacher doesn't have any great abilities, but I'm still qualified to spar with you and sharpen you. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed and begged. Teacher, listen to me. Actually, I was planning to spar with Li Chenglong. Spar with Li Chenglong? How dare you say that? Qin Fangyang's face turned serious. Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoduo went back in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he didn't have the slightest bit of anticipation for the ranking competition in the afternoon. Originally, he had already imagined how he would show off this afternoon, how he would look down on his peers, how he would train all his juniors, how he would be alone against many, and how he would hold off the pass alone does with Xiaoduo, had even thought of the posture he would use and the slogan he would shout when he acted pretentious. In the end, he was beaten back by Qin Fangyang's words. Spar with Teacher Qin? How am I going to spend this afternoon? Why is my life so bitter? Zhuo Xiaoduo was melancholy, depressed, and distressed. In the afternoon, when the ranking competition started, the tradition of the second place challenging the first place was canceled. Long Yuxing didn't even look at Zhuo Xiaoduo and continued to fight with Wan Lixio. On the other side, Yu Moyan pulled Li Zhongming over and had a lot of fun. Among all the students, only Li Chenglong had nothing to do as usual. He didn't have an opponent, no one would challenge him, and he didn't plan to challenge anyone else. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo turn his gaze over, before he even walked over, the little fatty shouted, Brothers, I was just teasing everyone in class that day. My mouth is a little cheap. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll lie down. I'll really lie down. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was really walking over, Li Chenglong simply lay down on the ground and screamed, You're killing me. It hurts. I'm being beaten so badly. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out. Damn, this guy stole my job. How am I going to act after this? I originally wanted to do this when Teacher Qin was fighting to whoever he wanted would come over. Qin Fangyang was already standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Come. Show me your true ability. Come. Students, take out your recommendation tickets. Chapter 65. Zhuo Xiaoduo retreated slowly. Mr. Qin, you. With a loud bang, Qin Fangyang's swift kick landed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's stomach. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a loud cry. His bow was thrown back, his head was thrown forward, and his feet were thrown forward like a cannonball. He flew out more than 30 meters. Li Chenglong, who was looking up, said in surprise, Is this the legendary, but backward, wild goose landing stance? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked so cool when he was kicked. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Qin Fangyang laughed. He shook his neck and quickly caught up. This fraud, I've been wanting to beat him up since the day I saw him. Today, I finally got what I wanted. This scene shocked the students of Class 9 who were fighting against each other. Then, the whole field was shocked. Even the four invigilators on the high platform were stunned. They watched Qin Fangyang beat up their students. Zhuo Xiaoduo was reduced to a punching bag, flying here and there. He finally stabilized himself. He didn't dare to counterattack, but defended with all his strength. However, he was still sent flying by Qin Fangyang in one move. For a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was basically in a state of being off the ground. After your breakthrough, you must have gone through training to be able to control your current combat power freely. Your moves are also very skillful. In general, you're already qualified to be a martial master, Qin Fangyang said as he fought. However, that's only suitable for a normal spar and confrontation. If it's used in a real battle, it's used in a fight. It's completely useless. A real battle, a spar, a confrontation, and a fight have completely different meanings. What you'll face in the future is a real fight with real swords and spears, not a harmless spar. The power I'm showing now may seem fierce, but it's only slightly stronger than yours. However, you can't handle my attacks at all. You can't take them. Why is it like this? It's just that your state of mind is still stuck in the atmosphere of fighting and exchanging pointers. You haven't really fought, let alone killed. In a life and death battle with the enemy, will the enemy give you any chance to catch your breath? As long as the difference in strength isn't so absolute, you have the possibility of turning defeat into victory. The only prerequisite is that you have to seize that opportunity. Remember, in a battle of life and death, as long as you aren't too far away from the super level, you still have a chance to counterattack. You must remember my words. Even if there's a storm in front of you, you must find a gap in the storm and counterattack. Because no matter how dense the rain is, there are still gaps. Counterattack! Counterattack! Zhuo Xiaoduo's ears were buzzing. All she could see was Qin Fangyang's dazzling punches and kicks. Her body fell down again and again, falling into the dust and rolling on the ground. The starry sky steps that he thought he had mastered to the point of perfection actually couldn't be executed at all, no matter how she adjusted her body. The moment she took a step, Qin Fangyang only needed to use his feet to kick her, and she would lose her composure and fall on the ground. Although Qin Fangyang's attacks weren't strong, they were really dense. He wouldn't slow down just because Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't block them. His body was like lightning, advancing and retreating like a god. Wherever Zhuo Xiaoduo fell, he would appear there like a shadow and continue to punch and kick. Counterattack. You have to get used to counterattacking under such attacks. If you can't get used to it, your cultivation path will be extremely bumpy, and you won't be able to improve anymore. Qin Fangyang's calm voice came one after another, and it was thought-provoking. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, a huge foot came toward him. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a hysterical roar and used the star-plucking palm to seal the heavenly gate to meet the attack. At the same time, his feet moved. At the moment when both fists and palms were about to collide, Qin Fangyang slid back, strangely like a ghost. With a loud bang, Qin Fangyang's foot missed. His continuous body finally paused for a moment, and Zhuo Xiaoduo took advantage of this small gap to roll 40 meters away. This was the first time that Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully avoided Qin Fangyang's attack, and even took the initiative to increase the distance between them. However, before he landed on the ground, he had already adjusted his aura. The moment he landed, his feet landed firmly on the ground, and with a loud bang, he used one hand to support himself, and his body quickly bounced back up. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was once again in a fighting posture. Only his tense muscles relaxed in an instant, and his entire center of gravity was placed on both of his feet. Qin Fangyang's eyes finally flashed with a hint of admiration. This kid's comprehension is really good. I thought I could beat him up continuously for half a month. However, there was no pause at all. Almost at the same time that Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a fighting posture, the stormy attacks came again. However, this time, although Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't immediately counterattack, he was no longer as passive and helpless as before. His pair of eyes were as calm as a deep pool of water, and he parried Qin Fangyang's attacks left and right. The star steps under his feet were unprecedentedly smooth, and it was magnificent. Between his body's twists and turns, there was a sense of transcendence, as if he was walking on a starry sky. Bang, 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 the battle between the master and disciple continued with the sound of collision. Zhuo, who had finally regained some of his offensive power, became more and more confident as he fought. Suddenly, he let out a long roar, turned his body, and launched the fiercest counterattack. His two fists, with an unstoppable momentum, broke through Qin Fangyang's attacking moves and smashed through a non-existent loophole. Creating a loophole and smashing it in, Qin Fangyang's pupil shrank. This move was really wonderful. Qin Fangyang leaned back, and with only half a step backward, his two fists had already blocked Zhuo Xiaoduo's attacking momentum. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's smooth attack had already caused him to become excited. To be able to force Qin Fangyang back half a step, at least from Zhuo Xiaoduo's point of view, it was already a great victory. In the next moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo took advantage of the short gap where there was almost no pause to turn around and rush forward again. The star-plucking palm turned into a blurry shadow and attacked with a loud boom. Qin Fangyang's control over his strength was naturally much higher than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. However, he had suppressed his own attacking power to a level that was only slightly higher than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Now that he was suddenly caught in Zhuo Xiaoduo's frenzied attacks, he couldn't free himself to counterattack and could only passively defend. On the field, Zhuo Xiaoduo was chasing after Qin Fangyang all the way and actually forced him to retreat 6 meters in one breath. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's primordial qi was about to run out. He had no choice but to take a moment to recover his qi and attack again. Qin Fangyang took advantage of this moment and quickly pulled apart the distance between them. After this moment, the two of them were entangled again. The battle was even more intense. At this moment, Qin Fangyang's face was filled with gratification. Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely understood the Tao of battle formation. Not bad at all. You must remember, you must be ruthless to your enemy, and you must not hold back. You must eliminate the source of trouble, and you must be as ruthless as you can. If you can kill with one strike, you must never use a second strike. This is the true essence of battle. If you can't kill your enemy with one strike, you must suppress him with violent attacks. As long as you have the upper hand in one strike and find a gap, you must follow up with another strike and turn the upper hand into an advantage and turn it into victory. You must never give your enemy any chance to breathe. If he catches his breath, it may lead to your own death. After a while, Qin Fangyang's moves suddenly changed, and he used the momentum of a mountain to forcefully suppress Zhuo Xiaoduo and send him flying in one move. But this time, the meaning of sending him flying was completely different from before. Previously, he won with his skills, but now he suppressed his opponent with his strength, and it wasn't a crime of battle. All right, that's all for today. Qin Fangyang clapped his hands in satisfaction and said to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was already like a dead dog opposite him, "Not bad. Your reaction, courage, and response are all better than I expected. Tomorrow, I won't use a fixed fist technique, but a combination of many fist techniques to fight with you." Not bad. Qin Fangyang laughed and called all the students back to the classroom. The whole field was still silent, and there was no sound for a long time. The scale of the battle between the master and disciple was unprecedented, from the east to the west, from the south to the north, and it affected the whole field, which was thousands of meters wide, without any scruples at all. Almost everyone on the field had seen this fierce battle. Whether it was the students or their teachers, they were all dumbfounded. On the high platform, a bearded teacher and another person looked at each other and said with some suspicion, "What is Qin Fangyang doing? Is he training his successor?" The other person was puzzled and said, "How old is Qin Fangyang?" "He's not even 130 years old, right? Is there a need to train his successor in such a hurry?" The bearded man curled his lips. "You're talking as if you're older than Qin Fangyang." On the tall building, behind a floor-to-ceiling window, a white-haired old woman in a wheelchair quietly watched everything that happened in the field, and a satisfied smile appeared on her wrinkled face. Her eyes, which were no longer young, were shining with the worship of a young girl. She focused on Qin Fangyang's battle and watched as Qin Fangyang brought the students back and smiled gently with only a few teeth left, but 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. They rustled as they fell. Let's go back. Yes. Teacher Qin is still very handsome. What do you think? Should we give Teacher Qin a lot of recommendation votes? Chapter 66. Zhuo Xiaoduo was carried back by Li Chenglong and Li Chongming as if they were carrying a dead pig. The fight with Qin Fangyang just now had truly made him feel the threat of death. When he recalled the intense frequency of attacks, he still felt like he could suffocate at any time. Too violent. Too violent. Today's fight was almost as intense as the entire morning's fight with Meng Chunyu. After recovering in the classroom for an entire class, he felt as if his broken bones were finally restored to their original state. School's over. Zhuo Xiaoduo groaned happily as if he was about to faint. But when he thought about the even more intense battle that awaited him tomorrow, he could not help but feel dejected. How long would it take for these days of being beaten up to end? I'll change my name. I won't be called Zhuo Xiaoduo anymore. I'll just call myself Zhuo Beaten Duo. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just walked out of the school gate. 2 big men suddenly appeared in front of him. You're Zhuo Xiaoduo? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. You are? Yes, as long as you're Zhuo Xiaoduo. The 2 big men's eyes were ferocious. Come with us. Who do you think you are? You speak as if you're from the inspection bureau. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped back and tilted his head. Come with you? Why should I come with you? He turned his head to look. However, there were already 4 people blocking his way out of the school gate behind him. Obviously, he could not go back to school. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been beaten up badly in class, became more and more depressed. He really could not understand. Why was he blocked at the gate again? Who were these people? He did not know any of them. During this period of time, I did not offend anyone. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked himself. During this period of time, he had been kind to others, united and friendly. He really did not cause any trouble. As for society, he did not offend anyone in society. Let's go. The leader stepped forward and reached out to grab Zhuo Xiaoduo's collar. This guy was more than 9 meters tall and weighed at least 200 kilograms. He was a typical example of a fat and strong man. His actions and outstretched hands were completely disproportionate to the thin and small Zhuo Xiaoduo. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo allow the other party to grab him? He quietly took 2 steps back, and the 4 people behind him immediately stepped forward. Who are you? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked in a deep voice. You'll have to ask yourself, who have you offended recently? Kid, there are some people you can't. Ouch. The burly man was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his crotch. His facial features were all distorted. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo who had taken advantage of his distraction and kicked him in the crotch. The greater mastery of the Starry Sky steps and the perfection of the Dragon Gate kick. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo found the best way to use it. Kick in the crotch. Boom. The burly man's face was distorted. He covered his crotch with both hands and knelt down. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate and jumped over his head like a whirlwind. However, even though the situation was unexpected, the 2 burly men on both sides reacted quickly. They quickly reached out to grab him, and their momentum was not bad. However, after today's confrontation with Qin Fangyang, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a deeper understanding of the use of the star steps. He also had a better understanding of battle formations. As he spun his body, he switched his legs in the air. His body seemed to have teleported, and in an instant, he had already escaped from the encirclement. The few burly men who had fallen behind did not even have time to react. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already rushed out of the encirclement and ran away. Mommy, Zhuo Xiaoduo cursed endlessly in his heart. Who is this? They think too highly of me. They actually sent 6 martial masters to catch me. How much do they think of me? There's a huge difference in strength between the enemy and me. Survival is the first priority. I'm not the kind of person who will fight to the death, even though I know I can't win. That's not bravery, it's stupidity. Based on this understanding, Zhuo Xiaoduo's first instinct was to escape. What's wrong with the weak running for their lives when facing someone stronger than them and having a hard time fighting against them? It should be the best choice. It was the greatest victory to be able to escape alive. When the opponent has a lot of people, it's best to put aside the strength of my cultivation and ensure my own safety. Escape is the most important thing. It's not too late to fight when I'm sure I can win. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a typical bachelor who did not fight when the odds were against him. With a loud bang, a figure flew out of the car window, like lightning from a car not far away. He came face to face with Zhuo Xiaoduo, and a series of fish shadows came at him. Where do you think you're going? 3 figures flew out of the other 3 cars at the same time. They stood in a triangle formation far away after the group of burly men and formed the second layer of encirclement. Fuck, I miscalculated. So Xiaoduo miscalculated. The opponents were not just the 6 people he saw at the beginning. There were 10 of them, a total of 10 martial artists. For the current Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was a luxurious lineup. Boom, boom dot. So Xiaoduo exchanged 13 punches with the martial artist who came out of the car and landed on the ground. His face was full of caution, but his heart was calm and his confidence increased greatly. If the opponent's strength is on par with the person I'm fighting, then I still have the strength to fight. TSK, I may not lose this battle. I'm a fucking strong person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not at a disadvantage in the round of punches just now. In fact, he had the upper hand and was confident that he could win. The feeling of suppressing others in a head-on battle made Zhuo Xiaoduo come to a conclusion instantly. There is a qualitative difference in strength between me and Teacher Qin, so I'm relatively weak. But I'm a strong one against these people. I can defeat them. As soon as this thought arose in his mind, his attitude immediately changed. Fuck, so I can defeat them. Then why should I run? They're just ants. As for the burly man opposite Zhuo Xiaoduo, he retreated in shock. Both of his fists were badly mutilated and his face was twisted in pain. More than half of his finger bones were broken, and even his arm was fractured in several places. The man raised his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in shock. This kid is difficult to deal with. Everyone be careful. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. No wonder he could beat up the little boss like that. He's a tough one. A man grinned hideously. He slowly rolled up his sleeves and pulled open his lapel, revealing the tattoo on his body. It was a green dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The others also rolled up their sleeves and took off their clothes, grinning hideously. In an instant, the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the godly bull, the silver wolf, and the golden leopard appeared one after another. Basically, all kinds of legendary mythical beasts were present. Let's fight. Why are you taking off your clothes? Are you doing some performance art? So Xiaoduo was seriously puzzled by their actions. Why do they show off their tattoos before fighting? I'm so scared. Kid, you're quite tough. A man twisted his neck and grinned hideously. Which part of me is tough? So Xiaoduo asked curiously. You're not as tough as me. The man was furious. Then are you taking off your clothes to show me where you're tough? So Xiaoduo was curious. You're courting death. With a loud bang, the 4 martial masters attacked at the same time, bare-chested. So Xiaoduo was very calm now. He was not flustered at all. He waited quietly in the same spot. The moment the opponent's fists and kicks were about to hit him, he suddenly moved. He turned his body and left an afterimage on the spot. In fact, his real body had already rushed into the arms of the man behind him. 2 fists, like a storm, struck the man's chest like a drum. Crack, 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 a few bones in the man's chest were instantly broken. He screamed in pain, wishing he was dead. The other side had the advantage in numbers, and they were so fierce. Both sides had a clear stance. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo could no longer be bothered to be merciful. It was more important to destroy the other side's strength as soon as possible. His last heavy punch landed on the burly man's nose. In order to prevent the burly man from retaliating, he retreated and kicked him in the crotch. It was the elusive Dragon Gate kick. It was accurate and ruthless. Immediately, another big man's blood-curdling scream shook the heavens and earth. Oh, there was another big prawn on the ground. So a Xiao Duo, who quickly withdrew, rolled close to the ground. He took 2 punches and 1 kick on his back, but he had already slipped through the crotch of the man on the left. In the gap, he hit the man's crotch with his golden hook. It was the Dragon Gate kick again. Puff! Ow, ow, ow! The burly man whose crotch he had drilled into also covered his crotch. His face twisted as he slowly squatted down. So Xiao Duo held on his head and flew up. His 2 kicks collided with the other 2 martial masters. His body borrowed the force of the recoil to speed up, and at the same time, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Kill, kill, kill, kill fist." The man on the other side was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly concentrated and got into a horse stance. He shouted, "Good timing." He fiercely punched Zhou Xiao's fist. Just as the 2 fists were about to collide, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly circled his legs and used the galaxy steps again. He rushed to the ground like a ghost and slid close to the ground. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed fiercely. Star-picking palm of perfection. Spirit monkey picks the stars. Oh, the burly man who wanted to fight head-on let out a scream. His eyes bulged out, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and inconceivable pain. His body fell forward like a wooden stake. His hands unconsciously covered his crotch as he screamed towards the sky. It was a long and melodious scream. Fuck, his scream is so fucking ecstatic. So a Xiao Duo circled around and rolled up from the ground. He stood in a horse stance and said confidently, "Who else?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Xiaoduo stood tall, handsome, and heroic. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He let out a long cry that only a master would have. He stood with his hands behind his back and recited, "The first skill in a martial arts world is to fight 100 retreating enemies alone. Only when I laugh at the ants in a martial arts world can I know that I am at the peak." He actually had the demeanor of a master. AOO seeking recommendation tickets and tips. Chapter 67. Who else could it be? No one else. The 4 men were rolling on the ground with their hands on their crotches, howling miserably. The other 6 burly men were sweating profusely, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at their companions on the ground. Then, they looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, who had the demeanor of an expert, and felt their eyes twitching. What the hell was this? A total of 4 injured men were rolling on the ground with their hands on their crotches. This scene was simply too beautiful. Do you have any other moves other than attacking your crotch? You are a martial master. Don't you have the demeanor of a high-ranking warrior? How can you fight like this? So Xiaoduo slowly straightened his body with one hand behind his back. He looked like a jade tree facing the wind. He simply had the bearing of a master. Do you still want to fight? Great Master Zhou asked with a faint smile. The 4 men were screaming and rolling on the ground. The other 6 men felt a chill in their crotches at the same time. Fight or not? This was a question. If you don't fight, I'm leaving. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the sky and disappeared. You can go now, a voice said with a smile. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head to look at the source of the sound and saw a person standing at the corner of the courtyard. The man had a striking beard. Who else could it be but Lu Jiansheng? As he spoke, his 3 brothers came out from several other directions and surrounded the 10 burly men. Lu Jiansheng smiled amiably. "The 10 of you, come with me." So Xiaoduo was stunned. "You've been following me all this time?" "Ahem, that's not the point," Lu Jiansheng said. "The point now is who sent these 10 men. That's the point." Lu Jiansheng and the others were naturally sent by Li Changjiang. Ever since he told Li Changjiang about Zhou Xiaoduo's ability to predict fortune and misfortune, Li Changjiang immediately took it seriously and gave a gag order. "It's better to believe it than not. Who doesn't know how important it is to have someone who can predict the outcome of a battle in the future? Don't go out on missions for now. Protect Duo from the shadows. Do your best and don't make any mistakes. Let me find a chance to test it out and confirm if Duo really has such a mysterious ability. This was Li Changjiang's original words. Especially today, after the incident of Duo beating up Class 1 had further spread, Li Changjiang became more and more suspicious. Could it be that this kid noticed something and used such a roundabout method to warn us? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Students, do you want to interrogate them with us? Or, facing Duo, Lu Jinxing's beard trembled with laughter, making him look extremely amiable. No need. I have something to do at home today. It's already late. Duo was anxious to return home. His father had said that he had to go to his shop early in the afternoon to help unload the goods. As for who was going to deal with him, was it important? I am invincible. Was he afraid that they would deal with him? This is my phone number. Teacher Lu, when you get the results of your interrogation, just give me a call. Duo threw down a slip of paper and ran away as fast as he could. This kid is so careless. Lu Jiansheng looked at the slip of paper. It was really just a phone number. Careless? Masters must have seen through it and predicted it. Second brother snatched the slip of paper and took out his own phone to type. I have to save Masters was phone number first. That's right. Masters will probably already predicted this battle. As for the mastermind behind it, he must have already known. Leaving a phone number is really just a way to contact him. Third brother tilted his head and typed in the phone number. This is Masters' phone number. He gave to us so easily. This shows that he trusts us. When Lu Jiansheng took back the slip of paper and saved the information, he was at the back of the group. He couldn't help but get angry. With a bang, he kicked a big guy in the butt. Why are you standing there like idiots? Hurry up and drag your injured companions away. Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. One of the big guy's face was distorted. He smiled bitterly and explained, Brother Lu, look at who I am. I'm Little Black Dog. Someone actually knew Lu Jiansheng. Misunderstanding your head. Little Black Dog, your head. Lu Jiansheng slapped the back of his head. Cut the crap and go. Let me tell you, this time, you're in trouble. Big trouble. At this time, all the students had already finished school. Only Warrior Class 1 was delayed. And the person who delayed it was second high's principal, Li Changjiang. When it was almost time for school to end, Li Changjiang came to Class 1's door. Class 1 was blocked at the door again. Teacher Mu. Principal, what's the matter? Mu Yinfeng was surprised by this person's arrival. Yes, there's something. Li Changjiang said seriously. Just now, Director Sun of the Martial Arts Bureau called. He said that he will randomly select 5 students from Class 1 who are ranked lower to go to the Martial Arts Bureau. Mu Yinfeng was puzzled. Then what are we supposed to do? He even pointed out that they are ranked lower. This is a little strange. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Li Changjiang smiled bitterly. Director Sun's secretary just made such a call. There's no beginning or end. I'm still confused. I understand. I'll in the class now and bring the 5 students over. I won't trouble you. I'll bring them over personally. Li Changjiang shook his head helplessly. The secretary said that Director Sun wants to talk to me. It's probably about last place in the last competition. It's not over yet. Sigh, every time I think of it, I'll be punished. Teacher Mu, can you work harder to improve the students' cultivation and combat experience? They can't be last again in this competition. I don't ask for much, as long as they aren't last. Mu Yinfeng laughed. Okay. I'll try my best. But principal, this is not up to me. Who would really want to be last? Forget it. You go and pick the students. Li Changjiang didn't want to talk anymore. He urged Mu Yinfeng to hurry up. Mu Yinfeng returned to the classroom and picked 5 names. Give me the name list of Class 1. Li Changjiang took the name list and left with the 5 students. Mu Yinfeng stood under the shade of a tree at the door. He looked at Li Changjiang's back as he left. His eyes were gloomy. He analyzed Li Changjiang's words word by word in his heart. The more he thought, the more he felt that something was wrong. Director Sun called. Director's son's secretary called? Then was it director's son or his secretary who called? He wants the 5 students who are ranked lower. What does it mean to be ranked lower? Mu Yanfeng stood there and thought hard. Gu Yuanhang and the others went to apologize. The one who hit them realized his mistake. Gu Yuanhang is ranked higher, but he wants the students who are ranked lower. Hiss! Mu Yunfeng's eyes flashed with extreme shock that the school's commercial car slowly drove out of the school gate. When it got on the main road, it immediately sped up as if there was a ghost chasing after them. Mr. Qin, let's go to the Martial Arts Bureau first. We'll take a detour. Let's put on a show. Understood. The driver was Qin Fangyang. If we go to the Martial Arts Bureau first, it's impossible to turn back. We have to go to Crystal Pass from the other side and pass through the commercial street. If we're not careful, we'll get stuck in traffic. It's very crowded everywhere. Don't worry. Safety first. It's okay to be a little slower. Okay. When they returned to a Xiaoduo, this guy was like a wild dog that had let go of its leash. He ran all the way to the commercial street. When he entered the crowded crowd, he slid like a fish, fluttering like a happy butterfly. He flew and flew until he reached the Astral Souls stone shop. Luckily, he wasn't too late. The target was a big car, and it was parked at the entrance. This time, the delivery of the Astral Soul Stone seemed to be a lot more than the last time. A few shop owners were rolling up their sleeves, as if they were ready to help. Zhuo Changlu was also among them. He was chatting with the driver. Don't move, don't move. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. It's time for me to show my skills. I'll carry all of them. Haha, Xiaoduo is here. Xiaoduo is really here. The shop owners laughed heartily and were very enthusiastic. Of course, they didn't know Zhuo Xiaoduo's nickname. The great nickname of a dog was only used by family members. Zhuo Xiaoduo started to move the stones. 1, 2, 3. Lift. This must be at least 5,000 pounds. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked in with his head held high and his chest out. He instantly felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Would their jaws drop or would their eyes pop out? Either way, they would be very shocked. Ha. So Xiaoduo didn't look sideways. Using the most standard steps, he carried the stones in without blushing and panting. He placed the stones in place and then walked out quickly, ready to meet the gazes of the people who were looking up at him. Why isn't anyone surprised? Give me a few more this time. Give me more. Hurry up and finish it. This time, it's at least 7,000 pounds. Wouldn't it scare you all if I moved it in so quickly? This is the strength of a strong person, the strength of a martial master. But why isn't anyone surprised? Zhuo Xiaoduo was depressed and puzzled. His intuition was strange. He was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man and a group of blind men. In the end, he was getting impatient. Hurry up, let's exclaim. Let's be shocked. Don't you have a shock of seeing a god with your eyes wide open? What are you all doing? Give me one. I'm waiting to show off. He wanted to kill them directly, but he suddenly thought that the villains were too stupid. So, please recommend me. Chapter 68. At this time, a fat boss said, emotionally, looks like little duo can really cultivate now. AI, this child has finally made it. The others all had a gratified look on their faces as they nodded their heads. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt disappointed, but at the same time, he also felt a subtle sense of jealousy. As expected, these simple and honest elders are only worried about my growth. But he also understood that his father had already pretended for him. Come on. The bosses raised their arms and cheered. Come on, Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart felt warmer and warmer. He only felt that his body was filled with endless strength, moving in, placing, and coming out again. It took a total of 10 minutes to unload a large truck. Although he could move and bear the load, he was still so tired that he stuck his tongue out. Oh yeah. The fat boss snapped his fingers. Ha, today was so easy. I didn't even have to lift a finger to finish it. The previous few times had tired my old back out, but today I can finally relax. Yeah, I was really afraid to have to move again. These damn stones are really too heavy. So Xiaoduo's movement of holding a large ladle of water stopped. For a moment, he felt that there was nothing left to live for. It seemed that they weren't happy for him, but were glad that he didn't have to work. Ha ha, Xiaoduo is very good. The bosses were just teasing him. Seeing his expression, they were all satisfied and laughed when they achieved their goal. Then, they began to praise him. Xiaoduo scratched his head and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Were these old guys really praising him? Everyone has worked hard. Come in and have a cup of tea. Changlu came out to greet them. So, everyone entered the shop to drink tea. Old Zwa is Xiaoduo enlightened? Yeah, I think he has a lot of strength. He must be able to cultivate, right? Changlu smiled faintly and said, I told you guys a few days ago, but you didn't believe me. I don't know why he suddenly became enlightened. I was still puzzled. I didn't pay much attention to it before, He took a sip of tea and continued. After more than a day, he went to the warrior class. I heard that he went from the last place to the 19th place on the same day. Changlu said reservedly. I thought the 19th place was pretty good. Who knew that the kid told me yesterday that he had already jumped to the first place? It's only been a few days. How'd he rush to the first place in his class? This kid is really a worrisome. The bosses opened their mouths and looked at Zwa Changlu. His expression didn't seem like he was showing off. But why did his words sound like he was showing off? Is he showing off to us? Actually, it's not a big deal to be first in the class. Zwa Changlu sighed with melancholy. It's not like he's first in the whole grade. What's so good about it? This kid is so proud of himself. This young man is just asking for a beating. Zwa Xiaoduo stood at the side and said cutely, Dad, I defeated the original first place in the grade today. I'm now the first in the whole grade. All the students in the warrior class lost to me. Now, I'm the first in the warrior class. Really? Zwa Changlu's eyes lit up, but then his face darkened. Don't show off. What's there to show off with such a small achievement? Be a little more humble. Yes, I'm not showing off. I'm just being humble. First in the class. First in the whole grade. He actually wanted to be humble. Ha. You're showing off your son to the heavens. The bosses were all jealous. Ahem. I still have something to do in the shop. Me too. I still have to go back and settle accounts. I'm leaving now. They all laughed dryly and got up to leave. As soon as they stepped out of the shop, they rolled their eyes. Don't show off? Be humble? What the fuck do you two want to show off? What kind of humility are you talking about? I knew that there must be something fishy about not being allowed to unload the car since it's been here for a while. It turns out that you're waiting here, showing off your son. Zwa Changlu, this son of a bitch. In the past, they also hoped that this kid would be successful. Everyone even helped him think of a way. But when he really became successful, why did they feel so jealous? Looking at the crowd leaving, Zwa Changlu's eyes were deep and serene. These uncles, they're all pretty good. Zwa Xiaoduo said. Zwa Changlu said slowly, people, as long as they're human, have two or more sides. You must remember this. When you're happy, you'll often have other feelings. So, in many cases, although we instinctively don't want to overestimate the evil of human nature, we should never overestimate the good of human nature. Because the evil side will ferment, but the good side will most likely not. Zwa Xiaoduo was stunned. Zwa Zhonglu had rarely spoken to him in such a heavy and extreme manner. I thought that Dad called me over just to show off his son. Is that not the case? But today's dad, the dad just now, is a little handsome. In the shop, the truck driver who had been silent all this time laughed. He felt a little embarrassed to show off in front of his son. Forced education? But this time, why did he call me over from hundreds of thousands of miles away? His heart was beating like a drum. The sky is 3 feet high on the left, and the stars are 10,000 miles deep on the right. This wasn't a joke at all. He curled his lips and said, Brother Zwa, your words are too dark and too profound. I guess the kid is confused. Well, this is your son? Zwa Xiaoduo looked at the driver. This person's appearance, if in ancient novels, could be described as handsome. Well, to explain, the ancients usually didn't directly say that the person was ugly, but used other adjectives. For example, this person's appearance was very handsome. His face was rough, and he was more than 2 meters tall. His arms and legs were long, and his shoulders were wide. His hair was messy, but it was black and shiny. At this moment, when he grinned, 2 rows of big white teeth were exposed. So Xiaoduo measured in his heart. His teeth alone were estimated to be more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. They were like door planks. After thinking about it, he estimated that he might not be able to break this tooth with one punch. Although he was tall, he didn't give people the impression of a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His whole body was well proportioned from head to toe. His eyes were exceptionally bright, and at this moment he was looking at Zhou Xiaoduo from head to toe. "Well, this is my son, Zhou Xiaoduo," Zhou Changlu introduced casually. "Xiaoduo, this is your Uncle Nan." "Hello, Uncle Nan." Zhou Xiaoduo obediently bowed, saluted, and greeted him. "He's actually Dad's friend? Damn, Dad actually has a friend." He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. According to common sense, shouldn't there be a greeting gift at this moment? "Ha ha, this is the accident you were talking about." The burly man laughed and patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. This accident is still acceptable. It's unexpected, but reasonable, ha." After saying a few words, he suddenly realized that he had misspoken. He hurriedly covered his mouth and laughed dryly. Well, he only laughed twice and didn't say anything else. Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and expressed a little confusion. Dad had always rarely introduced him to business partners or friends. This Uncle Nan in front of him was the first time he introduced him to someone so formally, but he didn't give him a greeting gift? This was very wrong. "Dad, your friend doesn't know etiquette. Where's the greeting gift?" Zhu Zhanglu was also a little embarrassed. Well, he wasn't embarrassed because his friend didn't give him a greeting gift. Instead, he was embarrassed because this guy had used the word unexpected to describe the situation. What was unexpected? What was reasonable? This guy surnamed Nan was really asking for a beating. If this was her by Ting, this guy's surname Nan's family could probably hold a funeral. He hurriedly changed the topic. "Your Uncle Nan has been traveling around for many years, so he's really experienced and knowledgeable. Later, invite Uncle Nan to our house for a meal and let him tell you about the outside world." Okay, Zhou Xiaoduo obediently agreed. He obediently picked up the teapot and poured tea. His movements were meticulous and meticulous. He always had a sweet smile on his face and said, "Uncle Nan, you've had a long journey. Please have some tea." At first glance, I know Uncle Nan is a big shot. I've never seen you before. "Uncle Nan, why are you hanging a pouch on your waist? What's that?" Should I say it or not? This pouch really doesn't match the dignified Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan smiled bitterly. "Oh, it's just a small cloth pouch." "Oh, a small cloth pouch. A small cloth pouch is good. In the future, I'll definitely visit Uncle Nan's house when I have the chance." "Uncle Nan, do you have brothers and sisters? I have a lot of small gifts to send to them. Why don't you leave your address, and I'll send them directly by express delivery." Zhou Changlu's mouth twitched. Uncle Nan was dumbfounded. Could your hint be any more obvious? Finally, he opened his pocket, rummaged inside, and laughed dryly. "Xiaoduo, I came here in a hurry this time, so I didn't prepare anything." "Well, this little thing, you can keep it for fun." It was a small blood-red flying knife. This small flying knife was about the size of a middle finger. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Only the strange red light it emitted showed that it was different. In particular, there seemed to be a thin red line in the red light. Even if he held the knife and didn't move it, the red line seemed to be constantly hovering and swimming freely inside. "Thank you for your gift, Uncle Nan." So Xiaoduo held in his hand and played with it fondly. "It's a good thing. It's so exquisite. It's so beautiful. Hey, Uncle Nan, you don't know that I have a sister. I'm so scared. What if she steals from me? She always steals from me. Hey, the recommendation ticket is a good thing. It's exquisite and beautiful. Brothers, you don't know that I have many peers, right? I'm so scared. They always like to steal the recommendation ticket from me. So hey, Chapter 69. This time, the muscles on Uncle Nan's face really twitched. One was not enough. Was he going to ask for a gift for his sister? Go away, is what Changlu shouted angrily. Why are you so insensible? Your Uncle Nan is such a stingy person. It's already rare for him to give you a small knife. What else do you want? Hurry up and sit down obediently. How could he say that? Uncle Nan's face was distorted. He turned his head and said gloomily, Brother Zwa, I even gave away the knife. How can I be stingy? When we go home for dinner tonight, your sister will naturally see your Uncle Nan. What can't she say? Even if your Uncle Nan sees your sister as a real elder, how can he not express his gratitude? It will only be better than your broken knife. Zwa Changlu was angry and scolded his son fiercely. Do you think you're the only one who cares about your sister? Broken knife? Better? Uncle Nan stood up restlessly and murmured, I'd better go back tonight. If he didn't go back, he really suspected that his underwear would be left behind. Didn't he hear that his dragon blood flying knife had become a broken knife? Go back. Go back. You came all the way here. How can I not give you a meal? Zwa Changlu glared and said, Are you looking down on me, Zwa Changlu? Or do you think that I treat you to plain tea and food that is hard to swallow? Uncle Nan sat down embarrassedly, wiped his sweat, and murmured, I really don't look down on you. It's just that I think too highly of you. Zwa Xiaoduo was even more certain in his heart. This Uncle Nan definitely had a close relationship with his family. For so many years, ever since Zwa Xiaoduo could remember, he had never seen a guest in his house. But this Uncle Nan was invited home for dinner by his father. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. When he looked at Uncle Nan again, Zwa Xiaoduo couldn't help but have other questions in his heart. It was a question that he had asked Zwa Changlu and Wu Yuding many times. I have a father and a mother. But what about my grandparents? Where are my grandparents? Could it be that my parents popped out of a rock? How come I've never heard of or seen anyone from the older generation? The door curtain was lifted and a walking stick reached in. It knocked on the ground twice, and then a blind man, who looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old, with a head full of white hair, groped his way in. Is Boswa here? A trembling voice sounded faintly. Yes, yes. When Zwa Changlu saw the client, he went forward to greet him. Oh, old Hong, your eyes are not good. Why didn't you call me in advance? I could have gone over to welcome you. Taking this opportunity, Zwa Xiaoduo peeked at Uncle Nan's face. Well, since we were so close, I have to take a look. After taking a look, Zwa Xiaoduo was even more surprised. Uncle Nan's physiognomy was actually the standard physiognomy of a wealthy and idle person. This kind of physiognomy would lead a peaceful and worry-free life, with plenty of children and grandchildren. Everything would go smoothly for him, and he would have no worries at all. It was rare that such a fierce person could have such a good face. Birds of a feather flock together, isn't it? My parents and husband both have this kind of face, which is already strange. I didn't expect Uncle Nan to have this kind of face. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life was unpredictable. Even if you were a powerful person or a master who had reached the peak of martial arts, it was inevitable that you would have some kind of trouble. People like his parents and Uncle Nan were the rarest and rarest. They were even rarer than those who had the fate of an emperor or the fortune of an emperor. While he was sighing, Uncle Nan had already turned his face and was a little curious. Little accident. Why are you looking at my face? Do you like me very much? Uncle Nan, please call me Xiao Duo, Zwa Xiaoduo said solemnly. Okay, Xiao Duo you. Why are you looking at my face? Do you like me? Zwa Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Uncle Nan, I've been staring at you because I know how to read your face. When I saw your face just now, I was really shocked. You're just like my parents. You're a lucky person, Zwa Xiaoduo said. As soon as this sentence came out, Uncle Nan was stunned. Uncle Nan was stunned for a moment. On the other side, the old blind man who was talking to Zhonglu also turned his head and rolled his eyes to look at them. Uncle Nan was a little curious. Do you really know how to read faces, or are you just bragging about your parents? I'm not bragging. Your face and that of my parents are very rare. It's better than the fortune of an emperor or the fate of an emperor. Is that so? Then hurry up and read it for me. I'm so lucky. When will I become rich? I'm really short on money recently. I can't even afford to give you a gift. Uncle Nan was obviously less and less convinced of Zhua Xiaoduo's nonsense. Zhua Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Uncle Nan, you're making things difficult for me. You're already a winner in life, a guest at the peak. If you still don't have enough money, then no one else can live. Uncle Nan laughed. While they were joking, Zhua Chonglu was talking to the old blind man. Old Hong, give me a call in the future. I'll send someone to deliver it to you. It's been so long, but I still don't know where you live. No need, no need. The old blind man coughed and said, recently, Phoenix City hasn't been very peaceful. It's better not to wander around. Anyway, your shop is here. It won't run away. Yeah, it's getting more and more chaotic recently. Zhua Chonglu sighed. Well, Baswa, speaking of which, there's something I need to trouble you with, Blind Hong said. Just say it. In a few days, my rent is up and I have no place to stay. How about I stay at your place for a few days? Blind Hong requested. My place? My shop? Yes, yes. Why is it here? Zhou Zhonglu was dumbfounded. It's safe here. Blind Hong rolled his eyes. That's fine. Zhou Chonglu was quite straightforward. When will you move here? In less than 2 months. Or 2 months. I'll just stay here for 7 to 8 days. Blind Hong trembled. Sigh. I'm getting old and have no children to take care of me. It's so hard. Ha ha. If you're free, you can come over and chat with me. Zhou Chonglu laughed. Then it's settled? Okay, it's settled. After dealing with Blind Hong carried a bag of jade of astral souls and staggered away. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Blind Hong's back and felt a little uncomfortable. He muttered, he's so old that he can't even walk. He's also blind. How dare he carry so many jade of astral souls on the road? Isn't he afraid of being robbed? Zhou Chonglu smiled and did not say anything. Uncle Nan, on the other hand, said, everyone has their own way of living and their own path. Maybe he has bodyguards waiting outside the door. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lu Jiansheng. Zhou Xiaoduo took out his phone and was about to look at it when suddenly boom. Outside, in the distance, there was a violent explosion. The explosion came out of nowhere and the volume was even louder. It was deafening and the ground was unstable. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He threw his phone aside and rushed to the door. Uncle Nan and Zhou Chonglu looked at each other and followed him to the door. Then, from the direction of the explosion, a long roar broke through the air. Who are you, thief? Come out and fight. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was even more shocked. That's Teacher Qin's voice. Then he turned around and said, Dad, you and Uncle Nan stay in the shop. Don't move. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed out of the shop. He closed the door and locked it, directly locking Zhou Chonglu and Uncle Nan in the shop. It's better to hide in the reception room at the back. After shouting again, Zhou Xiaoduo rushed into the distance. In the shop, the light suddenly dimmed. Uncle Nan looked at the door in a daze and said faintly, Brother Zhou, your son is really good. I'm finally envious of him. Zhou Chonglu smiled bitterly. He looks good now. If he's naughty, I want to beat him 8 times a day. He's a little slippery, but this filial piety is the rarest. Uncle Nan said in a daze, he can't bear to use your strength as a father. Such a son is really enviable. When the explosion happened, he reacted immediately and rushed to the door. Isn't it because he's afraid that some debris will leak in? That's good, that's good. Uncle Nan sighed and said, if I can have such a child by accident, I also want to have an accident. Zhou Chonglu smiled faintly. You don't know how much effort it takes to raise such a little thing. It's like I owed him my previous life. Uncle Nan squinted. You don't sound like you're complaining. You sound like you're showing off. Uncle Nan bent down and picked up Zhou Xiaoduo's phone from the ground. He had just sent a message. The screen was still lit up. It was very conspicuous. The people who blocked the road and wanted to kidnap you were a few people from the local Azure Dragon gang. The reason is that you beat up Zheng Dei from Class 1. Zheng Dei is the son of the Azure Dragon gang's boss, Zheng Deiqian. According to Zheng Dei's arrangement, they plan to break your legs. It was the message from the bearded Lu Jiansheng. Uncle Nan was thoughtful. Azure Dragon Gang? Zheng Dakian? 2 legs? TSK, TSK, TSK. Damn it. This name is good. I'm too embarrassed to give him such a good name. Now that I see this name, I feel like I'm going against it. Why is it so badass to want to break people's legs so easily? Uncle Nan glanced at Zhuo Changlu, turned off the screen of the phone quietly, and handed it to Zhuo Changlu. Your Xiao Duo's phone. Boom, looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 70. On the other side, 2 minutes before the explosion took place, Qin Fangyang drove the car slowly into the business district. Here, the density of people was extremely high. They were almost shoulder to shoulder. A car converging in the sea of people was more like a drop of water melting into the river. It was not eye-catching at all. Only now did Li Changjiang feel relieved. He stretched his arms and legs on the front passenger seat and said, "How much longer?" Qin Fangyang was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He shouted, "Attack!" He crossed his palms, and 3 balls of green light quickly formed. One of them broke the front window and flew out, while the other 2 pierced through the windows on both sides. At this time, the 3 incoming bombs had already reached the left side of the car. They collided with Qin Fangyang's spiritual energy from 3 directions, and the 3 directions exploded almost at the same time. Li Changjiang also reacted quickly. In an instant, he activated all his cultivation and turned it into a green light shield, protecting himself and the 5 students in the back seat. However, the whole car was overturned by the impact of the explosion and flipped a few times in the air. Li Changjiang had to protect the students, so he naturally could not leave the car. He could only passively roll with the car in the air. Qin Fangyang, who rushed out of the car first, turned into a sword light and shot out quickly with his sword. The sword that Gu Yuanhang gave him just happened to come in handy at this time. It was only a momentary explosion, but it had already caused a mess around. At least 40 to 50 innocent passersby were injured. The scene was too horrible to look at. Seeing this scene, Qin Fangyang shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. Help move the injured and quickly contact the hospital. The criminal who caused the explosion just now has not left yet. Everyone, hide as much as possible and don't come out." This shout was not a big deal, but the street became even more chaotic. People were crying and shouting in a mess. But although it was chaotic, the people evacuated quite quickly. After all, in the world of martial arts, even if this kind of situation was not common, there was still a way to deal with it. Qin Fangyang stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were on the 6 directions, and his ears were on the alert in all directions. He was on guard against a follow-up attack. On the other side of the SUV, Li Changjiang dragged the 5 students out of the car. The 5 students who were under special protection were unscathed, but Li Changjiang himself had a bloody wound on his back. Just now, he had turned around to face the back, placing most of his strength on the back seat to protect the students. Naturally, it was difficult for his back to be fully protected. At this moment, he was circulating his internal energy to recover. As for the MPV, it was completely scrapped. The clamor around them slowly faded away. The commoners of this era had more or less experienced similar incidents. Naturally, they knew that it was best to run as far away as possible. Some of the shop owners didn't even care about their shops anymore and just left. A burst of sinister laughter rang out. "Headmaster Li, why are you leaving in such a hurry? You didn't even enter the Martial Arts Bureau's gate. What are you trying to do?" A voice that made one's teeth ache said slowly. His voice drifted from left to right, erratic. Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang stood with their backs facing each other. Between the 2 of them were the 5 students. The 2 of them didn't move, nor did they speak. Since the enemy had chosen to take action and provoke them after the bombs exploded, it wouldn't be as simple as the 3 bombs just now. Bombs could only be used against ordinary people. To experts like the 2 of them, they were almost useless. The enemy's target was most likely the 5 students. It was also possible that they were coming for the 2 of them. The next moment, 4 figures quietly appeared in the air as if they were illusions. The moment the 4 of them appeared, they shuttled back and forth, changing their positions. Then, they stood up and launched their attacks. A sword, a saber, a spear, and 2 sledgehammers, each with a violent sound of breaking the air, attacked Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. 1 nascent soul, 3 elixir core. Let me. Qin Fangyang shouted, "Don't move. Protect the students." Qin Fangyang brandished his long sword, and 4 Qin Fangyangs appeared on the spot. 1 on each side, they faced the 4 attackers. As the 4 Qin Fangyangs brandished their long swords, dazzling sword light blossomed. Their sword moves were all different, but they were all real and not fake. Qin Fangyang, the legendary 5-direction sword, is indeed extraordinary. On the opposite side, a sinister voice sounded. Qin Fangyang was fighting 1 against 4, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. The 4 figures were all in a solid state and were not inferior to the 4 perfected beings. Whooshed, another gray figure appeared silently from the side. Qin Fangyang's sword light suddenly expanded. From the vast sword light, another Qin Fangyang walked out and faced the enemy. Now, the 5-direction doppelgangers have appeared. Qin Fangyang, what else do you have? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the first few waves of enemies, another 6 people in gray robes appeared. Each of them held a weapon and rushed over while shouting. Another nascent soul is leading the team. Qin Fangyang's heart was filled with rage. After a long roar, his long sword flipped and the sword light exploded. The 5-direction doppelgangers that were originally fighting on their own suddenly converged and then brandished in 5 directions. At the same time, Li Changjiang, who was behind Qin Fangyang, pulled out 2 swords from his waist and held them in his hands, shining with cold light. You guys are probably too ignorant and inexperienced. In a school, the principal is the strongest existence. The 2 swords shone with cold light and intercepted the 6 enemies that had just appeared. Under the flickering sword light, the 6 people were forced to the same direction. Only then did they feel at ease and started a fight. Xiaoduo had already arrived at the left side. However, after taking a closer look at the situation, he tiptoed to the side. The battle in front of him was a battle between experts. If he went up now, he would only cause trouble and distract Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. He wouldn't be of any help at all. It was better to hide first and see if he could do something later. Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang each occupied one side and joined forces to deal with the 11 people in gray. Although they were outnumbered, they still didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This was especially so for Qin Fangyang's side. The 5 silhouettes formed from the 5 elements sword technique moved around like they were weaving through flowers and trees. Each sword was like a firework during a festival, constantly releasing and spreading out, pressuring the 5 enemies to the point that they were almost unable to catch their breath. Teacher Qin is so strong, so Xiaoduo didn't dare to take a breath. Alas, I thought I was already a strong person after breaking through the martial master level. Now it seems that I'm still a little. The 5 students were protected in the middle by Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. They stood back to back in a circle. Although there was fear on their faces, they all took out their weapons and were vigilant, ready to fight at any time. Teacher Qin, hurry up and get rid of this group of people. They must have an ambush. We have to guard against their sneak attack. Li Changjiang shouted. All right. Qin Fangyang let out a long whistle. The sword light of his long sword blazed again, and its power increased. The 5 people opposite him felt the pressure multiplying and were increasingly unable to withstand it. Li Changjiang took advantage of the situation and moved. His attacks were also explosive, forcing the 6 people opposite him to take a few steps back. Then he took 2 steps back and whispered to the 5 students behind him, "When Teacher Qin shows his power and opens up an opening, don't act rashly. Just stay together. When that happens, I will sweep you all up and rush out together." The 5 students nodded nervously. On the other side, Qin Fangyang let out a short shout, and the enormous sword light appeared again with an irresistible momentum. The gray-robed man opposite him was immediately pierced through the chest by his sword, and blood spurted out as Qin Fangyang kicked him flying. After killing the enemy with one sword, the 5 figures that Qin Fangyang had split into were even more ferocious. They were like 5 huge mountains, firmly suppressing the remaining 4 people. The 4 people were barely able to hold on. Qin Fangyang suddenly withdrew his strength and withdrew. The sword rain that was like a tidal wave changed direction and blasted towards the 6 people that Li Changjiang was facing. Then, he turned around and the sword light rose again, fiercely attacking the 4 people. Li Changjiang's 6 people were suddenly attacked. Their formation was immediately messed up. They were afraid that Li Changjiang would take advantage of this opportunity and could only retreat. Li Changjiang took advantage of this gap and immediately escaped. With a long whistle, the sword light spread out like a cattail leaf fan and swept up the 5 students. At the same time, Qin Fangyang had completely suppressed the 4 people that he was facing. The enemies were completely unable to do anything to Li Changjiang. They saw Li Changjiang sweep up the 5 students and rush out of the opening. "Go!" Qin Fangyang shouted. Qin Fangyang's sword light flashed continuously, and the 4 doppelgangers rushed out together with Li Changjiang. However, he still left behind one doppelganger to hold the long sword and block the 10 people from the other side. Puff! Puff! Even though the doppelganger was hit repeatedly, it still did not retreat half a step. Seeing that it could not stop them, the doppelganger actually self-detonated along with the sword light, using the most extreme method to stop the other party from chasing after them. After a loud bang, the 10 people on the other side all turned pale. Obviously, they were seriously injured by the self-detonation of Qin Fangyang's doppelganger. At this time, Qin Fangyang's other doppelgangers that were following behind Li Changjiang had all been retracted. However, a trace of red flashed across his face, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the self-detonation of the doppelganger just now also caused Qin Fangyang to be seriously injured. However, everyone had rushed out after all. However, at this moment, there was another explosion in a shop next to them. Then, countless dense, flying needles as thin as cow's hair suddenly covered the sky above the place where Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang were standing. The way forward was immediately cut off, and at the same time as the rainstorm of needles came, a strange sound was also heard. It was accompanied by a strange melody. It was accompanied by an inexplicable power. Fight, fight, fight! One spear and one sword. Break through the mountain pass. Sprinkle my hot blood. Advance courageously. The eyes of the 5 students behind Li Changjiang suddenly turned red. The combat power that appeared here was a little high. Nascent soul and elixir essence. However, if the number of people who appeared was too low, Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang would not be able to write. I can only think of a way to increase the number of people who appeared. I have put in so much effort, so please recommend me. Chapter 71. They are from the Army Destroyer. Qin Fangyang shouted. How dare they sneak into the astral souls? Are they not afraid of death? Li Changjiang brandished the 2 swords in his hands again and again. His movements were airtight, protecting the students behind him. Headmaster Li was confident that even if the number of needles was twice as dense, they would not be able to break through his defense. The students would be safe. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. So Xiao Duo, who was less than 10 meters away, widened his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the 5 students behind Li Changjiang all pulled out their weapons and fiercely stabbed at Li Changjiang's back. With a soft puff, the sword closest to Li Changjiang fiercely pierced into his back. However, Li Changjiang's cultivation level was still high. The moment the tip of the sword entered his body, he reacted immediately. His spiritual energy flowed back and sealed the injured part of his muscles. That student's strength was far inferior to Li Changjiang's. Even though he had caught Li Changjiang off guard and managed to land a hit, he was unable to further increase the outcome of the battle. At most, it could only be considered as a flesh wound that was neither light nor heavy. As for the other 4 weapons, as he turned and dodged, they brushed past his back, leaving 4 deep bloody marks on his back. Although the injury was not serious, Li Changjiang looked at his students in disbelief. However, he immediately understood. The students did not betray him. Their minds were controlled. It is indeed the army destroyer's bewitchment. When he turned around, the tight defense of the 2 swords disappeared. However, the needles in the air were still coming at him rapidly. Qin Fangyang saw this scene and waved his sword with all his might. He shouted, "Headmaster!" Teacher Qin naturally wanted to turn around and rush over to help Li Changjiang, but the 10 people had turned around and entangled him. The explosion of the doppelganger just now had also greatly damaged his vitality. For a moment, he could not even move half a step. Puff, puff, puffed out as countless needles stabbed into Li Changjiang's body. Li Changjiang let out a long scream. He waved his hands, but still managed to block all the needles that were shot at the students. "I'm the head of the school. In front of me, no one can hurt my students." This was Second High's tradition. As long as the teacher was still alive, the students would be safe. Fight! A devilish figure suddenly appeared in the shop. His body was shrouded in black fog. His figure flashed rapidly, as if he had appeared out of thin air. In just one step, he was already behind Li Changjiang. The long saber in his hand slashed down mercilessly. That was a strike that would kill with a single strike, aiming to cut off his head and end his life. This person's cultivation was obviously much stronger than the previous 11 people. His movement technique was much faster, and his attacks were swift and fierce, filled with the intent to kill. Li Changjiang was protecting the students, and the door behind him was wide open. Qin Fangyang's heart was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't rush over. He was firmly entangled by those 10 people. A one-hit kill. So Xiao Duo saw such a shocking turn of events. He was so anxious that smoke came out of his head. He couldn't care about anything else. He casually took out the thing in his hand and threw it out with all his strength. "I must bring some hidden weapons with me in the future, just in case." Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was filled with indescribable regret. At the critical moment, he realized that not only did he not bring any hidden weapons, he didn't even have a weapon. From head to toe, he only had the small, blood-red flying dagger that Uncle Nan had just given him. However, in this dangerous situation, he couldn't give up on any help, any hope. Even if it was a straw, he had to grab it. What if he succeeded in saving his life? As soon as the flying dagger was thrown out, the originally hidden blood-red color flashed with a mysterious blood-red light. It actually made a woo sound. It suddenly rushed out and disappeared in a flash. The speed of its movement was far beyond Zhuo Xiaoduo's imagination. That person's killing intent was already formed. When he was about to swing his dagger to kill Li Changjiang, he suddenly saw a red light coming rapidly from the corner of his eye. However, the red light was just a flash, and its momentum was even weaker. It was just like an ordinary martial artist's attack. With this person's cultivation, he didn't care about such a small thing. He casually grabbed it with his left hand, and the killing intent of the dagger in his right hand didn't change. At this moment, the most important thing was to kill Li Changjiang. Everything else was secondary. Their target was never the students, but Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang. As long as the 2 of them died, this hidden danger would come to an end. The rest of them would be mediocre. What else could they do? However, the left hand that was blocking the red light suddenly felt a sharp pain. His palm was penetrated in an instant. The moment a sharp pain came, the smooth star power around his body was suddenly cut off, and a part of it was lost. The killing move that was originally at the peak, and even his right hand, were all stagnant. In a battle between experts, the difference of a hair's breadth could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Just this momentary difference was already the difference between life and death. Li Changjiang struggled to hold on. His dagger swiftly swept back, and with a block and a horizontal block, he narrowly blocked the life-threatening long saber. With a loud bang, Li Changjiang's entire body was pressed to the ground. However, if it wasn't for that sudden accident, Li Changjiang would never be able to block this fatal dagger in his current state of serious injury. That person turned his head to look at his left hand in surprise. He saw a small and exquisite blood-red flying dagger. After piercing his left hand, its momentum was slightly weakened. It was still flying gracefully and was about to pass in front of his eyes. That person saw very clearly that it was this small flying dagger that had pierced his palm. However, its momentum had been exhausted, and it didn't have any more lethality. This time, he really only needed to casually grab it, and he could catch it. Looking at it from such a close distance, the flying dagger was exquisite, delicate, and exquisite. The flying dagger itself was not only as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was also almost transparent. The most dazzling thing was that the flying dagger seemed to be wrapped in a layer of blood-red smoke. Such a wonderful thing. It was obviously a good thing, not to mention that it was extremely sharp. It could be called a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Such a treasure was close at hand and could be easily obtained. However, the moment this person saw this small flying dagger at such a close distance, the look in his eyes suddenly changed into a state of shock that was close to madness. He shouted, "No, no, no, no." Then, he completely lost his composure. He sat down on the ground, and with his two legs, he stepped back more than 10 meters. His eyes were full of horror. The flying dagger was light and gentle. It flew and flew in the air, and finally, its strength was exhausted. It fell from the air and gently inserted into the ground. Only the tip of the dagger was inserted into the road. The thin body of the dagger swayed weakly in the air. At this moment, everyone's movement stopped. Li Changjiang took the opportunity to support his heavily injured body and knocked the 5 students unconscious. He joined forces with Qin Fanyang. At this moment, he was also shocked and confused. What the hell is going on? Everyone was waiting for this mysterious expert to appear. Who threw the flying dagger? After a while, there was no abnormality. No one appeared. The last person to appear in gray slowly stood up. Looking around, his legs were still trembling. He lowered his head to look at his left hand. It had only been pierced by the flying dagger, and it was completely dried up. He stood there trembling, as if he was waiting for something. After a long time, there was no movement. He suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. Then, with a pale face, he shouted in a low voice, "Go. Go quickly." The other party kept the corpse of the person killed by Qin Fanyang and hurriedly left. In just a moment, they disappeared into the distance. The way they escaped was extremely embarrassing. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were rolling and crawling. It was as if there was an evil spirit chasing after them. Li Changjiang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Other than the feeling of escaping from death, there was also an inexplicable confusion. The last expert to appear just now had a higher cultivation level than the two of them. He also had the advantage of a sneak attack. Li Changjiang, who bore the brunt of the attack, was seriously injured. There was no way he could escape. There was also Qin Fanyang, who was tightly entangled by the 10 opponents. If they had waited for that expert to kill Li Changjiang and then come to encircle and annihilate them, they would have died without a doubt. The moment that expert made his move, the two of them already knew that death was imminent and that there was no chance of survival. However, the tables had turned in an instant, and they had actually escaped just like that. The two of them gasped for breath. It was not just the feeling of escaping from death. It was really complicated and indescribable. And the biggest doubt was, whose flying dagger was it? Qin Fanyang looked at the flying dagger on the ground. His eyes were filled with inexplicable shock and respect. But when he saw that no one appeared, he immediately put away his emotions. The shrill siren sounded. The inspection had finally arrived. So Xiaoduo ran over, panting. "Teacher Qin, principal, are you okay?" He bent down to pick up the flying dagger, put it into a small leather sheath, and put it in his pocket. Li Changjiang and Qin Fanyang's 4 eyeballs popped out at the same time. Your flying dagger? Was it you who threw the dagger just now? Who else could it be? Zhou Xiaoduo did not realize the key point at this moment, so he answered casually. He was also at the last moment. He really did not think about anything and subconsciously threw the flying dagger. After throwing it out, he realized that with his strength, it seemed that he could not help at all. This action would only expose himself. Therefore, after he threw the flying dagger, he immediately shrank back and squeezed into the roadside garbage dump. He only popped his head out to check the situation when he heard no sound. He did not know what happened next. It's great that you are okay. Principal, your injury is quite serious. It is more important to treat it first. Li Changjiang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with an extremely complicated expression. He was speechless for a long time. Qin Fanyang's expression was also extremely complicated. Li Changjiang did not know that flying dagger, but he knew that it was only that flying dagger that made such a powerful enemy retreat. There must be another reason behind it. If it was not for the origin of this flying dagger, how could that master lose his composure like that? And Qin Fanyang obviously knew. But because he knew, he was even more shocked. This flying dagger. Hiss! Why was it in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands? A small flying dagger, fly, fly. Countless recommendation votes. Come. Chapter 72. My injuries are still okay. Li Changjiang resisted the pain with great difficulty. Qin Fanyang had already begun to quickly deal with the needles on his body. In that instant just now, there are no less than 40 to 50 oxhair needles that fell on Li Changjiang's body. Fortunately, the instant Li Changjiang was hit by the needles, he forcefully circulated his vital qi to resist. In the end, the needles didn't drill into his body. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. But even so, his injuries were already not light. Qin Fanyang picked out the needles in one breath, confirming over and over again that there were no omissions. These students, they didn't mean it. They should have been bewitched by some strange technique. Li Changjiang sighed and looked at Qin Fanyang. Teacher Qin, it's confirmed now without a doubt. Li Changjiang's expression was simply heavy to the extreme. Yes. Qin Fanyang nodded. Li Changjiang sighed deeply, his expression even more ashen. In all fairness, the heavy injuries on his body right now weren't as big of a blow to him as this matter itself. He knew better than anyone how big of a storm this matter would cause and how many people it would implicate. This was hard to imagine. The sound of rushing air echoed. The city guards had actually arrived before the inspectors. After all, the inspectors had no use in this kind of cultivator matter. Then, more than a dozen media companies' vehicles drove over. A few reporters rushed over with microphones in their hands. You guys leave first. Just go to the city guard office and report after you're done. The city guard officer had a headache. We'll deal with the reporters. Borrowing the city guard's car, Li Changjiang and Qin Fanyang took the 5 students and hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaoduo, quickly go home. Thanks a lot for today. The Crystal Pass? Yes. Although it's already confirmed, we still need evidence to speak to the higher-ups. Your injuries? No matter. Let's deal with this matter first. You don't need to accompany me to the Crystal Pass. Go back right now and control Muyin phone. I'll go to the Crystal Pass myself. Okay, but there's a big chance that it's already too late. We still have to do our best. By the way, Headmaster Li, don't tell anyone about the flying knife. Li Changjiang's expression froze. There are too many implications. Anyway, don't tell anyone. I'll explain it to you in detail when we're settled. Qin Fanyang flew over. Li Changjiang looked at Qin Fanyang's back, feeling somewhat perplexed. He murmured, according to Mr. Qin's resume, he had fought in the Sun and Moon Pass for many years and had military achievements. However, we couldn't find out his real identity during the war. He knows this flying knife. Could it be that a big shot in the army gave it to Zhou Xiaoduo? If that's the case, this Zhou Xiaoduo, shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it and brought his students to the Crystal Gate. That from this moment on, the assassination incident had completely fermented. The entire Phoenix City was shocked because the Umno Alliance's strength was too strong. In the entire Phoenix City, the number of soul transformation experts could be counted on one's fingers. Even core origin stage grandmasters were rare. And this time, just to assassinate Li Changjiang, they actually sent out 3 soul transformation experts, 9 core origin stage cultivators. This kind of strength was simply appalling. Then, were there any hidden forces? This was something that didn't even need to be thought about. Who would use all their trump cards at once? When Phoenix City's governor, Wan Pingyuan, heard this news, his face instantly turned pale. Just to assassinate Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang, they sent out this kind of strength. Why? They hadn't shown their strength for so many years. Why did they send out such a big force this time? What were they trying to hide? It was simply terrifying to think about. Thinking of what were they trying to hide, Governor Wan's face was simply whiter than snow. He immediately picked up the phone. Phoenix City requesting help. With his current strength, he was afraid that he couldn't handle it. What Governor Wan didn't expect was that an even bigger wave that he couldn't bear had already rushed over. The call from the Crystal Gate was from Li Changjiang. After Li Changjiang reported, Governor Wan's whole body went limp. There was Army Destroyer in second high. A student soul was bewitched, and a suspected teacher had escaped, and this teacher had taught for 9 years. He suspected that there were more hidden forces. Big case. Super big case. A big case that was enough to affect the entire Central Plains. This is going to turn the sky upside down. The entire governor's mansion heard Governor Wan's roar of grief and indignation. Contact all departments immediately. Order the experts of the governor's mansion to go to second high immediately and control everyone. Only enter, not leave. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of second high. Immediately, quickly. When Zhou Xiaoduo returned, the shop's door had already reopened. Dad Zhou Chonglu and Uncle Nan were standing at the door. Ioyo, our little hero is back. Uncle Nan laughed and teased. Zhou Xiaoduo blushed, which was rare. I just want to throw a knife. I didn't do anything else, and I was so scared that I hid in the garbage. So embarrassing. No one should have seen it, right? Forget it, as long as Dad and Uncle Nan didn't see it, it's fine. Let's go. Zhou Chonglu closed the shop and said, buy some wine and food. Let's go home and drink. Okay. Uncle Nan was also very excited. Zhou Xiaoduo realized that his big heart was mostly inherited from his dad. Such a big thing had happened, but his dad didn't care at all. He was still in a mood to buy food and drink, that his dad's willpower was quite impressive. Zhou Xiaoduo carried the vegetables he had bought and rushed back as fast as he could. Well, rather than saying that he was rushing back, it was more accurate to say that he was chased back. Zhou Chonglu and Uncle Nan walked side by side, saying that they were going to buy again. That was probably what they said, but Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he could completely understand. Men, especially brothers who haven't seen each other for a long time, need space to talk. It's only reasonable that they chase me away. I'm just a third wheel now. Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he was very understanding. While he was still on the way, the phone had already been dialed. Nian Nian. Yes. Sister, come back quickly. What's the matter? We have guests at our house. Dad wants to treat them. He set up a banquet at home to entertain them and bought a lot of delicious food. Are you still dreaming? Our dad. Treat? Have you seen him? If you want to eat delicious food, just say it. I can still afford 1 or 2 meals. It's real this time. If you lie, you'll be snot. Ah, really? Really? You must come back. He hung up the phone. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel strange. Was he really going to treat them? What was going on? Zhou Xiaoyan, almost at the speed of light, took care of the things at hand and returned home. How rare. There was actually a day when her dad would treat her. As his biological daughter, she must take a good look at it. For so many years, not even a mosquito had flown into their house, let alone a person. This treat made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan excited. Zhou Xiaoduo stepped into the house first. Wu Yuting was busy in the kitchen. At this time, she had already prepared a few dishes to be stir-fried. When she heard the door open, she didn't raise her head. Is it Doggy or Kitty? Mom, it's me, Dog. You're back just in time. I need your help with something. Wu Yuting continued to give out orders in an orderly manner without stopping. Doggy, pick this dish. Wash that dish. Soak that 1,000 mountain bamboo shoots. Peel 5 or 6 heads of garlic and smash them into garlic paste. Heat up the wine. Your Uncle Nan likes to drink hot wine. The wine is under your dad's desk. Take out the black jar. There are 4.5 jars in total. Heat up the half jar first. Remember to boil a pot of hot water. So Xiaoduo worked without stopping. He stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail like a hard-working pug. The door opened. Zhou Xiaoyan came back. Mom, is Dad really going to treat us? Who is so important? He broke our family tradition of not having anyone enter our house for 18 years. Wu Yuting ignored her. Zhou Xiaoyan came to Zhou Xiaoduo's side. Hey, Doggy, are you working? You're so diligent. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Do it. I'll watch you do it. Good luck. However, Zhou Xiaoyan didn't just watch. While watching Zhou Xiaoduo work, she kept harassing him. She pulled Zhou Xiaoduo's hair, twisted his ears, pinched his nose, scratched his armpits, hit his scalp, and kicked his, but Zhou Xiaoduo resigned himself to it. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. This fully reflected the lowly nature of his family status. In the end, Wu Yuting couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, Zhou Xiaoyan, you wretched girl. When are you going to stop bullying my son? Zhou Xiaoyan smiled shamelessly. Mom, I plan to bully your son for the rest of his life. Is that okay? Hee. You're crazy. Wu Yuting turned her head. Zhou Xiaoyan, you look like you have nothing better to do. Zhou Xiaoyan was terrified when she heard her mother's tone. She said pitifully, Mom, I was injured during the practice today. My leg hurts. She didn't dare to harass Zhou Xiaoduo anymore. She tried her best to put on an injured look and quickly slipped away. Before she left, she didn't forget to grab a piece of grilled sausage from the plate and throw it in her mouth. She pouted and limped to the side of the sofa. Her whole body collapsed. Then she chewed the sausage. There's nothing I can do. Wu Yuting glanced at her son, who was working hard. Then she looked at her daughter, who was paralyzed on the sofa. She couldn't help but sigh. Son, your life is over. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan felt that the previous limelight had passed. She stopped crying and pretended to be in pain. She took out her phone and started to play with it. Her leg, which was limping because of the pain, was now raised and swinging. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes in his heart. With such an image, if her suitors knew about it, they would all run away faster than the other. Can you believe it? Can you imagine it? The legendary ice snow goddess is actually like this in private. She's comparable to the foot-digging man for a while. The doorbell rang. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly looked over. Zhou Xiaoyan stood up with a whoosh, and a cloud of spiritual energy rose from her body. But in the blink of an eye, she became spotless again, slim and graceful, and even her hair was smooth and smooth. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty and gentle temperament, she was already one of the most beautiful women in the world just by standing there. Zhou Changlu and Uncle Nin walked in side by side. Speaking of which, the 10th anniversary event is about to start. Please follow me if you haven't followed my Weixin public account. Open my Weixin subscription account and search for Wind Rides the World. So please recommend me. Chapter 73. Dad. Zhou Xiaoyan took the initiative to greet him. Well, Nian, this is your Uncle Nan. Brother, this is my daughter, Zhou Xiaoyan. You can call her Nian. Hello, Uncle Nan. Zhou Xiaoyan was reserved and shy, but at the same time, she was gracious and obedient. Brother Zhou, I really envy you. Uncle Nan was stunned when he saw Zhou Xiaoyan. When he saw Zhou Xiaoduo, he was only envious of Zhou Changlu. Now, when he saw Zhou Xiaoyan, he was not only envious, but also jealous. Old Zhou, Why are you so lucky? Your son is already so outstanding. I didn't expect your daughter to be even more outstanding. That's not right. It's too hateful. I'm envious and jealous. Duo stuck out his tongue angrily in the kitchen. When did you see Yin Yin was excellent? Just a glance? Just a first impression? You are valuing girls over boys, okay? Don't you know that men and women are equal now? If you saw her lying on the sofa like she was paralyzed, would you still say that? And, even better, humph, men are all pigs, especially old men. Zhuo and Uncle Nan sat down on the sofa. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very obedient. She made tea, poured tea, and served tea. Her dignified demeanor, coupled with her shy, delicate, and lovable expression, made her look picturesque and indescribably beautiful. Uncle Nan liked her more and more. He said, "Nian, Uncle Nan just came here. I don't have anything good with me. Let me give you a bead as a gift." Ha! Then he took out a bead with a strange fragrance and said, "This is the bead. If you ask me, you can take it now. With your current age, it is suitable for you to take this look-fixing bead." Look-fixing bead? It's an appearance-fixing pearl? Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. The appearance-fixing pearl, as its name implied, was a treasure that could preserve one's youthful appearance. Legend had it that a single appearance-fixing pearl could allow the person who consumed it to maintain their youthful appearance for 10,000 years. In other words, it was immortality. To a woman, this was a divine medicine that could grant her immortality and eternal youth. Zhuo Xiaoyan almost subconsciously opened her mouth to swallow it, but she stopped when the beads were about to reach her mouth. After thinking for a while, she reluctantly handed the beads to Zhuo Chonglu. "What?" Zhuo Chonglu glared at him. "Give it to Mom at night. She'll be the happiest if you give it to her," Zhuo Xiaoyan whispered. "What do you mean? She'll be the happiest if I give it to her." "Your mom doesn't need it," Zhuo Chonglu said with a straight face. "Whatever your Uncle Nan gives you is yours. Hurry up and take it." Zhuo Xiaoyan thought for a long time, then took out a jade box and put it in. She said, "I'll wait for 2 years before I take it." Uncle Nan laughed. Smart. Zhuo Xiaoyan was 19 years old. Although her body had developed much better than that of ordinary girls, her face was still a little immature. She was not at her best yet. A woman's best age was never 17 or 18 years old, but between 20 and 25 years old. Zhuo Xiaoyan's thoughts were simple. She knew when she would be the most beautiful. Therefore, she wanted to take this look-fixing pill at the best time to maintain her best appearance for the rest of her life. "Hey, Little Bear Nan. Little Bear Nan is here." Wu Yuding came with a plate of fish. Little Bear Nan, Zhuo Duo, and Zhuo Xiaoyan almost laughed out loud. They tried their best to hold back their laughter with all their might. They didn't expect Uncle Nan, who was as powerful as a god, to have such a funny name. However, when they thought of their parents' habit of giving people nicknames, they felt that the name was probably not real. The muscles on Uncle Nan's face twitched, and then he stood up respectfully. He stood straight and tall, and his head shook the ceiling of the chandelier. "Hello, sister-in-law. Good, good. Sit down." "You don't have to be so restrained in your own home." Wu Yuding smiled, put down the dishes, and immediately turned back to the kitchen. Uncle Nan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. However, his voice was much lower than before. "Brother Zhuo, sister-in-law is getting more and more beautiful." Uncle Nan was complimenting him. He didn't know whether he was flattering his father or his mother. A moment later, a total of 12 dishes were placed on the table. The wine that had been warmed early was also served. The aroma filled the air. Uncle Nan insisted on waiting for Wu Yuding to eat together, so it was delayed until now. "Brother, long time no see. Let's have a toast. Let's have another." Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan sat down. The siblings looked at each other. Obviously, they felt that this meal was a little strange. The strangeness was too obvious. Every time Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding proposed a toast, Uncle Nan couldn't help but stand up. "What was this? Polite? But wasn't this too polite?" "Little Bear." Wu Yuding smiled and served the dishes. Sit down and talk. We're eating as a family. Why do you keep standing up? You're not tired, but I'm tired of watching." It's not easy for you to come. Let Xiao Duo and Xiao Nianji propose a toast to you. Uncle Nan's face suddenly became bitter. He murmured, toast to me. I'm already done. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian didn't understand what he meant. They stood up and proposed a toast. Uncle Nan, welcome. Let's toast to you. We hope you'll come often in the future. Okay. Uncle Nan raised his head and drank a glass of wine in one gulp. For a moment, his heart was like a yellow lotus. Come often? Only his grandson would come often. Wu Yuding smiled and ignored Uncle Nan's resistance. She filled his glass again. Little Nan, what do you think of my son and daughter? Good? Good. Really good. Uncle Nan hurriedly gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're so good at giving birth. It's wonderful. The flattery was so awkward that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian almost laughed out loud. Wu Yuding sighed and said with a complicated expression, now I'm really depressed. The brother and sister have both embarked on the path of cultivation. Your brothers Wu and I are just two ordinary people. Now we don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. I don't know what cultivation method is best for them. Uncle Nan's expression eased at once, as if he was a criminal who had been hanged by the neck and heard that he was being pardoned. He said happily, I thought it was something serious. Isn't it just a better cultivation method? I have it here. Then he began to pull out 2 blood-red jade pendants from his spacer ring. After a long time, he took out 2 blood-red jade pendants and said, this Moon Sutra is very suitable for women to cultivate. I think the girl is beautiful, and intelligent. Her talent is even better. She will be able to cultivate this cultivation method with twice the result with half the effort. What do you think, sister-in-law? Moon Sutra. Hearing this name, Zhuo Xiaonian was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She was different from Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a duck listening to the thunder fog. At most, he could feel that this cultivation method seemed to be good. However, Zhuo Xiaonian knew very well that this Moon Sutra was a supreme cultivation method that had been lost for many years. It was said that a long time ago, there was a woman who succeeded in cultivating the Moon Sutra. She was invincible in the world. Later, she used this cultivation method as the foundation to build a world. It was said that the moon in the sky now was the world built by that woman. Of course, this was just a legend. However, the Moon Sutra was very powerful and amazing. It could be seen that it was amazing. Give this to me. Zhuo Xiaonian took the blood-red jade pendant in disbelief and murmured, the foundation of my cultivation method now is the cultivation method of Kunlun Taoism. This doesn't conflict, right? Kunlun Taoism? Uncle Nan was relieved. He picked up his wine glass and gulped it down. Then he laughed and said without thinking, Kunlun Taoism is so spicy. Cough, cough, cough. What I mean is the cultivation method of Kunlun Taoism is actually not bad. However, it is still inferior to the Moon Sutra. Anyway, there won't be any conflict. Halfway through his words, he saw Wu Yuding's faint smile. Uncle Nin immediately became elegant again. However, the word elegant really didn't match his physique. It didn't match at all. As for the other one, get it to our son. Sigh. When I was building my foundation, I didn't find a suitable cultivation method. As a result, my foundation was damaged, and I didn't have the capital to cultivate this Flaming Sun Sutra. It has been in my hands for many years, and I have no use for it. Now that I have finally met my nephew, I am very happy. Uncle Nan said, unlike the famous Moon Sutra, Zhuo Xiaonian had never heard of the Flaming Sun Sutra. However, she guessed that it should be at the same level as the Moon Sutra. You two keep it first. Uncle Nan said, your parents are. Ahem, they are ordinary people. I will stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, or the day after, I will impart the cultivation method to you two. You will be fine once you digest it. Thank you, Uncle Nan. The siblings hurriedly thanked him. This cultivation method couldn't be done by ordinary people unless they had a very close relationship, such as master and disciple, father and son, etc. The siblings looked at each other and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. This Uncle Nan was actually a master? Dad and Mom are ordinary people. How could they have a master as a friend? And this master was clearly very respectful to Dad and Mom. This was a bit unbelievable. Wu Yuding said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for many years." Little Bear has traveled extensively and made a lot of money. No, no, no. I'm just trying to make a living. How could I enter your eyes? Sister-in-law, please. This little brother will toast you. Wu Yuding drank the wine and said, "There is something that really gives me a headache." Uncle Nan was suddenly a little restless. His face was a little pale. He said, "What is it that can give you a headache?" Wu Yuding sighed and said, "Isn't it because of our children's debt that we can't repay? Now that our son and daughter are both practicing martial arts, the school fees and Star Soul Stones are still fine, but I heard that cultivators also need high-quality materials to forge weapons. Our family doesn't have any connections in this area." Uncle Nan sighed and said, "Hey, what kind of problem is this? It is hard to say if they want weapons. I am not talking about weapons. I am talking about materials." Wu Yuding said, "These two children are still far from being finalized. It is still too early to talk about life weapons. Now, it is better to prepare good materials. Don't you think so, little Nan?" Uncle Nan's face twitched as he said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. When I leave, I'll leave them with enough 1,000 fantasy gold so that they can refine it themselves. What do you think?" Wu Yuding covered her mouth and said in surprise, 10 tons? How can we use so much? Little Bear, you are too kind. These two brats are really lucky. All the recommendation votes? Brothers are too kind. I am really lucky. Chapter 74. 10 tons. Uncle Nan's hand, which was holding the wine, froze in midair. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His broad face became even more snow-white, deathly pale. 10 tons? I'm very puzzled. Sister-in-law, from what I said, where did you hear the words 10 tons from? Where did that come from? But he really didn't dare to say it out loud. In the end, he could only turn his neck stiffly to look at Zhuo Chonglu. Your wife is already like this. Are you just going to watch and not do anything about it? Zhuo Chonglu looked at Wu Yuding sternly and frowned. Ting, this is too inappropriate. You asked for 15 tons. Where is Xiao Nin going to get the money? What if Xiao Nin refuses? How embarrassing will that be? Uncle Nan's face turned ashen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the table full of food and wine, he suddenly felt that the food was tasteless. He had completely lost his appetite. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come for this meal. It turned out that the rumors were true. No one could make Zhuo Chonglu treat them to a meal. Once they were treated, they would have to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. They would be squeezed dry. The table was silent for a moment. After a while, Zhuo Chonglu said slowly, "Xiao Nan, brother, don't be embarrassed. Brothers will take care of everything for you. Your sister-in-law doesn't know her manners. She asked for an exorbitant price and offended you. Please don't take it to heart." Uncle Nan's face turned even paler. He stared at the wine glass and said in a sobbing tone, "Brother Zhuo, what are you saying? A little 1,000 fantasy gold is nothing. How can you be embarrassed? It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. It's just a drizzle." Yes, a drizzle. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were still young and inexperienced. They didn't know what 1,000 fantasy gold was, so they just listened and watched curiously. Uncle Nan took out a space ring and said with a pleading tone, "Sister-in-law, I only have 8 tons. Please keep it. The next time I come, I'll bring you the rest. What do you think?" "Only 8 tons." Wu Yuding smiled and said, "I was just joking. Look at you, you took it seriously. Take it back, take it back. What are you doing? You're a guest from afar. It's a big favor. You're making me feel like I'm blackmailing you. This is too embarrassing." With lightning speed, Uncle Nan took out another space ring and said, "Actually, the 1,000 illusion gold is too soft, and its appearance is too singular. I have 8 tons of heavenly witchcraft copper here. The two can be mixed and used to forge weapons. It's a perfect combination." Wu Yuding smiled faintly and lowered her head to pick up the food. "I'll use the heavenly witchcraft copper to pay." Uncle Nan said, "Pay. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, a ton of 1,000 fantasy gold? Zhuo Changlu waved his hand impatiently and said, "We're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Can't 8 tons make up for 1 ton? Tinga, you can't go overboard. Come, let's drink." Uncle Nan nodded like he was pounding garlic. "Yes, yes, 1 ton." Wu Yuding smiled gently and said, "Your brother's temper is getting worse and worse. He scolds me every day. I'm scared of him. Sai, my status in this family is getting lower and lower. Not many people take my words seriously. Sai, I'm so weak." Uncle Nan's forehead was covered in sweat. He laughed dryly and didn't know what to say. Wu Yuding stretched out her hand and took the 2 space rings. She said faintly, "I'm just an ordinary person with no cultivation. What can I see? Just let your brothers would take a look. Don't give him too much." Uncle Nan grinned and his whole body stiffened. Zhuo Changlu took the rings and looked at them. He said, "There's some astral soul's jade in here. Hurry up and take them out. Isn't this a lot? It's not appropriate." "No need. It's a piece of cake for my nephew and niece to cultivate." Uncle Nan laughed dryly. "Then I'll accept it. You 2 brats, why aren't you toasting your Uncle Nan?" Zhuo Changlu said seriously, "Little Nian, Xiao Duo, hurry up and thank your Uncle Nan. Your Uncle Nan is very powerful. The entire South is his world. He's one of the richest people in the Yinwu Empire. Uncle Nan is generous and doesn't care about these things. If it were our family, we wouldn't be able to afford them, even if we bought iron pots." Uncle Nan's but seemed to be nailed. He twisted and turned and laughed. "Ha ha ha, little Nan, eat, eat. Thank you, sister-in-law. Little Nan, is sister-in-law's food good?" It's good, it's delicious. Do you still want to eat?" No, I mean, I want to eat it every day." "Oh, then stay for a few more days this time. I'll cook for you every day. It's no trouble. It's okay. Uncle Nan's face turned serious. He said apologetically, "Brothers sister-in-law, I'm a few years old. I actually forgot something important. I'm afraid I'll have to leave tomorrow morning. I'm really sorry. My memory is getting more and more useless." Wu Yuding was stunned. "But your niece and nephew haven't learned the cultivation method yet. I'll settle it for them tonight." Uncle Nan laughed heartily. "It's a small matter. You're leaving tomorrow?" So Xiaoduo was a little anxious. He stood up immediately. "Uncle Nan, you must stay for a few more days. Also, I have something to talk to you about." It was rare for such a master to come, and he was a friend of his parents. Could he solve the problem of Nian Yin's cat while he was at it? Leave? How could that be? Uncle Nan wiped his sweat. "Xiaoduo, Uncle Nan really has something to do. Next time. But I..." So Xiaoduo was anxious. He frowned and thought about how to phrase it. How should he say it? Wu Yuding said apologetically, "How could you say that? I'm really sorry for making you spend so much money and work so hard. If you really leave in such a hurry, what about the money you brought with you to pay for the Astral Soul Stone? I'm sure you won't be able to pay it tomorrow morning. Then I'll owe you. It's not appropriate. Besides, Xiaoduo is so reluctant to leave you. Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Uncle Nan laughed. "We're brothers. Brothers and I have no relationship. Ha! It's a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Well, we can only wait until the next time you deliver the goods. Then we'll settle the debt together. At that time, I'll personally cook for you and treat you well." Wu Yuding looked very regretful. "Aya, my memory is so bad. How could I forget such an important matter?" Uncle Nan said seriously, "From July onwards, I'll go to the Wu people's mainland to buy some goods. This trip will take at least 2 or 3, 4 or 5 years, maybe 8 or 9 years. Next time, let Dongfang come again." "Dongfang? Ha ha ha. You're more familiar with each other. Ha ha. Dongfang will also bring the rest of the 1,000 fantasy gold." Uncle Nan said and laughed. His face actually softened a lot. "Dongfang, don't blame me for not being loyal. You offended me in the past. After that, there was really nothing else." Uncle Nan and Zhuo Changlu raised their glasses and drank together. The atmosphere returned to its original harmony. Finally, both the host and the guest were happy. Well, both the host and the guests were happy. Xiaonan, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Do you want to do it in the living room or on the balcony? Is there any risk in doing this? Wu Yuding asked. What risk? The living room is fine. Uncle Nan said heartily. I'll be done here in the time it takes sister-in-law and brother Zhua to drink tea. Okay, Uncle Nan. Zhua Xiaoduo struggled. I really have something to tell you. Cut the crap. Let's talk after you've finished. Uncle Nan forced Zhua Xiaoduo into a pose in no time. Holding the jade slip in his hand, he ignored Zhua Xiaoduo's struggle and slapped Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoduo fainted, and Uncle Nan began to do it savagely. Are you kidding me? Do you still have something to say? If you still have something to say, I'll just walk away naked. 2 hours later. Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo fainted at the same time. The two jade slips had already turned into powder. Uncle Nan was sweating profusely. After thinking for a while, he stole a glance at Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding. He seemed to want more. So, he bent down and patted Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo on the shoulder. Then he stood up. Brother Zhua, sister-in-law, I didn't disappoint you. The transfer is complete. Thank you for your hard work. Drink some water. Wu Yuding smiled. No. Uncle Nan refused again and again. Brother Zhua, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. I won't come to say goodbye to you tomorrow morning. How can that be? It's already past midnight. You have to stay at home for the night. No. Uncle Nan refused again and again. I really have something important to do. Really, brother, sister-in-law, I'm leaving. Don't send me off. Ha, don't be so polite. With a hearty laugh, Uncle Nan finally left. That night, the guards of Phoenix City felt like they had seen an alien. Hey, did you know? Around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I think I saw a 100-meter-long heavy truck flying in the sky. It was flying very fast. Are you fucking drunk? A 100-meter-long heavy truck flying in the sky. And very fast? It's true, I swear. I really saw it. Fuck you. Are you confused by your fever? It's true. I can swear that I really saw it. There was a person under the truck. It seemed like that person was carrying the truck and flying in the sky. Fuck off. Only an idiot would believe you. That's hilarious. How deranged must this person be to see a person carrying a 100-meter-long truck flying in the sky and flying at an extremely fast speed? Hee. Youngsters nowadays don't even use their brains to make up lies. Zhua family. Xiaonan was really scared this time. If he wanted to drive away, he should have waited until dawn. He actually carried the truck and ran away in the middle of the night. You really scared him this time. Am I the one who scared him, or are you the one who scared him? Humph. That night, a big case happened in Phoenix City. The case was so big that it was shocking. The whole Phoenix City was shaken. The Azure Dragon Gang that had been controlling the underground forces of Phoenix City was uprooted in one night. The gang leader, Zheng Daqian, and his 4 Vajras, 8 protectors, more than 10 branch leaders, and all the gang members in the headquarters were killed. The total number of people had reached a horrifying 400. Basically, all the higher-ups of the Azure Dragon Gang were killed in one fell swoop. Early in the morning, the whole Phoenix City was talking about it. The city guard's mansion, the governor's mansion, the inspection bureau, Star Shield. Everyone was busy. More than 700 martial artists were killed. In just a few days, the Army Destroyer incident happened in the day, and at night, another big gang was wiped out. The time interval was too short, too dense. Governor Wan Pingyuan felt that his head was about to explode. 3 days. More than 1,000 martial artists died in 3 days. This was a huge incident. The second high school had just started, and all their efforts were put in there, especially the Azure Dragon Gang. Who did they offend? This was too fucking neat. I know what you're thinking. Uncle Nan stayed, and everything was solved. Xiaoyan's crisis was over. Am I right? But then what am I going to write? Am I right? I won't write this kind of plot for the time being. I racked my brains to come up with this plot. Should I give you a recommendation? This chapter has 3,500 words. Is it sincere enough? Bosses, reward the newbie writer. Chapter 75. Swishaoduo also had a headache. Although it didn't matter to him how many people died, Swishaoduo didn't care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. But he really did have a headache. When he opened his eyes in the morning, the first thing he felt was a swelling pain in his head. The entire contents of the Flaming Sun scripture, no matter how big or small, were all packed up and poured into Uncle Nan's head. When he received the enlightenment, Swishaoduo felt lucky that his head didn't explode. But Swishaoduo immediately endured the pain and rushed out. Where's Uncle Nan? He left. He left in the middle of the night. Wu Yuding said lightly. Nan Xiaoxiong's task was completed. Why would he stay? Left? Swishaoduo was annoyed. Why did he leave? Is something the matter? Nothing. Swishaoduo suddenly thought of something. He came over and said, Mom, if Uncle Nan is such a master, then you and Dad must be awesome too, right? After all, birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together? Wu Yuding hit Swishaoduo on the head with a spoon. She said angrily, How can you say that? Then she said, When your dad and I were young, we went out to travel. At that time, we met your Uncle Nan. Because of a coincidence, we saved his life several times. But our cultivation, Wu Yuding sighed. Your dad and I really don't have it. There was a faint helplessness in her eyes. Seeing how hard her son and daughter cultivated every day, how could she not help if she could? But now, she really couldn't help at all. Mom, don't be sad. So what if we don't have cultivation? Swishaoduo saw that his mother was a little sad. He hurriedly hugged her and said, Nian Nian, and I will be filial to you too. We will definitely let you and Dad live comfortably. Live 100 years. Yes, 1,000 years. 100 years and 1,000 years? Wu Yuding laughed. Go brush your teeth. Your mouth is full of smell. Swishaoduo brushed his teeth as he read the Flaming Sun Sutra. Originally, the Flaming Sun scripture only had a few thousand words, but Uncle Nan had also imparted the insights of many predecessors into it. One had to know that this cultivation method was abnormally profound. It was divided into many levels and stages, and each stage contained the personal insights of many people, which were all imparted to him. So much so that in Swishaoduo's ears, it was no different from hundreds or thousands of people quarreling inside. They quarreled until their heads were heavy and their feet were light. Flaming Sun Sutra, Part 1. Flaming Sun. There were comments below. First of all, what kind of fucking lousy cultivation technique is this? Even if I practice it until my chicken is bigger than my head, I still can't feel what it says about entering the great sun and shining in all directions. What kind of feeling is this? I also can't feel the so-called Dantian red as the sun, blood like magma entry feeling. I feel some kind of high emotion every day, so hard that it's about to explode. I've been in the brothel for 3 months. What the fuck? Now all the brothel girls want to serve me for free. Is this a secret technique that specializes in practicing the lower 3 paths? Second of all, I feel like I've been cheated. I've been fucking cultivating for a year, and now I'm working in a brothel. I've become a top hostess, and the most popular one at that. The customers here are really rich. Third of all, it's really not easy. I've finally reached the entry level. Just yesterday, the iron pot used to cook at home was melted by my sunfire. It's a piece of cake, no difficulty at all. Fourth of all, I'm so envious. Fifth of all, I'm envious plus 1A series of following comments. I'm envious plus 1, I am envious plus 2, I'm envious plus 10086. A certain comment. Senior on the second comment, please tell me about your experience. I'm also in the service industry now. Swishaoduo was dumbfounded. This is the Flaming Sun Sutra? This can't be the truth of this sutra, right? Swishaoduo doubted his life. Could it be that I've been cheated by Uncle Nan? Swishaoduo hurriedly checked the circulation route of the spiritual energy in his body. As expected, he found that the established route had been completely changed. The original circulation route had been completely changed. At this moment, although he didn't deliberately circulate his spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in this route was already flowing and circulating on its own. After a moment of inner inspection, Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked to find that as the spiritual energy continued to circulate, the fire of the astral souls in his dantian was in a state of vitality and was burning fiercely. As a result, the large amount of energy stored in his meridians, flesh, and bones due to drinking a lot of spiritual liquid was being drawn out bit by bit along with a new circulation route of the spiritual energy. It was being refined and filled with the fire of the astral souls. So Xiaoduo was shocked. He silently circulated the spiritual energy in his body to the palm of his hand. Immediately, a wave of heat surged, scorching and threatening. He could faintly feel that the heat in his dantian was rising and the blood in his body was surging like magma. Is this the so-called dantian red sun, blood like magma? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little complacent. I'm really a genius. So many people have cultivated for a year or two without making much progress, but I've reached the beginner stage in just one night. Moreover, I've automatically cultivated to the beginner stage without even knowing it. If this isn't a cultivation genius, then what is? The so-called "it's lonely at the top" is probably nothing more than this. A feeling of being an expert arose spontaneously. He didn't know that Uncle Nan had worked himself half to death last night in order to complete the infusion. And Uncle Nan's level of cultivation was far beyond Zhuo Xiaoduo's knowledge. Uncle Nan's level of cultivation was even beyond Zhuo Xiaoyan's knowledge. This was a little scary. Zhuo Xiaoyan's strength was not weak, at least not in Phoenix City. But to be able to surpass her knowledge, the level of strength was unfathomable. And to be able to make an expert like him half to death, one could imagine how high the consumption was. However, Uncle Nen shouldn't have been so tired. It should have been easier to work over a few days. But he didn't want to stay for a second longer. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his ancestral grave would be dug up. And Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo would also benefit from this. It would definitely benefit them for the rest of their lives. From the looks of it, there are two ways to cultivate the flaming sun scripture. One is to absorb the power of the sun's true fire to strengthen one's foundation. The other is to transform the power of the astral souls into the power of the true fire to strengthen one's cultivation. So Xiaoduo was relieved. He didn't lack resources now. It would be enough for him to use for a while. Just when he thought about the new cultivation method, Zhuo Xiaoyan leisurely floated in. Dog, did you have any problems with cultivating the flaming sun scripture? No problems. I've officially started it. It's going very smoothly. So Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and said with a nonchalant attitude. He was showing off. TSK, Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Do you think Uncle Nan's enlightenment is just a pass on the cultivation method to us? The insights of the predecessors are secondary. The most important thing is to help us start it. It saves us from the initial exploration. It would be strange if you didn't start it. Is that so? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face didn't turn red. Nian Mao, I feel that I could defeat you soon. The kind that will make you unable to get out of bed. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted disdainfully. She opened her cherry mouth and a white mist appeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop by 40 to 50 degrees. He couldn't help but shiver. What's this? This is the moon scripture, Zhuo Xiaoyan said reservedly. What I'm using now is just a little bit of power. You can use your flaming sun scripture to attack me and experience your own progress. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shivering from the cold. Queen, I beg you, please retract your divine art. Zhuo Xiaoyan dispelled the yin energy and went to make breakfast. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little relieved. Looking at Nian Mao's face, it seemed that the death energy had been driven away a little, although it was still covered by dark clouds. But it seemed to have been reduced a little. It could be reduced. Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted. As he continued to explore this new cultivation art, he increasingly felt that this flaming sun scripture was truly wondrous. After a while, Wei Yuding also got up. She made breakfast with Zhuo Xiaoyan and asked casually, "Oh right, I forgot to ask you too. What kind of weapon do you want to use in the future?" Nian Mao can now choose a life weapon. As for Duo, although there's still time, you have to think about it. Remember to think about it when you're free. What do you mean by think about? Literally, Wu Yuding said, I heard that a martial artist at your level doesn't deserve a weapon. So Xiao Duo tilted his head and his cheeks twitched. He had a toothache and muttered, then I'll have to think about it carefully. I want to use a sword. Zhou Xiaoyan said, Master has always asked me to use a short sword to fight the enemy, but I want to use a long sword. A long sword or a short sword is not a problem. Think about the style and ask your father to make one for you. How about a long sword or a short sword? Your Uncle Nan sent so many materials. It's not a problem to make a few swords for you. Okay. What about you? Mom, you just asked me to think about it. How can I think about it in such a short time? Zhou Xiao's mind was rolling. Finally, he had an inexplicable feeling. Among the people who attacked Qin Fangyang, the one who used 2 sledgehammers seemed to be very powerful. He asked tentatively, how about, I use a hammer? What? Hammer? Hearing this, the mother and daughter's eyes widened. Before the update, I found that I missed a part. Although you didn't see it, I still refined it. So please recommend me. Chapter 76. Ahem. Mom, Xiao Duo can't use weapons now. Let him think about it. There's no need to rush. Zhou Xiaoyan pictured Xiao Duo waving 2 sledgehammers in her mind. She couldn't look at it directly. It was like a lobster dancing with sledgehammers. So she tried to persuade him tactfully. Then I'll think about it. Think about it more. Zhou Xiaoduo followed her advice. Her cell phone vibrated. Zhou Xiaoyan took it out and looked at it. Her face suddenly changed. She said, Mom, I won't eat. I have something to do. I have to go. As she spoke, she hurriedly ran into her room and changed into a set of clothes in an instant. She was wearing a white shirt and a white skirt. Then, she shot out of the window and made a turn in the air before disappearing into the sky. Cell phone. Yes, cell phone. Zhou Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't checked his cell phone for a long time. He vaguely remembered that the last message was from Lu Jiansheng. He took it out and looked at it. He muttered to himself, Damn, I didn't expect that the guy I beat up had a gang background. So powerful. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. The Azure Dragon Gang, the biggest gang in the local area. I don't know if they will come to stop me again in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo was worried. At this time, there was still a long time before school started, but number 2 high school was already on guard. It could be said that they were on guard in all directions. Especially at the school gate, there were several people in robes standing with their hand behind their backs and eyes like eagles. A little distance away, there were teams of soldiers patrolling from time to time. The students who arrived at school were only allowed to enter but not leave. Zhou Xiaoduo went all the way to school. At first glance, he was shocked by the strict posture. Was it because of the gang who attacked the principal and teacher Qin yesterday? Under the gaze of countless masters, Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly entered the school with his tail between his legs. Even after he successfully entered the school, he was still a little scared and shuddered. As soon as they entered, they saw 10 big men with pale faces hugging trees on one side of the sports field. Well, to be more precise, they were shackled to the trees with handcuffs and shackles. Judging from the state of these people, it was estimated that these 10 brothers had been shackled for the whole night. It was none other than the 10 that had stopped him. These people were separated from each other by quite a distance. In front of each of them, there was one person interrogating them and another person taking notes. Then, there was another person standing to the side with his hands behind his back and a dark face. It was unknown when he would pull out his gun and shout, "You're lying. I'll kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud roar came from the other side. "You're lying. I'll kill you." And so on and so forth. It was basically the same sentence, rising and falling one after another in an endless stream. The 10 people who had exhausted their physical strength to the limit and were also mentally exhausted were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale. Your companions have already confessed. Now, you're the only one left. Try being stubborn again. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would cause such a huge commotion just to kidnap a student. More than 2,000 masters have been mobilized, right? What kind of family's child were they trying to kidnap? Could it be the son of some feudal official? This was like poking a hornet's nest. Zhuo just stood at the side and watched curiously. Then, someone came over. Student, you're not allowed to watch here. Please leave immediately. Zhuo was unusually obedient. He turned around and left without stopping. If he didn't want to watch, then so be it. He didn't want to watch. After taking a few steps, he found Li Chenglong watching the commotion from afar. What's going on? Zhuo walked over and asked. What's going on? This is too big. Li Chenglong's face was pale. He was obviously frightened, but there was also a sense of schadenfreude. First, it said that the principal was assassinated yesterday. Zhuo nodded. I know about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Second, it said that the principal's assassination has a lot of implications. There are spies from the UMNO alliance in the school. They're investigating it. Li Chenglong was indeed well informed. I also thought of this. Third, the Azure Dragon Gang was destroyed. Everyone in the gang was killed. Little Fatty's face was pale. He was gloating. The Azure Dragon Gang was destroyed. This time, Zhuo was shocked. Yeah. Li Chenglong looked around and whispered in Zhuo's ear. Do you remember Zheng Dai? Proud? Who's that? Zhuo was confused. That day, when you went to class 1, other than Cheng Fangji, he scolded the most, and his mouth was the dirtiest. When he fought, he was especially ruthless. Don't you remember? He's always been the most arrogant in the school. He's always surrounded by more than a dozen people. Li Chenglong was stunned. Zhuo beat people up these 2 days. Cheng Fangji and Zheng Dai were the most ruthless. In the end, he said he didn't know. Little Fatty felt a little confused. That's him? What's wrong? Zhuo remembered. What's wrong? Li Chenglong snorted and said, This guy is the young leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. Do you see the 10 people under the tree? They're from the Azure Dragon Gang. Hiss. Zhuo was shocked. These 10 people wanted to catch me yesterday afternoon, but they were caught by teacher Lu Jiansheng. So many things happened. These 10 people are still alive. We should really thank teacher Lu Jiansheng and the others. Little Fatty sighed. Otherwise, if they were in the Azure Dragon Gang last night, they would probably be buried by now. The entire Azure Dragon Gang, from top to bottom, died collectively. Now the remaining people of the Azure Dragon Gang are in our school. Well, it's these 10 people and their young leader, Zheng Dai. Little Fatty looked melancholy. Zheng Dai, this guy from now on, can take a family photo alone. 2 fucking buns are enough to fill the whole family. Little Fatty seemed to be sighing, but no matter how Zhuo listened, he could feel that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. As they were talking, Qin Fanyang came. His face was still a little pale. Yesterday afternoon, he immediately rushed back to catch Mu Yinfeng, but Mu Yinfeng had disappeared when he came back. This made Qin Fanyang unhappy until now. When he saw Zhuo at a glance, he immediately walked over. Why are you so late? Hurry up and come with me. Qin Fanyang walked in front in a hurry. At first glance, he looked normal, but Zhuo heard a voice as soft as a mosquito. Remember, you didn't make a move yesterday. You don't know anything. Zhuo's heart suddenly trembled, but his face still remained calm. He was just like how he usually was. He followed Qin Fanyang all the way into the principal's office. He saw that the huge office was already full of people. At a glance, there were at least 17 or 18 people in the room. It was full and crowded, almost squeezed into an egg. At this moment, the person sitting in the middle was not the principal of number 2 high school, Li Changjiang, but a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s with a smile on his face. This person's body was slightly fat, but his eyes were particularly clear and sharp. The hair on his head was not thick, and he looked like he was balding. One side of his hair was pulled over to cover his shiny scalp. In addition to this person, the more conspicuous ones were the 2 officers sitting next to him. The white battle robes they wore were different from the rest, and the military badges they wore were even more dazzling and pleasing to the eye. So Xiaoduo looked around and found that Li Changjiang was sitting at a seat closer to the side. There was only a small stool under his butt, and he looked at the door from time to time. Director Jiang, so Xiaoduo is here. Qin Fangyang brought Xiaoduo in and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. So Xiaoduo knew what he meant. Needless to say, this room was full of high-ranking officials. Their administrative level was at least higher than Li Changjiang, the principal. Much higher, much higher. Hello, leaders. Hello, officers. Hello, principal, teachers. Hello, uncles who I don't know how to address. Anyway, hello, everyone. Xiaoduo's mouth was instantly as sweet as honey. His small face was white and rosy, obedient, sensible, and smart. His eyes were innocent, immature, and filled with curiosity and liveliness. What an honest, obedient, cute, sensible, and sweet-tongued young man. Many people in the room had similar praises in their hearts. Qin Fangyang subconsciously turned his head away. Li Changjiang also lowered his head and coughed softly. Looking at this piece of meat that could not be cooked, smashed, cut, or chewed was actually trying to act cute here. The two of them felt that they could not look straight at him. This child is not bad, very polite. The middle-aged man in the middle smiled and praised him. Because of the practice of martial arts from a young age, as long as the child has a little foundation, all of them want to have their nostrils pointed to the sky. Such a sensible and polite child is really rare. Li Changjiang's throat itched. He thought to himself, you probably haven't seen Xiaoduo's true manners yet. He coughed and said, Xiaoduo, this is Director Jiang of Starshield. He asked you a question. You have to answer truthfully, understand? So Xiaoduo nodded even more obediently and replied, yes, Principal. Hello, Director Jiang. Director Jiang said pleasantly, yours was Xiaoduo? Well, aren't you afraid of me? Xiaoduo's blushing face was full of smiles. Director Jiang, what's there to be afraid of? If Principal Li hadn't said that you were the director, you wouldn't look like one at all. You look so kind, no different from the uncle in the park. You must be a good leader who specializes in doing good things for the people. It would be abnormal if I was afraid of you, right? When I first saw you, I only felt close to you. Where did fear come from? Director Jiang laughed loudly. Ha, little guy, you're not bad. Xiaoduo giggled and scratched his head in an honest and cute manner. He looked embarrassed by the sudden praise. Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He, who was always calm, could no longer stay calm. Xiaoduo, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Just treat it as a casual chat. Director Jiang said pleasantly. I know, let's chat. Let me ask you. Director Jiang's face suddenly changed. He slammed the table with a bang. From his previous gentle and charming manner, he suddenly became vigorous and resolute. His voice was like thunder, shaking people's souls and making them lose their minds. Why did you go to Class 1 to cause trouble? What's your purpose? What do you know? Speak. With this anger, all the hair on the top of his head suddenly floated to one side, revealing his shiny scalp. So Xiaoduo jumped in fright, because the scalp could actually reflect his own face. Suddenly, he had an idea. If he raised his head, wouldn't he be able to see his own, but from the back of his head? Ordinary people didn't have this ability. It's about to be published. Brothers from all over the world, please support the official paid reading. Well, as usual, please recommend it. Chapter 77. Mom. Xiaoduo sat on the ground, his face pale. He stuttered, I want to pee. Speak. He slammed the table. Xiaoduo's face was pale, and his body was trembling. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. Qin Fangyang grinned, and his face twitched. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Tell me the truth. A dozen pairs of cold eyes suddenly shone on Qin Fangyang like searchlights. Qin Fangyang's expression remained unchanged, and he took half a step back. So Xiaoduo looked like he had just recovered from the shock. It's like this. They hit my classmates, so I wanted to hit them back. Speaking of this, he seemed to slowly regain his consciousness. He suddenly shouted, "Even if I couldn't beat them, I would at most be beaten up by them. No one can beat my classmate for no reason. This is too much. Even if it's for revenge, once is enough. Why did you go a second time?" Chief Zhang's eyes were like lightning. "Did you discover something?" "What did I discover?" Xiaoduo was at a loss. "Yes, I hate them when I see them. I realize that they are ugly, so I wanted to beat them up a few more times. If it wasn't for teacher who's pleading, I wanted to continue until I don't hate them anymore." "Then why did you go against Teacher Mu when you went in?" "I didn't go against teacher, absolutely not. Who spread this rumor about me? This is slander, and nonsense." Xiaoduo was a little anxious in his heart. This matter seems to have gotten out of hand. Is he really going to punish me? I did whatever Teacher Mu said. She told me not to cause trouble, so I went out. How could I dare to go against teacher? I went after class and went back before class. I definitely didn't delay teacher's teaching. Then why did you still go after class and the next morning? Why did you do that? I didn't vent my anger enough. I still don't like them. I hate them everywhere. So I continued to beat them up. Xiaoduo stomped on the ground with the tips of his toes. Yes, I was too impulsive. I was too caught up in the moment. Teacher, I was wrong. I destroyed the atmosphere of unity on campus, affected the camaraderie between fellow students, and hindered the order of teaching. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, and his voice became more and more passionate. But I, at the beginning, was really only hot-blooded and full of loyalty. What I did was right to the heavens, to the earth, and to my conscience. I didn't let down my country, I didn't let down my people, I didn't let down the astral souls, and I didn't let down the tens of millions of years of glorious cultural heritage on the mainland. Silence filled the room. Even Chief Jiang was dumbfounded. What I just asked? What was his answer? What the hell was going on? This was completely irrelevant, wasn't it? I'm asking, did you find anything? Chief Jiang had a headache. Discover what? Xiaoduo was startled. What can you discover? Oh, that Cheng Fangji has a scar on his face? The officials in the room once again felt a wave of helplessness. Chief Jiang skillfully shook his head, and the hair that had deviated from its fixed position was flung back to cover his scalp. He sighed. Xiaoduo, you can go back to class. Qin Fangyang left with Xiaoduo. What did the clear heart mirror say? Chief Jiang asked. It didn't lie. Every word was the truth. It came from the heart. Another middle-aged man, who had his head lowered, replied affirmatively. What a pity! Chief Jiang looked disappointed. I thought he was a perception-type genius who could detect the UMNO Alliance's spies with his senses. Sigh. Li Changjiang lowered his head, and his eyes rolled quietly. A perception-type genius? He remembered one thing. The evaluation of Xiaoduo's heterodox devil heart. His extraordinary mind was completely unaffected by the illusion. However, he forcefully suppressed it right away. Now, the whole school was almost under the UMNO Alliance. He really didn't know who to trust. Ruiyun was right. Let nature take its course. Don't harm the child because of a moment of impulse. At the end of the day, Xiaoduo was still a teenager. Chief Jiang said lightly, Mu Yinfeng left the school after school yesterday afternoon, and we lost track of him since then. It has been confirmed that all 50 students in the first class have been affected by the Army obliteration charm. These 50 students are the elite students of the entire second high school. Chief Jiang's expression was indignant and melancholy. Chief Sun, such a big mistake has occurred. What kind of inaction and dereliction of duty is the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? A middle-aged man stood up, his face full of sweat. This will cause a huge uproar in society. Most of the children who can enter the elite class have good family backgrounds, and they're influential in Phoenix City. List the 9th batch of students who have graduated from Mu Yunfeng's teaching immediately and hand over their scores to Star Shield. Everyone has to undergo the Crystal Pass test. Suspend all the duties and missions of these people. Yes, isolate those 50 students temporarily to confirm the situation. Why don't we send them directly to the Crystal Pass? Another officer asked with a frown. There must be a spy among the students. Chief Jiang said indifferently. If we can't find this person, we can only isolate them forever. Yes. Also, Vice Principal Gao Yi of 2nd High School. Chief Jiang said. He was the one who introduced Mu Yunfeng to the school to teach, right? Who else did he introduce? Investigate all of them, including the classes he has taught and the students he has taught. Those who have graduated are also included. Li Changjiang stood up in shock. Chief Jiang, the scope of this incident is too big. If this is really the case, it could easily implicate tens of thousands of people. We still have to handle it carefully. Chief Jiang's gaze was as sharp as a needle. Handle it carefully? What if something goes wrong? Principal Li, can you bear the responsibility? Li Changjiang's face turned pale, and he kept quiet. How many students had graduated from 2nd High School over the years? Many of them already held important positions in the army, and some held positions in politics and education. There were people from all walks of life. If Li Changjiang had to take responsibility for anything that went wrong in any of the positions, Li Changjiang felt that it would be better for him to hang himself as soon as possible, with so many people who could guarantee that nothing would happen to any of them. What a joke. There was a sound at the door. The tall and thin Vice Principal Gao was brought in. Qin Fanyang brought Zhou Xiaoduo out of the office, but he did not send him to the classroom. Instead, he brought him back to his own teacher's office. Sit down. Teacher, don't you need to go back for another meeting? Zhou Xiaoduo was curious. His position is too high. What can I do? Qin Fanyang took a breath. Besides, I don't want to deal with this group of people. Qin Fanyang frowned, as if he was thinking about something. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. After a long time, he said slowly, Zhou Xiaoduo, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Teacher, please tell me. As long as I can help you, I will do my best without hesitation. I just want you to help me read my fortune. Qin Fanyang raised his head. His eyes were filled with indescribable exhaustion and desolation. I want to know my fate in marriage. Fate in marriage? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Teacher Qin's request was not a surprise or a shock, but a horror. Zhou Xiaoduo was still in shock. Qin Fanyang's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Li Changjiang. Bring Zhou Xiaoduo to me later. Qin Fanyang put down his phone quietly. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. A mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Teacher Qin, I wonder if you... Zhou Xiaoduo was cautious. He felt that Qin Fanyang was a little strange today. It seemed that he was not in his right mind. Zhou Xiaoduo had only been promoted to the warrior class for a few days. Strictly speaking, he was not familiar with Qin Fanyang. Due to his dignity as a teacher, he had never seriously looked at Qin Fanyang's face. How could a student stare at a teacher's face without blinking? Zhou Xiaoduo would occasionally sweep a glance, but at most, he would check if the other party was filled with black qi or if a calamity was about to befall him. If there was no danger, then it was fine. Teacher Qin, are you serious? I'm serious. Qin Fanyang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, These days I've been feeling uneasy. I keep feeling that I'm going to lose something forever. Especially after I got injured. My senses have become sharper. I remember what you said before. If I didn't have a calamity, would I? Qin Fanyang did not continue. He turned around and sat upright. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him seriously for a while and murmured, Teacher Qin, your face. I don't know what to say. As the saying goes, I'm a man of iron. Just say it. Qin Fanyang said, You're asking about fate, but you're separated. Probably because you're alone and can't find a companion. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were rather reserved. Based on Qin Fanyang's physiognomy, his marriage affinity wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. Qin Fanyang nodded as expected and said, Just say it in detail. There's no need to worry. Teacher Qin, Your marriage can be said to be full of twists and turns. Although you once had a harmonious and beautiful time, you soon fell into a state of separation. After that, you probably didn't want to let go and continued to search for this fate. Qin Wanru said with a smile, "Teacher Qin, from what I've seen from your face, your fate is deep but shallow. Even if it's not a bad fate, it's definitely not a good fate. It can be said to be very bad." Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and exhaled softly. "I'm afraid that teacher has been searching for her for many, many years." So Xiaoduo spoke more cautiously than before. Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and said quietly, "It's been a long time indeed. It's been 82 years and 4 months. 82 years." Hearing this number, Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Qin Fangyang looked like he was in his 30s, but he said that they had been separated for more than 80 years. Then how old was teacher Qin now? As for his other half, she was probably part of the elderly population now, right? However, Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and did not dare to ask this question. "Your physiognomy is good. What you said about the past is accurate, but you still have to tell me directly. Can I still find her?" Qin Fangyang lowered his head and asked in a low voice. "Find her?" Zhou Xiaoduo was a little upset. "Teacher, your fate is to fly to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the earth. How are you going to find her?" However, Zhou Xiaoduo carefully observed Qin Fangyang for a long time. He could faintly feel that there was still some connection between the two of them. However, the connection was too shallow, and it was difficult to continue. So Xiaoduo pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Teacher Qin, please write something for me to see. 1st of July, cough, cough. I'm now thinking about how many chapters to release. Headache. So please recommend me." Chapter 78. Write a word. Qin Fangyang knew that's what Xiaoduo wanted to do, a word reading. Without further ado, he grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled a word on it. It was done in a flash. "Qian." So Xiaoduo took the paper and looked at it carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. "Teacher Qin, it's not impossible for you to find that person, but I'm afraid that you'll regret it in the end. Love is deep, but fate is shallow. There's no way to force it." "What do you mean?" "Qian is obviously a girl's name. Just this word alone is not good enough for you. Qian starts with the word grass. It's delicate and delicate. Based on your many years of fruitless searching, you're looking for a delicate girl. She's hidden in the grass. A blade of grass blends into the grassland. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's impossible, and this is only the simplest Jie word." Qin Fangyang was obviously dissatisfied. "What about the deeper level? You've been searching for her for a long time without giving up. The main reason you can't find her isn't because you can't find her. It's because she doesn't want to see you. It's like you want to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. How can you do that?" The word Qian starts with the word grass. Grass has wilted and flourished. Below the word grass, it can be Qian or dry. When grass dries, it's withered. The girl you're looking for has a withered face. This is the cause and effect. What's more, you can't find her, but that doesn't mean you can't find her. So Xiaoduo said calmly, "Where is there no grass in life? Wherever you are, she might be by your side. You're just turning a blind eye to her." Qin Fangyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. "Found her? Found her? Qian doesn't want to see me? It's as if I don't see her. Maybe she's by your side." Qin Fangyang stood up. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. With his hands behind his back, he paced slowly. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, "What if I insist on finding her?" So Xiaoduo sighed. "Teacher, if you are determined to look for it, you can find it. That Qian character, although it can be said that it starts with the word grass, it can also be said that it starts with the word tomb. The Qian character below, when reversed, is the word earth. Dig the soil and bury it. Teacher Qin, if you want to forcefully reverse this relationship, I'm afraid, by the time you find her, you'll already be buried." So Xiaoduo said softly, "Teacher Qin, you have to think twice about this matter. You have to insist on this wrong relationship. You can't allow others or yourself to have it. It's too late to regret if you keep repeating it over and over again. Why bother? The day they are found will be the day they are buried. Qin Fanyang slowly mumbled. He slowly walked to the window and looked out. He looked at the red maple leaves that were rustling in the wind. He felt that the maple leaves were like blood. Golden light danced and flowed on the red leaves, like drops of tears rolling around. The day they are found will be the day they are buried. Qian, you're so cruel. He stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was deep and distant. It was as if he had returned to that day. It was when he had just entered the embryonic breathing realm. He had gone on an adventure with his beloved wife, Lu Qian, and two other companions to fight for resources in exchange for college points so that they could practice better. At the side of a deserted pool, the group had found 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old star spiritual herbs. Just 1 stalk of such 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs would allow the user to be reborn and improve their cultivation greatly. It was also at that time that a sudden change occurred. His 2 companions, who had been calling each other brothers, took advantage of the delicate moment when he was concentrating on collecting the star spiritual herbs to kill him and Lu Qian. Just as he was about to be beheaded and die, Qian used her delicate body, which had already been stabbed in the chest, to block the fatal attack for him. His dantian was completely shattered. Since Qin Fanyang had survived, he naturally counterattacked. Qin Fanyang's actual ability was far above the other party. When the 2 of them saw that the situation was not good, they immediately fled. Qin Fanyang did not chase after them. His whole heart was on Lu Qian. Lu Qian, who had been stabbed in the chest and had her dantian shattered, was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Her internal and external injuries were extremely serious. Qin Fanyang used the star spiritual herb that he had just obtained to prolong Lu Qian's life. Finally, the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb's effect was extraordinary. It kept her alive and improved her injuries. After the 2 of them returned, they searched everywhere for famous doctors. In the end, their lives were saved. However, their dantian was shattered beyond repair. The path of martial arts was cut off from then on. The 5 years of searching for doctors was a tearful journey. At that time, Qian was in her prime, the best time of her life. She had fallen from the heavens into the abyss. However, she did not seek death. Instead, she accepted this reality with a very calm and indifferent attitude. When the 2 of them went to Longzhou City, he went out again to search for famous doctors. Qian stayed in the hotel to wait for him to return. However, when he returned, Qian was nowhere to be found. There was only a piece of paper and a poem left on the table. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? After today's farewell, the horizon is untouched. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the emperor every night. After that, Qin Fanyang searched crazily for Lu Qian for 2 years. However, he could not find her. Qin Fanyang searched every city that the 2 of them had been to. In their hometown, Qin Fanyang even turned the land upside down to search. However, there was still no trace of Qian. In the end, all of Qin Fanyang's deep feelings turned into anger. He was angry at the 2 people who had plotted against them. 7 years later, he officially started to seek revenge. Qin Fanyang found the 2 people very quickly and engaged in many battles. Originally, Qin Fanyang's strength was far above them. However, during the 7 years of searching for Lu Qian, he practically did not cultivate. On the other hand, the 2 people knew that Qin Fanyang would definitely seek revenge. They cultivated diligently and improved greatly. After many battles, the one who was at a disadvantage was actually Qin Fanyang. In the end, Qin Fanyang escaped with serious injuries. However, Qin Fanyang did not want to let others take revenge for him. Therefore, he resolutely went to the Sun Moon Pass and joined the army. Through resisting the Umno alliance, he honed his own cultivation. After thousands of battles, he had countless military achievements. In the past, countless of his comrades had died in battle outside the Sun Moon Pass. However, every battle was a charge to the death. Qin Fangyang, who led the charge, miraculously survived. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on the Emperor every night. Qianqian, have you been protecting me all this time? Until he reached the nascent soul realm, Qin Fangyang accumulated merits and became a general. However, at this time, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time came back with an unstoppable momentum. I've done it. Qianqian, a man's ambition in life is to fight in a magnificent city. Shouldering the responsibility of the country, how can it be limited to love? I've already completed your task, but I still can't let go of you. I can't let go of my enemy. Qin Fangyang did not care about his superior's persuasion and resolutely resigned. Then, he went on the path of revenge. In the blink of an eye, he killed one of his two enemies with his sword. The other escaped with serious injuries, and no one knew where he went. After that, Qin Fangyang began his journey to find Lu Qianqian again. At that time, when he left the army, Qin Fangyang stood outside the headquarters Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's tent for an entire night. He begged Commander-in-Chief Dongfang to use his unique aura observation technique to point him in a direction. After an entire night, Commander-in-Chief Dongfang still did not appear. In the end, a guard handed him a note. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. Qin Fangyang wandered the world and searched bitterly for 28 years, but there was no news. The fire of anxiety in his heart had never disappeared. Until one day, when he came to Fengshou City, he suddenly remembered that Lu Qianqian had said something when they were together. According to ancient legends, there used to be phoenixes on this continent, and phoenixes have fallen in some cities. I really want to see it. Yes, there were too many legends about the continent of astral souls. Fengshou City, Fengguan City, Fengling City, Fengming City, Fengwei City, and so on. These kinds of names were said to be the places where phoenixes had fallen in the legends. That was why they had such names. Qin Fangyang's mind flickered, as if he had grasped a key point. From then on, his footsteps became selective, and he went to all the cities with the word Feng. He remembered Commander-in-Chief Dongfang's words. Where the heart is at peace is where the heart is at home. However, in all the cities he set foot in, he did not feel such a feeling of peace. Instead, he became more and more anxious, until one day he came to Phoenix City. The moment he entered the city, he felt that his restless heart had inexplicably calmed down. It was as if he had finally found his home after wandering for many years. He was no longer impatient, no longer anxious, and slowly walked around the city for half a month. Then, he discovered, no, it should be said that he confirmed that this Phoenix City's martial arts school number 2 high school, whenever he approached, he would feel exceptionally peaceful and steady. Thus, he came to number 2 high school, applied for a teaching position, and became an ordinary teacher. Then, he settled down here. If I can't fight at the border, then I'll teach my skills to the next generation. I'll train generation after generation of elites to fight against the UMNO alliance and protect my country in another way. And this was also another way to fulfill Qianqian's wish. Qin Fangyang conscientiously carried out his teaching duties step by step, and his heart was at peace. I fulfilled your wish. It was because of this sense of satisfaction that he had been teaching here for more than a few decades. However, recently, Qin Fangyang felt that his heart was in a mess again. His thoughts were like a tide, and it was difficult to control. Often, he would unconsciously have a feeling, a kind of emotion, I've done all your wishes for you, but where are you? It was the same as before, but there was an additional question mark. Where are you? Especially during this period, his heart was pounding, and he felt that he was going to lose his harbor. This feeling made Qin Fangyang very uneasy. Until a few days ago, when he accidentally heard Zhou Xiaodui's theory about the strange perception of humans, this feeling of uneasiness rose to the peak. After so many years, Qianqian should be more than 120 years old now, right? She can't cultivate, and her life is coming to an end. Is this feeling deliberately reminding me to see her for the last time? That's right. This is another way of telling me that my feelings are true. That's right. That's right. Writing this chapter is so tiring. I dare say that no one has ever solved the Chanchan character before. Would you believe me? So, you should give me all the recommendation votes, right? Recommended new book by Platinum Guru, Saving the World, author of The Library of Heaven's Path, quite good. Chapter 79. The day we meet again is the day we part forever. Qin Fanyang's heart felt like it was being fried in oil when he thought of this. Yesterday's incident might have been a big deal in Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, but for someone as experienced as Qin Fanyang, it was not a big deal. However, such a small matter had caused him to be injured, and then involved the UMNO alliance's military defeat. The extent of the implications made Qin Fanyang feel that this place would no longer be peaceful. Following that, as he was injured, he once again recalled the time when Lu Qianqian had risked her life to protect him, and the fear of losing him forever. This was what Qin Fanyang feared the most. That was why he could not wait to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo. To Qin Fanyang, Zhuo Xiaoduo was his only hope, a life-saving straw. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had finished looking at it. Although it sounded a little far-fetched, it was very different from what he had imagined. Not only was there hope, but it was also a clear direction. However, Qin Fanyang did not dare to look for it himself, because he knew very well that what Zhuo Xiaoduo said was true. Forcing this fate will only make mistakes worse. The day I find it is the day I die. Why did Qianqian leave him? Because Qianqian used to be a martial artist, and she knew her own condition very well. The lifespan of a martial artist was long, and with Qin Fanyang's talent, he would definitely live for at least 1,000 years. After she lost the possibility of continuing her cultivation, even if her body was stronger than ordinary people because of her previous cultivation, her lifespan was at most 100 years. No matter how beautiful she was when she was young, and how she maintained her beauty, she could only maintain her beauty for 10 or 20 years at most. What was more certain was that when she was too old to move, and even incontinent, as long as Qin Fanyang was willing, she would still look like she was in her 20s or 30s. To put it more cruelly, even if she died a few hundred years later, Qin Fanyang would still not age. When they slowly grew old together, it would be an extravagant hope for them to grow old together, that which woman could bear this kind of reality? I've already turned into a sea of mulberry fields, but you're still an elegant young man. To Qianqian, this was undoubtedly more painful than death. My heart is like the bright moon, shining upon you every night. Qin Fanyang looked out the window with his hands behind his back and murmured, "But where is Mingyue?" His voice was hoarse and even trembling a little. So Xiaoduo, who was listening from the side, could feel the pain of Qin Fanyang's heart being torn apart. It was a bleeding wound that hadn't healed. This time, Xiaoduo was really obedient and sat quietly at the side, not daring to disturb them. He only felt that the atmosphere in front of him was unbearably sticky. After a long time, Qin Fanyang heaved a long sigh of relief. He muttered, "So you're here." His voice was soft and thin. It was as if a movie was playing in his mind. Countless figures flashed through his mind like a white steed flitting across a gap. Qin Fanyang sighed. "Teacher, are you all right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I'm fine." Qin Fanyang smiled bitterly. It was rare for him to take out a cigarette and light it up. He only took a puff, but he choked on the smoke. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I haven't smoked for a long time. I actually choked on my eyes." He rubbed his eyes and said, "Xiaoduo, don't read people's fortune so easily in the future." So Xiaoduo said non-committally, "Okay." He thought to himself, "If I don't read people's fortune, where would I get the luck points from? I'm waiting for this thing to save my life." However, So Xiaoduo also knew now that he had read Qin Fanyang's fortune in vain, because it seemed that Qin Fanyang had decided to give up on getting to the bottom of it. After a while, Qin Fanyang's mood slowly stabilized and returned to normal. He turned around and stared at Zhua Xiaoduo's face. He asked seriously, word by word, Xiaoduo, tell me, you've been causing trouble for Class 1 for the past few days without stopping. What's the real reason? Did you find something wrong? Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment and said thoughtfully, I really just wanted to beat them up at the beginning. You must have figured it out by now. At that time, my cultivation had improved greatly. In fact, I was full of confidence when I went to find them. However, when I came to fight later, I accidentally found that the whole class was collectively suffering from bad luck. They were covered in black light. Of course, I had some thoughts. Qin Fanyang nodded. So, that's why you've been making a ruckus? If Gu Yuan Hang and the others didn't apologize, which made me feel that something was wrong, would you still want to beat them up? So Xiaoduo scratched his head and smiled honestly, something like that. At least, I wanted to block their door for another 3 to 7 days. I wanted to beat them up every time I saw them. After all, we're all classmates in the same school. It's impossible for me not to think of a way to sort out my classmates' bad luck. The bad luck and the bad luck are mysterious. In fact, as long as there's a way to vent it, it can be resolved. At least in my opinion, if I beat them up and they were unlucky, injured, and physically and mentally, part of the bad luck would be eliminated. The more I beat them up, the more the bad luck would dissipate. After that, I found that after Gu Yuan Hang and the others were bleeding, the bad luck would be reduced by a lot. It was even better than I expected. Ha! So Xiaoduo looked like he was doing a good deed without leaving his name. He spoke frankly with assurance and righteousness. Only a small part of it was true. Most of it was nonsense. Qin Fanyang's eyebrows twitched. He was a little speechless. So, if we didn't interfere, you planned to let them be beaten up and bleed? So Xiaoduo replied innocently, Teacher, I'm helping them. The effect is quite obvious. Qin Fanyang was now a little glad for the students of Class 1. Fortunately, he found out early and the incident broke out in time. Otherwise, these poor students would have been beaten up by Xiaoduo for a long time. He thought that Hu Riyun could completely suppress Xiaoduo. Now, it seemed that with this clue, Hu Riyun could only sigh. At most, she could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Teacher Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to class. If there's nothing else, remember to tell everyone not to run around. Stay in the classroom and practice. Qin Fanyang was still a little absent-minded. He paused for a while before saying, There's still no news from the principal. He probably hasn't reached an agreement with the higher-ups. When he comes, I'll tell you what to do next. Understood. So Xiaoduo left. At this moment, all the students of Class 1 had been detained. Without exception, all 50 of them were sitting in the classroom, waiting for their punishment. As far as they were concerned, they weren't even allowed to meditate. They could only sit there idly. Other than them, there were only a few guards in the classroom. All communication tools had been confiscated at the first moment. In other words, these people had completely lost contact with the outside world. So Xiaoduo walked past the door and looked in through the open door. He saw that everyone in Class 1 was at a loss. No matter how talented they were still teenagers. It was natural for them to panic when faced with such a big incident. This time, Xiaoduo did not block the door. Instead, he ran back to Class 9 with his tail between his legs. When he entered the classroom, he found that Class 9 was even more lively than a temple fair. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing the incident. Brother Zhua is back, Li Chenglong yelled. The whole class shouted together. Brother Zhua is so mighty. He single-handedly took down the entire class and the head teacher. He even brought along the vice principal. That's so domineering. Ugh, Xiaoduo was sweating. Brothers, please don't say that. Your brother Zhua is only good at reading faces. I can't handle such a big incident. Don't get me into trouble. If you shout a few more times, I'll probably have to go in. A group of people surrounded Xiaoduo and escorted him back to his seat. Tell us, what did Teacher Qin say to you? No problem. Before we parted, Teacher Qin asked me to pass on a message to you. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was unprecedentedly serious. Everyone quieted down. This is outrageous, Zhou Xiaoduo yelled angrily, as if he was trying to imitate Qin Fangyang's voice and tone. Surprisingly, it was somewhat lifelike. Everyone closed their eyes, almost thinking that Qin Fangyang was standing in front of them and speaking. You students are the worst class I've ever taught. The whole class was beaten up collectively. It's a disgrace. Look at all of you. Which one of you isn't bruised and swollen? Which one of you isn't full of obscenities? Now, you're all rotten. You've all been beaten to a pulp. I advise you to take out your hearts, lungs, and intestines and put them under the sun. Clean them up. Think about it. 50 students in Class 1 were beaten up by Brother Zhou. How many hours has it been? Have you forgotten? That old, crooked locust tree that was kicked by Brother Zhou is still standing at the back of the classroom, staring at you all day and night. I've thought about it for a long time, and I've come up with 4 words for you all. Zhou Xiaoduo said painfully. Well done. Start practicing. Wow. Brother Zhou, these aren't just 4 words. Is this important? Is this the point? Hee hee. Brother Zhou is wise and mighty. So, everyone started practicing. However, the moment they started cultivating, every single student in the class felt that something was wrong. Why? Why is it so hot? Especially Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, who were closest to Zhou Xiaoduo. They felt as if they were sitting in a furnace practicing. They were sweating profusely as soon as they started practicing. What's going on? What's going on? Zhou Xiaoduo, the initiator, was also feeling quite uncomfortable. Unlike the others, he didn't feel hot, but dry. When he started practicing the Flaming Sun Sutra, there was a corresponding abnormality in his lower body. It was valiant and full of vigor. Zhou Xiaoduo calmly moved his thighs and pinned that guy down, suppressing him. I'm really too hardworking. I'm really ready for battle. Although Long Yuxing and the others were sweating profusely, none of them were willing to leave. There was no other reason. The spiritual energy in the classroom was too dense. As Zhou Xiaoduo started practicing, he was supposed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Instead, his body was releasing a large amount of spiritual energy like a fountain. Although it wasn't invisible to the naked eye, it filled the entire classroom in an instant. This was the result of Zhou Xiaoduo drinking far too much energy fluid in Meng Qianyu's recovery pod. It had all been converted into his own reserves. Now, with the activation of the Flaming Sun scripture, all of his reserves were forced out. After a while, the entire classroom was filled with white fog. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, and it was all of the highest quality spiritual energy. Long Yuxing and the others didn't care about the heat. They all closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were 2 people in a special situation. Snore, snore. Li Chongming was originally sleeping as usual, but he was suddenly woken up by the heat. He opened his eyes in a daze. Damn, could it be that I'm in a fairyland? He hurriedly practiced his family's dream sutra to its limit and focused on cultivating. The other one who was more special was the little fatty, Li Chenglong. He only felt that the special heat energy that filled the classroom had entered his meridians in a manner similar to being enlightened. For a moment, he felt as if his head was going to explode, and the meridians all over his body were swelling with pain. He forcefully endured and continued to absorb the spiritual energy. After a period of time, he actually felt that the originally obscure spiritual energy in his body gradually became lively. It surged mightily and endlessly, launching a frenzied attack against the martial warrior's barrier. This class could be said to be the most efficient class in the history of the 9th class. Zhou Xiaoduo alone satisfied everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, it made everyone feel as if they were about to explode. This chapter was too long. There wasn't much important content, so the word count was too long. Isn't it realistic? How about I ask for a recommendation vote? Chapter 80. Finally, the dense white spiritual fog gradually dissipated. I've broken through. Long Yushing was indescribably surprised. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. I've also broken through. Juan Licio's eyes widened in surprise. I've really broken through to the level of a martial master. It's really miraculous. I've also broken through. Yu Moyan was a man of few words. He had always been a man of few words. However, his flushed face expressed the excitement in his heart. Woo, hoo, woo woo. Li Zhongming woke up from his sleep again. He groggily confirmed his current state. I've also broken through. Ho, woo woo. Apart from the 4 people mentioned above, no one else in the 9th class had broken through. However, the strength of the entire class had increased by a large margin. There was no exception. At this time, a scream came from the back of the classroom. It sounded like a wild boar that had been stabbed in the butt with a knife. Oh my God, I've actually broken through. Li Qinglong jumped up and down as if he had gone crazy. He shook his but a dozen times in the air before he landed. He was laughing and crying at the same time. Tears gushed out of his eyes. What the fuck? I've broken through. Motherfucker. I've broken through. Woo woo woo. As he shouted, he suddenly burst into tears. They said that I can only be a teacher and tell history. Now, I've broken through. I've broken through. Woo woo woo. The others who had not broken through and were originally ranked higher than Li Qinglong were happy for him. However, they felt as if they had been ruthlessly smashed in the head with a stick. Even Li Qinglong had broken through. But why didn't we break through? This sense of loss was indescribable. That when Zhou Xiaoduo finished cultivating and saw this scene, he understood the situation. His heart ached so much that he almost fainted. Even though he didn't faint, his mouth was crooked and his entire body was twitching. This old man's young maiden's heart is cracking. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that he couldn't speak. This damned flaming sun scripture actually evaporated all the spiritual energy within his body and gave it to an outsider. What he didn't know was that the spirit chi that the flaming sun scripture had evaporated this time was only a small portion. When he cultivated in the future, it would continue to evaporate. As for the spiritual chi that was originally left in his meridians, it was absolutely impossible for him to truly use it for himself. Instead, because of the sedimentation, it would affect his future cultivation progress. Even if it was bejeweled nectar, after a long time, it would still precipitate. Zhou Xiaoduo was only a martial master at the moment, but the energy liquid he consumed was completely refined from the high-grade astral soul stone. It was not something he could perfectly refine and absorb at the moment. What he did today was to help others and himself, bringing out the best in each other. At this moment, other than Zhou Xiaoduo, the entire class was celebrating. 5 of them had broken through to martial master, and the others had also made great progress. This was definitely a good thing. Qin Fanyang heard the commotion and hurried over. When he entered the classroom, he was shocked. All 35 students of the 9th class gathered around him, their faces filled with excitement. Teacher Qin, I have broken through to martial master. I have also broken through. Me too. Me too. Me too. And me. Teacher Qin, look over here. I have also broken through. I have broken through to martial master. Li Qinglong didn't manage to get a closer seat, so he simply jumped around and shouted. Broken. Broken through? All of them have broken through? Even with Qin Fangyang's composure, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment as his eyes widened. According to his estimation, in the 9th class, even Long Yuxing and Juan Lixiu, who had the highest cultivation and the best talent, would need at least 2 months to break through to martial master. As for Yu Moyan and Li Changming, they would need at least 3 months to break through. However, he didn't expect that in just one morning, they would all break through together. This wasn't just inconceivable. It was simply unheard of and inconceivable. At this moment, Qin Fangyang began to doubt himself. Could it be that the effect of cultivation is only better when I'm not around? Or is it because my teaching is too poor? However, what puzzled him the most was Li Chenglong. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, and the others had broken through. Or perhaps it was because an epiphany that their cultivation had improved greatly. Then, the first person to break through had caused a chain reaction, causing the top few in the ninth class to break through successfully. This might be rare, but it was still reasonable. However, Li Chenglong had also broken through. This was too strange. The movement of the qi when breaking through couldn't have skipped over the students ranked before Li Chenglong and landed directly on Li Chenglong's head. His breakthrough was truly incomprehensible. What's going on? What happened? Qin Fangyang was extremely puzzled and instinctively asked this question. All of a sudden, the entire class was silent, and their excited hearts slowly calmed down. However, no one answered Qin Fangyang's question. Indeed, everyone knew what was going on, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that his whole body was twitching. How could he say it? For an extremely stingy person like Zhuo Xiaoduo, this was equivalent to spending tens of millions of yuan. Master Zhuo was so depressed that he wanted to close himself off. He was really angry in his heart, and evil thoughts grew in his heart. Forget about the others. How much did these few people who broke through take from me? They're simply too greedy. No way. I have to think of a way to make them compensate Master Zhuo. Master Zhuo couldn't suffer this loss for nothing. Consolidate the foundation. Qin Fangyang touched his chin and said, "The six of you can't stay in the classroom any longer. You have to go out and practice immediately to improve your breakthrough. The next few days will be very chaotic, and you can use these few days to calm yourself down. After this incident, I will send you to the Tower of Astral Souls to begin the second test." Yes. A white shadow flitted across the sky at high speed and entered the office building of number 2 high school in an almost intangible state and went straight to the top floor. As soon as the person landed, a shadow flashed and said, "Is it spiritual thoughts?" The white shadow revealed herself. She was tall and slim and exquisite. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan. As usual, she wore a veil that covered her entire face. "Yes, it's me. Is Grandma He here?" "Yes, she is waiting for you." So Xiaoyan entered the office, and the door behind her closed quietly. She smiled and ran a few steps forward. "Grandma He, I'm here to see you." The old woman was sitting in a wheelchair in the office. When she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan, she smiled happily. "Oh, my little Nyenner is here. How come you have time to see Grandma He today? I miss you." Zhuo Xiaoyan walked behind the wheelchair obediently and pushed the old woman to the wide floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, "My master is worried about you, so he asked me to come and see you and bring you the Dragon Soul liquid." She took out a small bottle as she spoke. The old woman smiled faintly and said, "I know my own body well. Even if I have the Dragon Soul liquid, it will be useless." She raised her withered hand and took Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. She gently touched Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate face and smiled. Good. Zhuo Xiaoyan squatted down and looked up. She asked, "Grandma He, the story you told me last time, it seems that you didn't finish it. Can you finish it? Some stories don't need an ending." The old woman looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan kindly. "Especially our little Nyenner. She doesn't need an ending." Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't quite understand. After a while, she said, "Grandma He, a master wants me to ask you something. She wants to see if you know something." The old woman smiled faintly. "Your master has reached the peak of nascent soul, half-step to cloud transformation. What doesn't she know? Why does she want to ask me, an old woman?" Zhuo Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue and said, "She is an outsider in Phoenix City." "Okay, go ahead. My master suspects that there is a big secret in Phoenix City. She wants to ask you if you know the whole story." "The big secret of Phoenix City?" The old woman's cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp. At this moment, there was a looming momentum. Why do you suddenly ask this? Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed the wheelchair slowly along the floor-to-ceiling window. She said softly, because in the past few days, too many things have happened in Phoenix City. What things? Some time ago, I found traces of the disciples of the tantalizing wolf sect and intercepted a tantalizing wolf's heart. When Zhuo Xiaoyan finished her first sentence, the old woman's face became unprecedentedly serious. Tantalizing wolf. A few days ago, there was an assassination outside the city. It was even more shocking. There were many casualties. My master went to check it out for 2 consecutive nights. She was sure that the assassins were from the 7-Kill sect. 7-Kill sect. The old woman's face became even uglier. Yesterday, Mr. Qin Fangyang from your school suspected that Pejuan's forces had infiltrated the school. So he and Principal Li Changjiang took 5 students to check it out. They were intercepted on the way. Although Mr. Qin and Principal Li were on guard, the strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. In the end, a master at the peak of nascent soul appeared. This person's strength was not inferior to my master's. Both Mr. Qin and Principal Li were seriously injured. The old woman's back suddenly straightened. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Qin Fangyang was attacked? Seriously injured? Are he and Headmaster Li seriously injured? They are fine. Although the injuries are not light, they're not fatal. They just need to rest for a while. It is a blessing in disguise. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not feel anything unusual. She said, "Today, the city guards, the inspection office, the governor's office, the martial arts bureau, and the Star Shield have sealed off Second High School. They are investigating the hidden dangers that may be related to the school." Zhuo Xiaoyan explained everything in detail and waited for Grandma He's response. Unexpectedly, Grandma He was absent-minded at this moment. It seemed that she did not listen to her at all. She could not help but ask in surprise, "Grandma He? Grandma He?" The old woman quickly came to her senses. She forced a smile and said, What did you want to ask?" Zhuo Xiaoyan had to repeat her words. She said, "Now the general situation is like this. The situation is very bad. I have a feeling that the tantalizing wolf sect, the 7-Kill sect, and the Pejuan sect have suddenly gathered in Phoenix City. Their plan is not simple. Let's not talk about other things. With the 3 sects together, the Pejuan sect has already formed. I will accompany my wife to my mother-in-law's house. If there are any mistakes, please point them out. I will come back and correct them. Am I being serious? So, please recommend me." Chapter 81. So Xiaoyan furrowed her brows. In history, as long as there is a kill-break-wolf situation, it is always an earth-shattering event. Phoenix City is just a small, remote city. If there is no major reason, how could it attract a kill-break-wolf gathering? Furthermore, in the legends, the kill-break-wolf situation will have its own Big Dipper luck. Even if the people who came this time are only the lower-level figures of the 3 sects, their combined strength is still not to be underestimated. Zhuo Xiaoyan spoke eloquently. In this period of time, Little Nian has read all the historical records of Phoenix City from ancient times to the present. She even visited the surrounding areas, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. I really don't understand. How did Phoenix City attract such a monstrous disaster? The old woman furrowed her brows and lowered her head, deep in thought. After she lowered her head, her white hair appeared even more withered, without any luster. It was like a weed that had completely exhausted its life force. I originally thought that in my lifetime, these things would not happen. Who would have thought that they would still come? After a long time, the old woman said indifferently, "I'm afraid this is what you wanted to investigate, right? Your master should not know, at least not all of it." Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. The old woman also smiled, but then her face became serious. She furrowed her brows and muttered, "Kill break wolf. Kill break wolf. Kill break wolf." She muttered a few times, and the expression in her eyes became more and more worried. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan, Her gaze became more and more pitiful and heavy. After a long time, she said in a low voice, "Niena, since you have read so many records, then you should have heard of a legend. That is, the reason why our Phoenix City is called Phoenix City is because a phoenix had once descended. Whether this legend is true or false, it has long been impossible to verify. But in Phoenix City, there really is a phoenix aura." The old woman's eyes were misty, and she said softly, "Ever since my astral souls was destroyed, I relied on the aura viewing technique. I have studied this path for many years. Nien, do you know what mountain is north of Phoenix City? What does the top of the mountain look like?" North of Phoenix City is Spirit Deer Mountain. At the top of the mountain is a very famous site in our Phoenix City, Deer Turning Head. The Zhuxiaonian had obviously put in a lot of effort, as she was very familiar with the story. Legend has it that a celestial deer was seriously injured, but was saved by someone. After it recovered, it stayed there for a long time and was reluctant to leave. It stood on the top of the mountain and looked back several times, leaving behind the celestial flower that formed the shape of the mountain. The mountain where the accident took place was called Spirit Deer Mountain. "What's wrong?" The old man smiled and said in a deep voice, "That has been a legend for over 10,000 years. As for the scenery at the top of the mountain, rather than saying that it was a deer turning its head, it would be better to say that it was a phoenix turning its head." Phoenix turning back? Not bad. It was a bird's eye view of Phoenix City. Standing on top of Phoenix Head turning, one could see the entire Phoenix City. Not one bit more, not one bit less. Because the terrain of Phoenix City is actually a peculiar arc, a strange arc. Phoenix City is tall in the middle and slightly lower in the front and back. In the north, it extends all the way to Spirit Deer Mountain before it gradually rises again. It's like the old man's eyes flashed. A phoenix's neck raised high, and in the middle of Phoenix City, it's slightly higher, like a chicken squatting here. The old man smiled. The Zhuxiaonian suddenly understood. A phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken, or it could be a phoenix squatting here. The mountain ranges on the left and right of Phoenix City are very steep mountains. Do you still remember their names? How can I not remember? The mountain range on the left is called Phoenix Ridge, and the mountain range on the right is called Carefree Peak. It's also called Carefree Slope. If the first impression is the strongest, combined with the initial appearance of a phoenix on the ground, and the three connected, doesn't it look like a phoenix squatting on the ground and spreading its wings to fly? The Zhuxiaonian thought about it in her heart and did not speak for a long time. The old man smiled. "My theory is mostly based on the aura observation technique, but as long as you look carefully, it's not difficult to see. Although meteor showers have been crashing down over the years, and the original appearance of the mountain range has changed a lot, you can still see it if you pay attention. In the south of Phoenix City, there's a small mountain that's not very steep. It's only about 70 meters high. It's very low. Do you have any impression of that mountain?" "Of course I do. That mountain is called Phoenix Tail Mountain, right?" It's Phoenix Tail Mountain." The old man was silent for a long time and said, "The ancient legend of this mountain is unverifiable. However, there was a sentence related to it that I remembered very clearly. That is, an ancient monument that appeared 40,000 years ago. Not many people know about this monument, but I believe that many people still remember the poem recorded on it." The Zhuxiaonian smiled like the blooming spring flower. "Grandma, I know that poem, but can it still be called a poem? There's no rhythm or rhyme." The old man did not smile, but only said slowly, "The phoenix and the dragon's een dies, the phoenix and the dragon's yang soars. Before the sun and the moon, the city is covered in blood." "43,000 years, gathering power to the purple court. Once it's banished, the world becomes empty." The old man said slowly, "Do you know why I'm working so hard to research this poem? The reason is actually very simple. From 40 years ago, 43,000 years have passed. In other words, the current Phoenix City has already coincided with the date recorded on the stone tablet. In other words, 43,000 years have already passed since the time when the stone tablet was buried. Are there such a thing? The Zwishanyan was very surprised. The old man faintly said, "Originally, I had also obtained it by chance, so I didn't pay much attention to it first. But I discovered something else, which made me inexplicably shocked. About 40 years ago, the female martial artists in Phoenix City were much more talented than in the past. There were also more and more talented martial artists, such as the 8 9-star Spirit Body, and even the 9 39-star Spirit Body. There were many. What's even more frightening is that none of these female prodigies were able to grow up. Ever since they were tested for their talents, they would all die prematurely. And they all died an unnatural death, without exception. Huriyun was like this. Astral souls were everywhere. But when she was a martial warrior, her dantian was suddenly destroyed. In the recent 10 years, there were 3 more geniuses who were detected with astral souls since young. I used all my means at the first moment and hid all their information. These 3 girls, one is you, Zhua Xiaoyan. One is your junior sister, Meng Chenyu, and the last one is Ning Xiaoyu. The name Ning Qingcheng was actually changed by my suggestion to her father. Therefore, other than people who know her background, no one knows that she has the name Ning Xiaoyu. Meng Chenyu and Ning Qingcheng's family background is very strong. Although it gave them excellent cultivation resources and living conditions, they were exposed to the world too early. Almost everyone knew about them from the moment they were born. So, the concealment of their information wasn't very successful. Only you, your family background was the most ordinary, especially when I was the one who personally monitored you. After the results were out, I sealed all the relevant information and erased all traces. Although there will still be people who know, compared to the other 2, it is much more secretive. The old man said indifferently. Then I used all my power and my old face to make a scene. Only then did I invite the experts of Kunlun Dao sect and Zizai Dao sect to take you, Meng Chenyu, and Ning Qingcheng as disciples respectively. Since then, only a few people in the cultivation world know about you. As for the ordinary people in Phoenix City, other than your parents, no one else knows. Now, do you know why I'm doing this? Because I suspect. Phoenix City has been gathering for 43,000 years. It is very likely that there will be a Phoenix vein soul rush. In this kind of thing, the most obvious sign is the continuous emergence of female cultivation geniuses. This is the effect of the Phoenix vein. Now, what makes me suspicious is that there are very few male cultivation geniuses in Phoenix City. This should not have happened. The old man frowned and said, "No matter if it is based on the prophecies or logic, wherever there is a Phoenix vein, there will be a true dragon's protection. The dragon and Phoenix cry together. That is the sign of prosperity. If there is only a Phoenix vein, the yang will not grow, and the yin will not be born. Even if one is lucky enough to be born in this world, it is inevitable that they will fall. This is something that I cannot understand." Zhui Xiaoyan's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but she coughed softly and swallowed her words. "Your astral souls are 9 astral souls. They're only 1 step away from perfection. Meng Chenyu is 9 astral souls. Although she is a bit behind you, she has the 2 words 9 and 5. As for Ning Qingcheng, she is 9 astral souls. She is strong, but she is not absolute. Her fate is not as good as the 2 of you. Before sending it out, I checked it one last time and deleted some unnecessary things. I added some unexpected things. Sorry for the delay of half an hour. In order to express my apologies, please give me a few recommendation tickets." Chapter 82. The old man said softly, "Sha Palang gathered the power to kill and break the power. If the 3 sects are planning something in Phoenix City, then it must be the power of the Phoenix vein. The Umno Alliance has been alone in the universe for a long time, and the power of the Phoenix vein has been exhausted. They will definitely not let it go. The old man's expression became extremely serious. If what you said is true, then Sha Palang's ultimate goal is the power of the Phoenix Vein. So Xiaoyan muttered to herself, the power of the Phoenix Vein. If we are sure that they are here for the power of the Phoenix Vein, then how can we defeat them? Or rather, how can we make their plan fail? Zhou Xiaoyan asked in a low voice. It is formed by gathering the power. It cannot be broken. The old man shook his head gently. Cannot be broken? Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked. Yes, it cannot be broken. The old man emphasized again. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan lovingly. The only thing we can do now is to deal with the situation as it arises. If we want to break it, we have to destroy the Phoenix Vein on our own to break the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Phoenix Vein has gathered the power of the Phoenix Vein for 43,000 years. Are you willing to destroy it? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to say that the power of the Phoenix Vein was the enemy's ultimate goal. It was the source of all the disasters. As long as it was destroyed, everything would end, especially since it would not bring any benefits to the Umno Alliance. How could it be said that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages? It could even be said that it would solve the problem once and for all. But the power of the Phoenix Vein had been gathered in Phoenix City for tens of thousands of years. It affected millions of people in Phoenix City, and it could even affect millions of people's descendants. Could it be destroyed? Thinking about it, it was also impossible. Even if the government confirmed this matter, the conclusion would only be to ensure the safety of the Phoenix Vein, regardless of the cost. Especially this time, the Phoenix Vein's soul cleansing. As long as it succeeds, there's a great chance that a super expert will be born. In the future, there's even a chance that he'll be able to fight against the ancient gods of the Umno Alliance. Who would be willing to destroy this hope? The old man was also very helpless and said softly, therefore, it is absolutely impossible to destroy the power of the Phoenix Vein. Not only are we unwilling to do so, even Sha Palang from the Umno Alliance will not allow the Phoenix Vein to be destroyed. Zhou Xiaoyan said anxiously, Grandma, since you have thought it through so thoroughly, what do you think we should do? How can we prevent the power of the Phoenix Vein from falling into the hands of the Umno Alliance and ensure that we can benefit from it? The old man let out a long sigh and said, Aura gazing art. Even in my generation, there aren't many who know it. It's extremely difficult to master this art, and even if you can master it, it's useless in improving your martial arts. In fact, the main reason I studied this art was because my Dantian was destroyed and I wanted to use it to kill time. Just say it. I've already mentioned it many times. But the higher-ups here didn't care about what I said at all. They thought it was nonsense. I still remember the 2 female geniuses who died 16 years ago. I thought there was a reason behind it. So I reported that I had the power of the Phoenix Vein. But the governor's mansion in Phoenix City didn't believe me at all. They just brushed me off. I still thought it was a serious matter, and I didn't want to give up. So I submitted it to the prefectural court. But it was still useless. In the end, I personally went to the Prince of the Central Plains Mansion. But they still turned a deaf ear to me. And as I reported it again and again, more and more people said that I was exaggerating things to scare people. Now that things have come to this, it's hard to get help from the higher-ups. I've tried too many times, but I've failed too many times. The only thing I've done is to protect the 3 of you. Grandma, he sighed helplessly. Looking at it now, I'm afraid that I might not even be able to protect the 3 of you. You're the only 3 people who have the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Umno Alliance will not let you go. Once you're exposed, they will definitely point their spear at you. Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. How could she not understand what Grandma he meant? Grandma, he had been working hard to run the school for so many years. She had students all over the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was highly respected. However, if even such a person's words were useless, then it would be even more impossible to rely on oneself. The old woman lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she said in a low voice, Since the killing wolves have been gathered, it means the time for the Phoenix Pulse spirit is not far away. It should be in the next few months. Right now, there are only 3 people who are qualified to take the Phoenix Pole Spirit. It's either you, Ning Qing Chung, or Meng Chenyu. It must be one of the 3 of you. I think the enemy must have confirmed the target before they take action. According to my research, only when the Phoenix Pole Spirit is activated can the target be killed. Only then can the Phoenix Pole Spirit be absorbed and turned into one's own power. And this target, based on the current situation, if all of this is true, the possibility of the target being you is more than 80%. Because you are the most suitable one. I am the most suitable one. Zhou Xiaoyan did not know what to think. She only felt that her heart was in a mess. In a trance, she recalled the fortune that Zhou Xiaoduo had read for her and that ominous comment. 2.5 months later, the star weapon gold crystal. Yes, you're the most suitable one. You have the highest cultivation and the strongest talent among the 3 of you. You are also the one who is about to break through. The old woman said softly, breaking through has always been a great opportunity for cultivators. This opportunity is yours. It is the Phoenix vein, and is also the killing wolf's. So, if the killing wolf formation is formed, the target will most likely be you. The old woman let out a long sigh. Niner, you must be careful. Zhou Xiaoyan finally connected the dots and connected the dots. She could not help but murmur, So this is the truth of my death? Grandma, he did not hear Zhou Xiaoyan's murmur clearly. She asked in confusion, What? Nothing. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed softly. What is my son doing now? Is he still trying his best? He wants to save me. His sister, however, he did not know that in the face of absolute power, even if he knew in advance and was prepared beforehand, he still could not do anything. Then, Grandma, he said softly, Little Nian Nian, when you break through, you must be sure that nothing goes wrong before you try. This is not going to be easy for you. What if I break through in advance? Zhou Xiaoyan murmured. Sigh. It is fate and misfortune at the same time. It is impossible to break through in advance. Grandma, he sighed and said, Since the person with the Phoenix bloodline is blessed by the Phoenix bloodline, he or she will have to bear the great danger of the Phoenix bloodline. Even though the spiritual qi in the world is abundant and the souls of the stars are boiling, he or she will not be able to do it earlier, unless he or she has a fate that is even stronger than the one who has been accumulating for 43,000 years. You can increase your cultivation as much as you want. You can also take all kinds of elixirs that are beneficial to you. However, it is impossible for you to break through in advance. Doesn't that mean I can only wait for death? When I break through, I will not be able to resist the interference from the outside world. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured. The fate of the phoenix is to seek life from death and rise from the ashes. Only when you are reborn from the ashes can you get the true meaning of the phoenix. Without going through the fire, how can the phoenix make all the other birds submit to it? This is the fate of fate, the fate of fate, the fate of fate. Then what should we do? Death is right in front of us. There is no way to avoid it. Isn't death inevitable? Child, the old woman's eyes were filled with longing. It was as if there were white clouds floating in her eyes. In an instant, hundreds of years had passed. Go, go. You are the phoenix. The phoenix can dance in the sky. If you can't, that is your fate. Grandma's expression and tone of voice kept replaying in Zhou Xiaoyan's mind until she reached home. As she thought about it, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly flew up into the sky. She was like a white line that went straight up to the sky. She flew up to 10,000 feet in an instant. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She took a deep breath and flew even higher. After a while, she stood at the highest point that she could reach. She looked down at the Phoenix City. North, south, east, west, and central. Without looking at the terrain of the Phoenix City, it really looked like a phoenix that wanted to spread its wings and soar. The wings on both sides were already spread open. However, her body was still lying on the ground. She could not fly. Although she was trying her best to flap her wings, there seemed to be an endless force on her back. She could not fly. She stared blankly. Grandma's last few words floated in his ears again. The killing and breaking wolf formation is indeed a ferocious formation. However, the killing and breaking wolf formation has already appeared. Even if we don't know who the killing and breaking wolf formation belongs to, it will give you more time to prepare. You came to me today to investigate this matter. This is already a great help from the heavens. However, the killing and breaking wolf formation alone may not be enough to break this 40,000-year formation of Providence. I'm afraid that the left assistant and the right assistant may also have a hidden force. It won't be strange if another mysterious underworld being shows up to suppress the formation of Providence. Don't just focus on the killing and breaking wolf formation. What you need to face and be careful of is the entire Big Dipper 9 and Big Dipper 6. If any Star Lord had intervened, the situation you would have been faced with would have been 10 times more dangerous. Little Nyan, you're in the most perilous situation this time. The more Zhuo Xiaoyan thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. At this moment, she was eager to seize Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if all the masters in the world gathered together to protect her, she still felt that it would be safer to be with Xiaoduo. Damn it, what should I do? That it's a cloudy day? I'm afraid it's going to rain. So, please recommend me. Also, I recommend Wandering Toad's new book, Banished Immortal Marshal. It's very good. Students recommend me. Let's get high. Chapter 83. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan was eager to go home. She immediately turned around and went home. At this time, a figure slowly appeared in the clouds behind Zhuo Xiaoyan. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan's back, he murmured, "What is this girl doing in the sky? Is she just looking at the scenery? Why does he look so serious?" Not on the other side. After Zhuo Xiaoyan left, with Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed and her desire to go home, she arrived home in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still at school. The house was quiet. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were not at home. Looking at all the decorations and furniture in the house, it was a kind of complete peace of mind. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the house in a daze. She could not bear to leave. If I can't pass this test, that this house will no longer belong to me, that I can't accept it. I can't bear to leave. Zhuo Xiaoyan quietly entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. She smelled a familiar scent. She felt her heart, which had been floating in the air, slowly calm down. She walked into the room slowly and sat on Zhuo Xiaoduo's bed. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and murmured, "Dog, you have to protect your sister." When she was talking to Grandma, Zhuo Xiaoyan had a very clear feeling. The power of the phoenix vein this time was a tribulation in her life. She would definitely die. She could not advance or postpone it. She had to wait until a certain time to break through. When she broke through, she could not interfere with anything in the outside world. Instead, if she was disturbed, she would go mad and die. Everything could only be entrusted to the protector. The opponent was the Umno Alliance, the Wolf Sect, and the Wolf Sect, who had been plotting for a long time. There might even be other Umno Alliance forces involved. The other party had been waiting for this moment for so many years. And on their side, the higher-ups didn't attach any importance to it. No, they simply ignored it. It was as if they didn't see it and turned a deaf ear. After thinking about it, Zhuo Xiaoyan really didn't feel that she had any chance of survival. Thinking back to the incident at number 2 high school and what Grandma he had said, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a chill run down his spine. Did the higher-ups not believe him at all? Or perhaps something else? Zhuo Xiaoyan was sitting in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room in a daze. However, it seemed that only this little brother who had always been slippery, stingy, and eccentric could give him a sense of security, because he was the first to see that a calamity was about to befall him. Furthermore, he had been working hard for his own calamity. Every day, he would tire himself to death, all because of that one reason. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat on Zhuo Xiaoduo's chair and sighed faintly. On the table, there was a large dictionary, Star Souls Chronicles. It looked brand new and was as thick as 2 fists. It had a hard cover and looked very impressive. It was a very high-class model. Zhuo Xiaoyan finally broke into a smile. Doggy's secret stash. Sigh, this doggy was always careful and tiptoeing around to secretly hide his money. But every time, he was actually under her watch. She had already counted his money 7 or 8 times when he secretly came in to check if it was missing. She flipped it open. Sigh, this doggy's secret stash. If she died, she wouldn't be able to check if he spent his secret stash on other girls. She flipped it open and saw that the dictionary was indeed hollowed out. But where was his secret stash? Oh, that day he had moved it under the bed, inside the leather boots. She quietly scanned it with her divine sense, and was a little surprised. One of the leather boots was filled with money, but why was there a small book hidden in the other? I don't remember there being one before. Xiaoyan curiously took out the small book and flipped it open. She found that a few pages had already been torn out. On the top page, it was written, "There are still 66 days until Nian Cat breaks through." The handwriting was very heavy. It seemed to be written with gritted teeth. Then, were the pages that were torn out 67 days? 68 days? This was a countdown log? She casually flipped through it and found that the other side of the small book was filled with dense and messy handwriting. The handwriting was abnormally messy, and there were many strands of words. Her complexion hasn't improved. It's still very dangerous. How can it improve? Meng Xinyu is arrogant and domineering. She is also very unlucky, but her life isn't in danger. Why? Teacher Mu's death aura is also very heavy and very dangerous. Wearing the greedy wolf's heart feels very strange. That girl's clone is dead. Elder sister said that she belongs to Greedy Wolf. What is Greedy Wolf? She turned a page. Oh, people from the Umno Alliance. Then, with the addition of the 2 sects, the 7 Kills sect, wouldn't the 7 Kills Greedy Wolf and the Army Destroyer sect be Kill Break Wolf? The Kill Break Wolf 3 kills are all gathered together. It's really too dangerous. Nian Cat is about to break through. With the strength of her sect, normal disturbances won't affect anything. At most, she won't succeed in breaking through. How could she be in danger of losing her life? Could it be that the Umno Alliance is secretly playing tricks? If it's really the Umno Alliance, what will they do? Today, when I entered the first class, the Greedy Wolf's heart actually reacted. This is too abnormal. Could the reaction in the school be the infiltration of the Greedy Wolf's forces? But judging from the information at hand, it shouldn't be the Greedy Wolf. The 7 Kills sect's hidden forces are wantonly killing people outside the city. Then, the one causing trouble in the school is probably Army Destroyer sect? In just a few days, the things that happened consecutively had already proved too much about Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, it also showed how much preparations Zhuo Xiaoduo had done for this matter and how much information he had read. Too weak, too weak, too weak. His handwriting was extremely messy. From between the lines, it could be seen that Zhuo Xiaoduo was so anxious and desperate that he was about to go crazy when he wrote. Too weak. He wasn't talking about others. He was obviously talking about himself. Seeing that those messy words were too weak, Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes turned red. Her nose was sour, and she almost cried. Xiaoduo, puppied up because of me, he's almost driven himself crazy, but in front of me, he's still so heartless. Is he afraid of increasing the psychological pressure on me? It's too early to reveal what happened in the school. There will definitely be other dangers coming one after another. But I can't care about it now. There's no way to hide my background more securely. If the hidden danger is detonated early and everyone is on high alert, the crisis can be shared and there will be more opportunities in the future. Now, I don't have anyone I can trust. Uncle Nan left without waiting for me to tell him. That night, he was enlightening me all the time. Why did I fall asleep? I had already thought of an excuse. It's not easy to meet a strong helper. Sigh, I don't care. I'll expose this big matter directly. I don't believe that the higher-ups will ignore it. Now, I can only take advantage of the chaos and see if I can find a turning point. I can't count on Nian Mao's master. She has been implicated by Nian Mao. Mr. Qin is too weak. He was actually almost killed. I thought very highly of him. How can he be so weak? How can I count on him? I wanted to ask him for help. Now, it seems that even if he is willing to help, it won't change the situation. I'm so angry. Sigh, Mr. Qin is really too weak. I just believed that he was reliable, but he turned out to be a weakling. I can't find out. The governor. He won't easily ask me to read his fortune, right? However, yesterday's interception reminded me of one thing. These students have families, so I might be able to find a way. Now, no matter what, I can't let go of anyone. Everything depends on the effort. Maybe it's possible. Zhuo's notes were very messy. There was no order to it at all. However, it was obvious that Zhuo was racking his brains to find a way to help Zhuo break out of this situation. What's more, Zhuo was shocked to find out that the number 2 high school's maelstrom of destruction was actually caused by Zhuo after he found out about it. Moreover, it was done with a premeditated plan. The true meaning behind it was to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This little bastard, Zhuo almost cried out. Doesn't he know how big of a risk he is taking? Such a big conspiracy was exposed in such an unreasonable way. On the surface, it seems that it has nothing to do with you. But how could it be exposed if you didn't make a fuss? Do you really think that you can hide it from everyone's eyes by accident? In this world, how can there be so many coincidences? Even if the other party acknowledges that it was an accident, won't they be angry? Once you attract attention, how many lives do you have to fill in the gap? Do they need a reason to target you? I'm so pissed off. You just learned how to cultivate for a few days, but you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Are you trying to make me anxious to death? With the strength of an ant, you exposed this earth-shattering conspiracy. Dog, you don't want to live anymore. Zhuo was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, inexplicably, her heart was suddenly filled with sweetness, as if it was suddenly filled with honey. Oomph, little dog. The fear of death that had been lingering in his heart just a moment ago had disappeared in an instant. What's there to be afraid of? I have someone behind me. Although my dog is weak, he's trying everything. Take responsibility for me. Holding the notebook, Xiaoyan pouted. Her eyes were red as she snorted. Little puppy, that's what you get for messing around. I'll beat you up later. Although she said she would beat him up, her tone was gentle, as if she was greeting him. Are you tired? Her eyebrows were curved, full of smiles. That will be published in the early morning tomorrow. Let me give you a heads up. There's still one more chapter in the afternoon, and I need to write a speech. I've written so many speeches, and I've even used them to act cute and cry about being poor and miserable. I need to think about how to write the speech in the afternoon. My head hurts, so please recommend me and prepare to subscribe. Chapter 84. At this moment, Zhuo was chatting with Li Chenglong. Swollen, tell me about the Umno Alliance. Anything will do. What did you call me? Swollen. Zhuo was very curious. You're beaten up every day. You're not fat, but you look like a little fatty. Isn't it because you're beaten up every day? Swollen. This name suits you so well, Basher. Please call me by my full name, Li Chenglong. Thank you. Okay, Swollen. Quickly tell me. Li Chenglong's expression was very ugly. Half of it was because he was angry, and the other half was because Zhuo was hugging his neck. Slow down. Li Chenglong was not pretentious and slowly explained. So Zhuo listened carefully and seriously digested the information that was useful to him. Can you focus on the information related to Kill Break Wolf? Didn't you say that Kill Break Wolf appeared in our Phoenix City? Yes, there's quite a lot of information related to Kill Break Wolf. Li Chenglong talked until the end of class. On the contrary, Li Changjiang, who originally wanted Zhuo to go over, did not appear. In the end of the day, several teachers were taken away just by looking at the door. Even a vice principal was handcuffed as he walked past the door. The few strands of hair on his head that were always neatly combed were now even more messy, and his face was gloomy. During lunch break, all 50 students of the first class were taken into the car. However, the students were obviously treated well, and there were no detention measures. In the afternoon, the 2 chefs in the school cafeteria and the 3 teachers from the political education department were also taken away. Next, dozens of students from the Martial Master grade, more than 40 students from the Haut-Ion grade, and 7 or 8 students from the Sciention grade were taken into the car one after another. Furthermore, there were far more people who should be taken away. It should be known that martial artists who had reached the level of Martial Master and above all needed to go out on missions. When it was almost time for school to end, a teacher from the martial disciple class and his entire class, which consisted of more than 40 little fellows, also boarded the bus. The group of little fellows cried and wailed for quite a while. It was a rather unique scene that after this ferocious operation, the armed troops withdrew, the inspection bureau withdrew, and the city guards withdrew one after another. Only the Martial Arts Bureau and Star Shield did not leave. They remained in second high. This scene was witnessed by all the students in the 9th class. Everyone's heart was heavy. Everyone could feel that something big had happened this time. Moreover, it was an earth-shattering thing. Almost 300 people had been taken away from second high school. There were only about 4,000 people in the entire school, and almost a tenth of them had been taken away. How big of a deal was this? For a school, it was as if the sky had collapsed. At the school entrance, the cars that the group of executives were leaving had only taken a few steps when they suddenly stopped. This was because their path had been blocked by someone. The person blocking their path was a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat an emaciated old lady with one foot in the grave. The wheelchair was right in the middle of the school's main entrance. The old lady's pair of cold eyes looked coldly at the cars in front of her. Her white hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Qin Fangyang, who had gone back to accompany Li Chongjiang to send the people out, trembled when he saw the old lady. His eyes were filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. His eyes were fixed on the old lady's body and did not move at all. He had seen her a few times during the previous meetings, but he had never thought in this direction. After all, the image of his peerlessly beautiful wife in his heart was too different from the image of the old lady in front of him. However, this time, after Zhua, Xiao was fortune-telling, especially after the saying of withered glory. Oh my ancestor! When Chief Jiang of Star Shield and Chief Sun of the Martial Arts Department saw the person opposite them, they immediately exclaimed, jumped out of the car, and ran quickly. More than half of the high-ranking officials who came today hurriedly got out of their carriages and walked over respectfully. Each of them had a look of respect and admiration on their faces. This group of people made a neat movement and bowed respectfully. Then each of them stood at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was as if this old lady was the sky in their hearts, an existence that they absolutely could not afford to offend. Teacher, why did you personally? Chief Jiang jogged all the way, not daring to use the power of astral souls at all, for fear that a gust of wind would blow the old lady away. It's windy outside, oh my God. As Chief Jiang ran, he took off his cloak and carefully put it on the old lady. Then, he began to complain, if there's anything you can just call or send someone to pass a message. Tell me, why did you come to the school entrance? And it has to be a windy area. Sigh. Hurry up and get some people to block the wind. Hurry up. Before he finished speaking, he picked up the wheelchair and leaned sideways to block the wind. He walked steadily toward the wall to take shelter from the wind. If I directly invite you into the office now, I'm afraid you'll scold me again. Fine, let's talk here. What instructions do you have, old lady? Tell me. Chief Jiang's face was full of heartache. The bright jade ginseng and red blood Ganoderma that I gave you last time, those things. Have you taken them? Why do you still look so pale? Big-faced Jiang, don't talk nonsense with me. Did I come here to talk to you about these minor details? The old lady snorted and said, Do you think that I'm old and have a bad memory? Do you think you'll be able to change the topic by spouting a bunch of nonsense? How would I dare? If I did that, wouldn't your students rebel against me? Chief Zhang's face was full of sweat. Hurry up and tell me. After you're done, I'll send you back to rest. Okay then, a few things. The old lady sat in the wheelchair, but it was as if she had a seal in her hand. She said in an unquestionable tone, "It's natural for you to catch spies. I don't object to it at all. But those 3 people from the political education department, you have to keep them. They're definitely not spies." Chief Zhang's face was bitter. They are in charge of the political investigation. They can't get away with it. Bullshit. You're still from S.H.I.E.L.D. There are so many spies. Are you going to take the blame for dereliction of duty? Are you going to take the blame and resign? The old lady said angrily, "If it wasn't for second high school exposing the truth, what would S.H.I.E.L.D. have found out all these years? Now you want 3 teachers from one school to take the blame? This is the action of a villain, a bastard. If you take them away, will they still be alive? On what basis? On your face?" Chief Zhang looked embarrassed and was speechless for a long time. "Give me a quick answer. Are you going to let them go or not?" Let them go," Chief Zhang hurriedly said. "Those 3 from the political education department. Let them go. Hurry up and let them go. Also, it's fine if you take away the teacher from the martial disciple class, but let those children go. With their level, do you think they can withstand the UMNO Alliance's medicine? Even those children are taken away. Only you can think of that. Let them go. Okay, let them go. Let those martial disciple children go too. Also, these students from second high school have very low cultivation. They are far from the standards to be absorbed by the UMNO Alliance. You should know this, right?" The old lady's face was as cold as frost. "I'm telling you seriously, big-faced Jiang. You can take them away to be the mirror of clear heart. You can enter the crystal gate, but if any of them are injured, don't go to my grave in the future. I can't take your incense." Chief Jiang was sweating profusely. "Teacher, please be magnanimous. There must be a spy among these students. This matter is already set in stone. There is no way I can protect everyone. Your request is too difficult." The old lady snorted. "You took away more than 200 students in one go today, not including those who didn't come back from their missions. If you include those, you'll probably take away 70 to 80 more people. In total, there will be more than 300 people, almost 350. Among these 350 people, how many spies do you think there will be? Have they been cleared?" The old lady's sunken eyes looked coldly at Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang was sweating profusely and didn't answer for a long time. The old lady didn't relax at all. She said coldly, "Can you give a number?" 50. Chief Jiang tried to test. "Fuck you." 30. "Fuck you." 20. "I can't go any lower." Chief Jiang complained. "Jiang Zhongbin, you're now a leader. My words don't have any weight. Leave. Pretend that I didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want." The old lady looked disheartened. Go. I've wasted your time. I'm sorry." Chief Jiang's face turned pale. He threw himself in front of the wheelchair and hugged the old lady's leg. He actually started to make a scene. "How many? Give me a number. I'll do it, okay? I won't bargain. Don't talk to me like that. I can't take it." The leader wiped his tears. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to afford to go to martial arts school. You're closer to me than my own mother. Don't talk to me like that." "I can't take it. I can't take it." The old lady's expression softened. She sighed and said, "Get up and talk. How can the dignified chief of Star Shield be like this?" "I'm not getting up." Chief Jiang acted shamelessly like a child. "Unless you say so. Based on my experience, there are at most 5 students who have been cleared. If there are more, it won't be the UMNO Alliance's method." The old lady said, "It can only be less, not more." Chief Jiang's face contorted. "Teacher, I promise that I won't accuse anyone wrongly. If there's anyone wronged, don't ever see me again. Is that all right? But if there are more than 5, you can't blame me. No matter what, I can't let go of those who have been cleared." The old lady sighed softly. "That's it. Get up." Only then did Chief Jiang stand up. He wiped his tears and pouted. "You scare me to death. You're still as shameless as when you were young." The old lady sighed. "Hurry up and leave." I won't delay you any further. I'll send you back. I don't trust anyone else to send you back. Chief Jiang insisted. He carried the old lady in the wheelchair and was about to walk back. At this moment, Qin Fanyang stepped forward and strode in front of the old lady. He asked excitedly, "You are?" Chapter 85. Qin Fanyang's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone jumped in fright. Was he going to harm the old principal? Director Jiang and Director Sun were shocked. They immediately stood in front of the old lady and faced Qin Fanyang together. They covered the old lady tightly and shouted in unison, "Qin Fanyang, what are you doing?" Behind the two of them, the old lady, who was covered tightly, had a strange look in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure, but did not make a sound. The next moment, more and more people stood out and blocked the wheelchair. Li Changjiang was among them. They all looked at Qin Fanyang with hostility. Their intentions were clear. If he wanted to harm the old principal, he would have to step over them. In Second High, in Phoenix City, this old woman could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. She didn't have any influence or power in the government. But as long as she said a word, to some extent, it would be more effective than the words of the governor of Phoenix City. It was said that she came to Phoenix City when she was young and single-handedly improved Phoenix City's education system bit by bit. She single-handedly established Second High School and dedicated her entire life to Second High School and its students. She never talked about marriage in her life. She did not have any cultivation. She was just an ordinary person, but she did what countless martial artists could not do. Her students were all over the mainland. She had students all over the world. When she was teaching, every graduate of number 2 high school treated her as their biological mother and loved her. Every day, there would be many letters written by students flying into the campus like snowflakes, reporting to her about their situation. They had been promoted, gotten married, had children, were about to go to the battlefield, were about to go on a mission. They were like sons and daughters reporting to their mothers about everything that had happened to them. Such a person was like a living god in Phoenix City. Director Jiang of Star Shield was also a student she had personally recruited into the school. Back then, Director Jiang's family was poor and he couldn't afford to cultivate it all, not to mention tuition fees. He couldn't even afford to wear clothes. It was the old woman's support that helped him advance to Martial Master. He could do missions to support himself in exchange for enough cultivation resources. As long as the students had the ability to support themselves, she would let them go and ignore them as if they didn't know them at all. Then he went on to help the next one and the next batch. But of those students whom she had helped, as long as they weren't cold-hearted people, who would forget her? Even 20 years ago, she could no longer teach because her body could no longer bear the burden. She could only retreat behind the scenes, but she still did not stop sponsoring students. Later on, Director Jiang was promoted step by step. He could have gone to the big city to become the director of Star Shield, but he insisted on staying in Phoenix City. The most important reason was for her. He wanted to stay nearby and take care of his old mentor. "I want to stay here. Teacher, he is old. I'm worried. I'm afraid that if I leave, someone will bully my teacher." This reason sounded ridiculous. Even though it was simple, it didn't seem like something a bureaucrat or a politician would say. However, he used this reason and refused to leave no matter what. He stayed in Phoenix City until today. It was such a person that Qin Fanyang had suddenly jumped out and shouted. His intentions were unclear, that unclear intentions were based on the premise that Qin Fanyang was a teacher of Second High School and that he had exposed the UMNO Alliance's conspiracy. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be unclear intentions. It would be a conspiracy. It wouldn't be impossible for him to be killed on the spot. In fact, at this moment, everyone was extremely angry. "Qin Fanyang!" Li Changjiang shouted angrily. "What are you doing?" Qin Fanyang's chest rose and fell rapidly. His face was flushed red. He swallowed hard and stared in the direction of the old woman. However, The old woman's figure was now completely blocked by the crowd. He couldn't see any trace of her at all. However, he still didn't give up and stared at her. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been torn for 100 years. He said hoarsely, "I just want to ask, who is this? What's her name? Does she recognize me?" The corners of his eyes were already tearing because he was trying so hard to open his eyes. He was no longer glaring, but really tearing. Chief Jiang stood in front of him with an unprecedented aura. His entire body's power had been raised to the maximum. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. His body was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. It was obvious that he would go all out if there was any disagreement. He said in a low voice, "Qin Fangyang, who is she? What's her name? Why do you want to know these things? She's the mother of all of us, the most respected person. Who do you think you are? How dare you jump out and ask questions?" Chief Son of the Martial Arts Department looked at Qin Fangyang angrily and said loudly, "Qin Fangyang, back off." Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. He took a long breath. At the same time, Chief Jiang and the rest felt that the air around them was almost sucked dry by Qin Fangyang. It was as if they were suffocating in a vacuum. Qin Fangyang was so strong. He was so strong that it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was beyond everyone's understanding of Qin Fangyang's strength. Everyone immediately became even more vigilant in their hearts. Qin Fangyang's strength was different from usual. What did this mean, and what did it mean? There were too many things to think about. It was thought-provoking, but also sent chills down their spines. The mother of all of you? She should have a name. Even if she's a god, she should have a name in this world. It's just a name. Can I ask? Qin Fangyang's face was full of sorrow. There is nothing greater than despair. I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask for a name. Back off. Chief Jiang shouted again, his murderous intent overflowing. Obviously, if Qin Fangyang still refused to back off, he would attack. Wait a moment. The old lady's gentle voice came from behind. Teacher Qin, I know you. You've been in second high for many years. You've been teaching diligently, and the quality of the students you've taught is very high. Although you usually have a cold face, you're very responsible for every student. You've even sponsored many students from poor families. The old lady's voice was very gentle at this moment. Her words were mixed with undisguised admiration. For so many years, other than maintaining your normal living expenses, all your income has been used to sponsor the students. You're a good teacher. I admire and like you very much. It's just that I don't agree with the way you do things. The way you refuse the students' gratitude is to wait until they can earn their own money and ask them to return the money one by one. I know that after you get the money, you use it to sponsor new students. But this cycle is really unfair to you. I just don't know why you're looking for me. After the old woman's words, everyone looked at Qin Fangyang in a completely different light. His vigilance was replaced by a deep sense of respect. A teacher like this was indeed worthy of everyone's respect. But why would such a respectable teacher do such a thing at this time? Everyone found it harder and harder to understand. They were even more suspicious. Qin Fangyang's voice was hoarse as he muttered, "I'm very sorry for my presumptuous impulsiveness. My wife was separated from me 82 years ago. I still haven't found her. When I saw you just now, The old lady smiled softly and said, "Do you actually think that I'm your wife who has been missing for 82 years?" The other party's voice was so calm that it even contained a trace of absurdity that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fangyang's heart was immediately shaken. His gaze changed from pain to bewilderment. Yes, this. I know Teacher Qin's purpose. Ask Teacher Qin to come over. It's okay, the old lady said. Teacher, this. Chief Jiang was very hesitant. Xiao Jiang, as the chief of Star Shield, how can you not have the ability to see through people? It's a blessing for me to meet such an infatuated person and such a good teacher. Even if he's a spy, what's the benefit of assassinating an old lady who's about to be buried? Seeing that Chief Jiang and Chief Sun were still hesitating, the old lady's face darkened. She shouted, Jiang Zhongbin, Sun Yunha, don't tell me the two of you want to detain me? We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Hearing the old lady's reprimand, the two of them finally moved away unwillingly, revealing the old lady's true face. It was an old face that had long since lost its youthfulness. Her skin was wrinkled, her hair was sparse, and her face was covered with age spots. She was so shriveled that she looked like a mummy, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Only her eyes were still a little bright. However, compared to a normal person, they were much dimmer. At this moment, her eyes were quiet, gentle, and had a hint of a smile. She stared at Qin Fanyang and said in an almost joking tone, "Teacher Qin, look at me. Do I look like your wife?" Qin Fanyang only felt that his mind was in a mess. The face in front of him was too different from Qianqian's face in his memory. On Qianqian's face, there was a very small mole between her left eyebrows. The old lady in front of him did not have that. Chapter 86. Teacher Qin. Grandma, he smiled gently. I can understand how you feel. Newlyweds have been separated for almost 100 years. No matter who it is, that person will go crazy. If you really feel bad, you can come and talk to me when you are free. She smiled faintly, but her words naturally revealed a feeling of keeping people 1,000 miles away. She said that she was inviting him, but anyone could hear the coldness in her words. This was an obvious courtesy, but also the most resolute rejection. Qin Fanyang was disheartened. Thank you, Director Jiang said faintly. Teacher Qin, although it is a little presumptuous, if you really want to find her, why don't you tell us your wife's name? Our star shield is still very good at finding people. As soon as he said this, he felt the old woman's eyes turn gently and stare at his face. Director Jiang was all too familiar with this gaze. She was angry, and not just angry but sullen. Director Jiang's head broke out in cold sweat, and he almost knelt down on the spot. In his heart, he really couldn't understand why this ancestor was angry. With his identity and background, there was nothing wrong with saying this. Qin Fanyang replied absent-mindedly. She is called Lu Qianqian. Boom. Jiang Zhongbin's body swayed. Director Jiang didn't hear what Qin Fanyang said after that, because this name was like a clap of thunder that shook him into an empty shell. At this moment, he felt as if all the lightning in the 9 heavens had struck his pitiful little head. When he had just taken up the position of Star Shield, the old woman had asked him to check her own files to see if there were any traces of her before. If there were, erase them all, the cleaner the better. Although he didn't know the old woman's intentions, Director Jiang still did as he was told. Thus, he learned of He Yuanyue's name before she came to Phoenix City. Lu Qianqian. As for why she changed from Lu Qianqian to He Yuanyue, Director Jiang didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. He just followed his teacher's instructions and erased all traces. He even specially found a few internet experts to sweep the virtual network back and forth to make sure nothing went wrong. From then on, there was no longer any trace of Lu Qianqian in this world. There was only He Yuanyue. At that time, he had excitedly rushed over to show off his achievements. Teacher, according to your instructions, I have already erased all traces of you. From now on, even the gods will not be able to find out about your past. This memory could be said to be a major event that Chief Jiang would never forget. Now that he suddenly heard this name from Qin Fanyang's mouth, he was dumbfounded. His face unconsciously twisted, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes glazed over. The next moment, Deputy Chief Jiang instinctively turned to look at the old lady. However, he met a pair of stern eyes that were as sharp as lightning. That stern gaze seemed to convey thousands of words in an instant. Everything was conveyed without words. Chief Jiang shuddered, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His body swayed, and his face turned pale as he gasped for breath. It was a pity that Qin Fanyang, who was in a daze, did not notice the abnormality of Bureau Chief Jiang. All of a sudden, his heart palpitated and his blood rushed to his head. Then, he was suddenly disappointed. The disappointment this time was even greater than total despair to Qin Fangyang. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Even his eyes became empty. Vaguely, someone was calling him. Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang opened his eyes in a daze. When his gaze refocused, he realized that the person calling him was He Yuanyue. Teacher Qin, it seems that you really have deep feelings for your missing wife. He Yuanyue sighed and said, Jiang Zhongbin, I'm here. Chief Jiang wiped the sweat on his head and bowed. Remember to help Teacher Qin investigate properly, the old lady instructed. The old woman exhorted. It would be best if you could find it. That would be a great deed. Chief Jiang's heart started to churn like a gold thread. Do you want to find out? Or do you not want me to find out? I'm already in a daze. Teacher Qin, you don't have to be too discouraged. In life, there's still hope. Grandma, he said softly, I believe that your wife, no matter where she is now, will always be able to feel your deep affection. Qin Fangyang's soul was still floating. He had no home at all. He nodded blankly. His whole body was like a puppet. His vitality was gone. After a long time, he lowered his head bitterly and said, I'm sorry to disturb you. At that moment, all of Qin Fangyang's energy seemed to have been sucked away from his body. He turned around and walked back in loneliness. His footsteps were actually a little light. He took 2 steps, and suddenly his body swayed. A mouthful of blood gushed out. He swallowed it back forcefully. However, he felt that his eyes were blurred. His body went soft, and he fell down. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, narrowed her eyes. Her hands instinctively grabbed the armrest tightly. However, Jiang Zhongbin was faster. Chief Jiang of Star Shield. He dashed forward and supported Qin Fangyang. 2 people. Chief Jiang hurriedly shouted, Quick, 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 quick. Send Teacher Qin back. You must ensure Teacher Qin's safety. Everyone around was once again in a state of confusion. What was going on? Weren't you the one who shouted the loudest just now? Why were you so gentle and considerate now? The old woman looked at the 2 people supporting Qin Fangyang's back. They walked forward step by step. Her expression and eyes had already calmed down. There was no change at all. Chief Jiang walked back with sweat on his head. After a long time, the old woman said softly, Jiang Zhongbin, it seems that you have slacked off a lot recently. Look at your sweat. He didn't miss any details, no matter how big or small. So Xiao Duo listened to him and was even more impressed by his knowledge. Good kid, your brain is only a little bit worse than mine. However, the more he understood the details of the enemies he was thinking about, the more frightened Xiao Duo was. Chapter 87. At the end of the day, Phoenix City was just a small, remote city. Although everyone knew that the Umno Alliance was their biggest enemy, they had no idea about the true strength of the various sects in the Umno Alliance. Really, they had no idea at all. This included many of the warriors in Phoenix City and even the high-level warriors. Phoenix City was located in a remote, peaceful location. Other than the threat of the meteorites, it was almost like a paradise. To be honest, if they had not seen the prestige and privilege of the warriors, even if they knew that there was a strong enemy outside, not many people would choose to practice martial arts. Phoenix City, Antai City, Nanji City, Ishui City, and Boyang City. These 5 cities were connected to each other. The distance between the cities was at most 1,800 miles. Although the outside was a wasteland destroyed by the meteorites, the main roads were always open all year round. There were sentries set up every 30 miles. Those ferocious beasts and even star beasts did not dare to come here. But as far as the living environment of humans was concerned, it was very safe. As warriors, Xiaoduo and the other students were taught how scary the Umno Alliance was, how strong the enemy was, how dangerous they were, and so on. There were many theories. However, it was not necessarily true that the students had a sense of urgency in their hearts. Why? The reason was very simple. The enemy was not around. Everything only existed in his imagination. You fantasize that there is an enemy? I even fantasize that there is a ghost. This was the basic thought of most of the ordinary people on the continent, as well as some warriors who had never come into contact with danger. Especially at the end, when Li Chenglong said those words from his own feelings, Xiaoduo had a lot of thoughts. Swollen's words were very extreme. Actually, the world is like this now. Every moment, there are people who fall at the border. And those who fall, every one of them used to be like us, spoiled and loved by their parents since they were young. I grew up painstakingly, cultivated painstakingly, and gained experience painstakingly. Finally, I reached the stage where I could participate in the battle. Of course, I only went up to do my part, but it's not that I didn't want to make a name for myself, and it's not that I didn't want to be admired by the masses. However, I was reduced to minced meat in just a second. There was once a retired and disabled martial artist in Phoenix City. After he retired from the Sun Moon Pass and returned to his hometown, he saw that the martial artists here were living a comfortable and lazy life. He was so anxious that he fell ill. Before he died, he roared, "We are fighting a bloody battle in front of you because we want to leave you an environment to cultivate and become stronger. We hope that you will grow stronger as soon as possible. We hope that you will join the battle as soon as possible and make all of humanity safe. But what are you martial artists doing? All you do is laze around. As martial artists, you don't go out to gain experience, you don't go out to fight. You're gambling. But what are you guys doing? Playing cards, playing mahjong. There are so many people at the front lines waiting for new blood to come in. Why are you guys so lazy? Come in. If you guys go on like this, you'll make the sacrifices at the front lines meaningless." Meaningless. Li Chenglong's face was full of pain. Don't think that this is just a rumor. The martial artist who died immediately after he said this was my uncle. I heard these words with my own ears. Although I was still young at that time, I remember every word that my uncle said. They were engraved in my heart. You thought that my talent was only passable, but you kept on cultivating. Most of the high-ranking martial artists, more than 99% of them, can't do research. Those who do research can only be done by most ordinary people and low-ranking martial artists. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I believe you would never know. It's hard to imagine that those respectable old people couldn't even move or move the things that they researched. Even when they used it, they couldn't withstand the huge sound waves that were formed in an instant. They could only watch helplessly from afar. You wouldn't know that many people use their entire lives to research something. However, until they die, they have only just touched the door. They can only turn their life's achievements into a disc or a record for the future generations. They can only close their eyes regretfully. These people all hope that everyone in our Yinwu Empire can be like a dragon. Everyone has the heart to become strong forever. However, what awaits them is disappointment. Actually, it seems like the strong's duty to protect ordinary people has always been the strong's duty. However, if you think deeper, why should they? Even if they don't protect ordinary people, what can they do? The strong weren't actually protecting ordinary people. Their protection was actually waiting for hope. They are waiting for their bloodlines to multiply and for more children to awaken their astral souls. They are waiting for generation after generation of strong people to stand out until the day they counterattack the Umno Alliance, defeat and destroy the Umno Alliance. The martial artists at the front lines are sacrificing themselves at this moment. The scientists at the back are also working hard. I'm also a citizen of the Yinwu Empire. This is also my responsibility. Li Chenglong sighed sadly. Phoenix City is not peaceful now. People are constantly dying and causing trouble. When I returned home, I told my father about it. My father pondered for a long time and said, "This might be a good thing." Why is it a good thing? Because only when they come into contact with danger and feel the threat personally can people take it seriously. Everyone, including those ordinary people who can't cultivate, will take it seriously. I believe that they will tell their children the truth about this crisis. This world is actually very dangerous. Children, you have to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself, your parents, and your hometown. Li Chenglong was very emotional as he spoke. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very moved. Then, the two half-grown children fell into silence. I have always known that my cultivation aptitude is too poor and I don't have enough resources. I most likely won't be able to jump through the dragon's gate before the age of 20. Therefore, I have long been prepared. In the future, I will take teaching as my main role. I will impart to every one of my students what I know and the sense of urgency that I personally feel. I will let them know about this world and all the dangers. I will let them experience my sense of urgency. However, it is different now. I have become a martial master by chance. The power of the astral souls in my body is no longer as viscous as before. My path of cultivation has a greater possibility. Li Chenglong's eyes looked into the distance. His chubby little face was filled with yearning. Since this is the case, I choose to experience the danger more realistically. In the future, no matter what, I will go to the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. My name is Li Chenglong. The reason why I am called this is because my father wishes for his son to become a dragon. He hopes that I can become a dragon. Chapter 88. That afternoon, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiao, Yu Moyin, and Li Changming were fighting with their lives on the martial arts field. They were fighting and learning from each other. They were polishing their newly promoted cultivation and turning it into their own strength. The other students were practicing even more diligently in the classroom. There were already 6 students in the same class who had broken through to the martial master level. This was too much of a shock to the other students. Therefore, they were all practicing with red eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were the exceptions. One had a lot of questions, while the other was a teacher. They talked for the whole afternoon. It was not until school was over that the two of them started to spar. It was a one-sided fight. Li Chenglong's whole body was swollen after the punches. His resentment had reached a point of no return. I explained to you, but you fucking attacked me immediately. What happened to respecting your teacher? What happened to a teacher for a day, a father for life? I can't even lie on the ground and admit defeat. You rolled 40 to 50 times with one kick. Are you fucking kicking me like a ball? Li Chenglong exploded in anger. Then, he was beaten up again. Zhuo Xiaoduo waited until school was over, but Li Changjiang didn't summon him. In the end, he had no choice but to leave by himself. Walking on the road, he vaguely felt that there were more people paying attention to him. No matter where he went, he felt like he was being scrutinized. Some of them were malicious, some had bad intentions, but there were also others that Xiaoduo walked to the window of a shop and deliberately stopped to look at his face in the mirror for a long time. Not to mention other things, the young man in front of her was really handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, his lips were red, his body was tall and slender, and he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. Xiaoduo was mesmerized by himself. He almost forgot the purpose of reading a person's face. He's so handsome. How can a person be so handsome? If I didn't know that I was looking at a mirror, I would have fallen in love with this young man. I can even consider being gay. So Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. She wondered which girl would be so lucky in the future to be able to find such a handsome and good husband. I was so envious of her, because my wife would definitely not be as good as her husband. That what a loss. After being narcissistic for a while, a certain someone finally looked at his own face and was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The heavenly court was full and round. In the imperial court, It was the image of an emperor. In the martial world, it was the image of an overlord. Not bad, not bad. There was no danger at all. Then the phone rang. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan. Oh, Nian Nian Cat. Ahaha, it's Nian Nian Cat. Why are you looking for Handuta-sama? Zhuo Xiaoduo was still immersed in the narcissistic atmosphere. He was still in a daze when he picked up the phone. He spoke freely. The Zhuo Xiaoyan on the other side snorted. Dare I ask, Lord Duo, are you wandering tens of thousands of meters high in the sky? Otherwise, how could you float like this? Zhuo Xiaoduo quivered when he heard that. All of his narcissism instantly disappeared. He went from being aloof to being a pug. He bent down and lowered his head to flatter the phone. I was wondering whose voice was so nice. So it's my gentle and beautiful sister, Nian Nian. Ha, sister, your voice is getting more and more charming. It's so nice. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. Cut the crap. There are two things. Sister, I'll do whatever you say. I'll climb a mountain of swords and plunge into boiling oil. You fought with someone, and you didn't even tell us when you went home. How'd you fight? My master was so angry that he couldn't sleep last night. He's still angry today. He said he's going to punish you. Zhuo Xiaoyan said angrily. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He didn't know how to react. After a while, he said, I didn't see Master Mu either. You want to see my master with your little skills? Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry. My master couldn't hold it in anymore after more than a day. He called me and scolded me. He said that it's okay for you to teach your brother the unique skills of the sect, but you should at least teach him how to use them. How did the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps turn into a crotch kick? Who would be embarrassed if someone saw through his moves? What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo, Jie. My master also said that your brother's cultivation is shallow, and he's not good enough. But if he still does this in the future, won't the reputation of the Kunlun Taoist sect be ruined? Zhuo Xiaoyan repeated Mu Yinyan's words angrily. If the Kunlun Taoist sect is notorious because of your crotch kick in the future, kicking me out of the sect is secondary. Punishing someone is imperative and will not be easy. Zhuo Xiao's face was sweating. How did Mu Yinyan know? She saw it. He was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with crotch kick? Is it against the law? Didn't you see that so many people were beating me up? Why do you have to tell me where to hit? How can I consider so many things? It's almost a life and death situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo responded with a series of yes and ahs. He made up his mind. Mu Yinyan is too controlling, isn't she? Humph, I must carry forward the crotch kick in the future and make my name known to astral souls. The truth of the matter was more or less like this. That day, Mu Yinyan went out to do something and looked down on the ground. She was patrolling intentionally or unintentionally, and then she accidentally saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was blocked at the school gate. To be fair, she had a good impression of Zhuo Xiaoduo. It lasted for a long time. I want to see what kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be my brother-in-law. Damn it. Wishful thinking. What a joke. I am not related to Sister Nian Yin by blood. I didn't dare to think about it before because I couldn't cultivate. But now that I can cultivate, don't tell me I still don't dare to think about it. How could he not? What a joke. My parents raised me personally, and I watched the bye-bye grow up bit by bit. Someone actually coveted it. This can't be tolerated. If Master Zhuo is angered, I'll push it away tonight. This is simply trying to provoke a lion, pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth, stealing a treasure from under a dragon's claws, and stealing a woman from Master Zhuo's arms. I just want to ask, who dares to do this? A certain person hardened his heart for a long time, but in the end, he still suppressed the most impulsive part. Master Zhuo's current strength was still not enough. For the time being, he could not beat this tigress. If he tried to expose himself, losing face would be a small matter, but he would definitely be beaten. Master Zhuo did not want to be beaten. What Master Zhuo needed to do now was to hide. Of course, he also needed to protect my bye-bye. Requesting subscriptions requesting recommendation tickets, requesting monthly tickets. Brothers, support this wave. There will be an update in the afternoon. It will be done by the Alliance Master. It should be around 3 or 4. Chapter 89. On the other side of the phone, Zwishaonian was very hesitant. But you said you'd go alone. If you go, what excuse do you need? Excuse? That's easy. Zwishaoduo laughed. It's a coincidence. A coincidence? How so? We agreed to eat at Brilliant Sky. Do you know where that is? You don't have to worry about that. Not in the blink of an eye. It was already 6:30 p.m. The sky was not completely dark yet. The streets were packed with people and carriages. Young and beautiful girls were walking around with young men. They were full of youthfulness. In front of Brilliant Sky. Brilliant Sky was the most high-end club in Phoenix City. It was said that the cheapest dish here cost at least $1,000 star. A simple meal cost more than $10,000 star. On the left side of Brilliant Sky was a singing and dancing club. Yes, that night in that club, young ladies stood at the door. Their fragrance was enchanting. They welcomed middle-aged men with big bellies as they walked in. Their voices and gestures were all over the place. Zwishaoduo strode past the entrance of the club. Suddenly, a young lady grabbed his arm. Handsome, come in and have some fun. Zwishaoduo, who was grabbed, had goosebumps. He flung her hand away and said angrily, "What time is it now? The nightlife hasn't started yet." Yo, handsome, you're very creative. Zwishaoduo thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. How much does it cost to go in and have some fun? Not much at all. These young ladies had rarely seen such a handsome and spirited young man come to this kind of place. Immediately, they gathered around him and started to talk about him. Zwishaoduo resisted the discomfort of his nose being smelled by all kinds of fragrances and revealed a sly smile. In just a moment, he was chatting enthusiastically with the young ladies. His face was full of excitement. Young lady, you're so beautiful. How much do you weigh? Wow, 87. Young lady, why are you so tall? The giggles of the young ladies sounded like silver bells, ringing out one after another. The fragrance wafted, and the curves were exquisite. After a moment, damn it, an angry and stern voice that was obviously about to explode suddenly rang out. Before he could finish his sentence, Zwishaoduo's ear was twisted by a fair and slender hand. Out of habit, she twisted it twice. Oh, Zwishaoduo's ear spun 720 degrees, and he almost fell to his knees. Ouch! 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 You! Why are you here? Who else could it be but Zwishaonian who was twisting his ear? At this moment, Zwishaonian's face was frosty. Obviously, she was very, very angry. Even her eyes flashed with a murderous look, as if she wanted to kill her brother to prove her Tao. Why am I here? If I hadn't come, would you have gone in? Huh. Don't. No, how could I? I definitely won't. Let go of me first, my God. This is too embarrassing. Zwishaoduo twisted his body awkwardly and repeatedly begged for mercy, Sister Nyan. Don't. I'm too unlucky. My ear was twisted in front of the nightclub. Can you leave me some face? You still want face? I think I'll just twist your ear off and completely embarrass you. Zwishaonian was still twisting Zwishaoduo's ear. She mercilessly pulled him to the side and began to interrogate him. Speak. What are you doing here? Are you trying to anger me to death? Speak. Hurry up and speak. At this moment, the group of young ladies standing at the door all shrank to the side, not even daring to breathe. These young ladies were all experienced people. Although it wasn't common for men to be caught by their own women for fun, it wasn't rare either. Usually, they would pretend to mediate, but in reality, they would mock them for not being charming enough, but using violence to pressure them. Didn't they know how to reflect on themselves? They should learn more gentleness and kung fu. Although from a normal person's point of view, this person has a sunny, reliable, and steady appearance. In the eyes of a professional like me, your hidden darkness has more or less been exposed. Then, he's not a good person. So Xiaoduo immediately came to this conclusion. This was not a prejudice, but a conclusion drawn by the physiognomy method. This person looks gentle and steady, and his speech and actions are gentle and polite. But deep down, he's a ruthless person. Once he makes a move, he will kill without any mercy. It's a pity that I only have 1.5 Providence points left. I have to leave them for Sister Nien in case she needs them. I can't waste them on him. But my intuition tells me that this person is very, very dangerous. He's like a peerless demon beast wearing human skin and hiding in the crowd. I was fooled by the Alliance Masters. I didn't update at first, but that day I was hot-headed. I was just joking, but they didn't let me go. Where is the trust between people? Okay, I beg for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. At least give me some comfort. Chapter 90. Meng Tian spoke cheerfully and wittily. Every sentence was gentle and steady, and there was often a hint of humor. It could make people smile involuntarily, but it would not make them laugh out loud. He had a good grasp of the propriety of his speech. Throughout the entire process, he spoke with ease, as if it was his own arm. Your little brother is very good. I heard Chinyu mention it before. She said that although Xiao Duo is a little naughty, his diligence and hard work in martial arts made her feel ashamed of her inferiority. Meng Tian paused for a moment and laughed. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have heard Chinyu look at a boy so favorably. That girl's vision is not ordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is as high as the sky. His words were clearly flattering to Xiao Duo, but there was no sense of flattery. Instead, it seemed to be the most pertinent evaluation. He only has this good point. Other than that, he is a headache. Zhuo Xiaoyan had a headache and turned to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo, "Did you get into trouble again today?" "No." Zhuo Xiaoduo protested. "I am so obedient. How could I get into trouble?" "You're obedient." These two words came out of Zhuo Xiaoyan's nose. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the top floor. On the top floor of Brilliant Sky, there was only one room on the entire floor. The room was completely transparent with a glass cover. Inside, there was only one table. It was a table that could expand or shrink at will. When there were fewer people, the table could be retracted. When there were more people, the table could be pulled out. This retractable table could accommodate up to 60 people eating at the same table. When it was shrunk to its smallest size, it could only accommodate 2 people sitting at the same table. The surroundings were illuminated by the jade of astral souls. Even if it was broad daylight, it gave off the feeling of starlight. The top floor had already been properly arranged. The lights and curtains were all turned on. The gentle music was like a quiet river, flowing slowly. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 small seats. It was a classic candlelit dinner. You two are on a date. Enjoy your candlelight dinner. I'll just stand. Don't mind me. So Xiaoduo said, but don't be too slow. Hurry up a bit. Remember to tell me what this table of dishes tastes like. I heard that this Brilliant Sky is the best restaurant in Phoenix City. You guys eat, I'll just smell it. You're so pitiful. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Ha ha. Xiao Duo is really funny. Meng Tian laughed heartily. Without calling for the waiter, he adjusted the seats into 3, 2 side by side and 1 across from each other. He was very skilled in this operation, and it was obvious that he had eaten a lot here. Come here, Miss Zhuo. Sit here. He gestured for Zhuo Xiaoyan to sit beside him and was about to sit down. So Xiao Duo pouted and said, I can't reach the food here either. Why? Are you two sitting opposite me to interrogate me? Okay. You sit here. So Xiaoyan patted the seat beside her and looked at Meng Tian apologetically. It's okay. I'll sit over there. Meng Tian stood up gracefully and gestured for Zhuo Xiaoduo to sit beside him. He then sat down opposite of them and pressed the bell on the table. Stars twinkled on the curtain and started to rotate. It was so beautiful that it felt like they were in the Milky Way. It was so beautiful and magnificent. After a while, a group of beautiful girls in white clothes and white dresses came in one after another with dishes in their hands. The aroma instantly filled their nostrils and refreshed their hearts. This is. Meng Chintian would elegantly introduce each dish and then invite them to eat. When he introduced the third dish, Zhua, Xiaoduo frowned. Brother Meng. Meng Chintian turned his head and smiled. Xiaoduo, you introduced it in such detail. Are you afraid that we have never eaten this dish and would be rude in front of others? Zhua Xiaoduo said, are you afraid that you will lose face, or are you afraid that we will lose face? You're making me feel like a country bumpkin. Meng Chintian was stunned and laughed. It's my fault. It's my fault. Come on. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Zhou Xiaoyan did not feel this way at first. However, after hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words, she suddenly felt that Meng Chintian was treating them as poor people. His heart was immediately filled with displeasure. Meng Chintian stopped introducing the dishes and waited for the 7th dish. This dish looked very strange. It should be some kind of star beast that flew in the sky. In short, it was the kind that was rarely seen. This dish was accompanied by soup, sauce, and other ingredients. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had never eaten this dish before. For a moment, they did not dare to move for fear of showing their cowardice. Just as Meng Chintian was about to move, Zhou Xiaoduo opened his mouth and sighed. I say, Big Brother Meng, your treat is a bit. This dish is so out of the ordinary. How can we eat it if you don't introduce it? If we lose face, won't you lose face as well? Meng Chintian was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. So, should I introduce it or not? It's my fault. Meng Chintian apologized again and punished himself by drinking another cup. Then he began to introduce. This is a dark starbird that I hunted by chance when I went out for an adventure. This kind of bird only appears when the sky is completely dark. Even if it is moving, its speed is very fast and it flies silently without any signs. Hunting this kind of star beast is not only difficult, but also requires a bit of luck. However, this kind of dark starbird's meat is very delicious. Probably because this kind of bird does not have a star pill in its body, the power that should have formed a star pill dissipates into its flesh. But because of this, it is very beneficial for cultivation. Zhou Xiaoduo curled his lips. Meng Chintian's words were said casually, but it revealed a sense of superiority. Not only am I the son of a big family, not only am I a rich man, but I am also an expert. It must have been hard on him. How did he come up with such a secretive way of showing off? If it wasn't for my intelligence, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to tell. Zhou Xiaoyan could tell too. She smiled slightly and said, Young Master Meng's current martial arts attainments should be at the highest level, right? Meng Chintian smiled embarrassedly and said, You flatter me. In front of Miss Hua, how could I say that I am at the highest level? I believe you can tell at a glance that I am still far from breaking through to the high stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He laughed and said, With my current level, even if there were 100 of me, it would not be enough to defeat Miss Hua, right? Zhou Xiaoyan smiled faintly and said, Young Master Meng is too humble. She then turned to ask Zhou Xiaoduo, Did you fight today? Yes, I did. Li Chenglong has also been promoted to martial arts master. Today, I had a great battle with him. We fought so fiercely that the sun and moon did not shine. Zhou Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted, and he began to boast nonstop. The dishes were served one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo held the chopsticks in his right hand and the fork in his left. He did not even use his hands to drink. He lowered his head and held the wine glass in his mouth. Then, he continued to boast nonstop. He boasted about his battle with Li Chenglong. He talked about how the two of them fought fiercely and how exciting it was. He talked about how despicable Li Qinglong was and how he was calm and collected. He talked about how he dealt with his opponent's moves calmly and how he was wise and elegant. He talked about how Li Qinglong was sinister and how he came up with another plan after one failed. He had endless schemes and tricks. He fought calmly, from the ground to the tree, and from the tree to another tree. He talked about how he used the leaves, how he used the light, how Li Qinglong set another trap, and so on. Later, he talked about how they fought on the martial arts practice platform, the sports field, and the martial arts hall. After finishing the sumptuous dinner, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still boasting, but he was already full. During the dinner, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not eat much. At most, she only tasted the food, especially the dark starbird that Meng Qintian had hunted himself. He didn't even try a single bite. All he did was to pick up food for his younger brother with his chopsticks and quietly listen to his bragging. Throughout the whole process, he maintained a look of special interest. Meng Qintian had been in the society for many years and could be said to be very knowledgeable. But during the dinner, he did not find a chance to speak. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was stuffed with food, and he was chewing all the time. He did not stop boasting. Eat slowly, don't choke. Zhuo Xiaoyan patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's back. Zhuo Xiaoduo showed a comfortable expression of I choked and got patted. After introducing the dark starbird, Meng Qintian was silent for the whole night. He did not have a chance to speak, nor did he give him a chance to perform. I'm full, I'm full. Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his belly and said sensibly, I'm full. Why don't you and Brother Meng find another place to shop? I'll go home by myself. Zhuo Xiaoyan grabbed his ear and said angrily, You brat, do you want to go there again? I'm telling you, I'm here today, so you'd better keep your dirty tricks to yourself. You're not going anywhere, and we'll go home together. You're meddling too much. I said I'll go home by myself, and I don't even have that much credibility. Zhuo Xiaoduo protested loudly, but Zhuo Xiaoyan did not care. Brother Meng, thank you for your hospitality, but I have to send my brother home. Why don't we meet again when we have time? Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled reservedly. Okay, let's meet again next time. When will Miss will be free? I'll call you next time. Zhuo Xiaoyan said gently and apologetically. I don't have a fixed schedule. How about this? When I have time, I'll call you. Finished speaking, she pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Meng Qintian walked them all the way to the glorious gate of heaven. He watched as the siblings disappeared into the crowd. Only then did he gently sigh. You're calling me? Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to think like that. Up until now, you haven't even asked for my number. He stood in front of the splendid divine gate, where the lights were shining and the neon lights were flashing outside. He kept a smile on his face and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he exhaled. He murmured to himself, Normal chance, 0. Next chapter, 6:00 p.m. Looking for monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters reading outside, please come to Qidian to support the official subscription. Thank you. Did you see it clearly? Zhuo Xiaoduo quivered. I didn't see it clearly, but they should not be as big as you. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoduo's whole body flew 127 meters in the air. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was red. Her mouth was muttering something, but looking at her gnashing her teeth, it should not be anything good. Then Zhuo Xiaoduo was miserably thrown 8 or 9 times in the air. After a good round of swearing and begging for mercy, he finally won Zhuo Xiaoyan's temporary forgiveness. Back home, Zhuo Xiaoduo went into his room and hid under the bed. While this guy was looking at his secret stash to determine the specific amount. Through the attack on Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang, Zhuo Xiaoduo had a lot of feelings in his heart. He was sure of one thing. Hidden weapons would be his essential weapon. Otherwise, he might really be caught unprepared. Therefore, it was necessary to make some hidden weapons and carry them with him, just in case. But what should he make specifically? He counted the money. During this period, his little stash had increased to 25,000 yuan, which seemed to be a lot. It's still too early to talk about weapons, because once I make a weapon, it will inevitably form a relatively fixed fighting style. But it's not suitable for me to form a fighting style on my current level. It's too early, too weak, and too shallow. Once I form a fixed fighting style, I will be limited by my thinking when I meet a strong enemy in the future. So, it's still necessary to make a batch of hidden weapons now. Well, I still have the same question. What should I make? Zhuo was a little melancholy. What kind of hidden weapon could be used to show off, look good, and had enough lethality at the same time? It would be best if it had a strong personal signature style. Thinking about it, if one day he used a hidden weapon, it would make everyone on the battlefield exclaim at the same time. People on his side were wild with joy. Wow, Master Xiao Duo is here. That's great. Master Xiao Duo is mighty. The enemies screamed, "Oh no! Master Xiao Duo is here, run." These hidden weapons are fatal. Everyone run, run. What's more, when the enemies saw his hidden weapons, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging, "Master Xiao Duo, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. Please have mercy and spare my life." Ha ha. As he thought about it, Zhuo Duo laughed heartily, and his eyes narrowed. Great, this is the trick. I've decided to do it. It was just that the imagination was beautiful, and the decision was delightful. But when it came to the actual operation, how could it be distinguished? How could it be cool? How could it strike a chord in people's hearts? How could it be terrifying? There was still a long way to go before he could do all this. The path of the classic trick was never easy to walk. Zhuo Duo sat on the bed, thinking hard, but he still couldn't find the main point and direction. At this time, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were also discussing something. Nian'er's sword, what kind of weapon are you going to make? There are no skilled craftsmen in Phoenix City now. Wu Yuding frowned and said, such good materials, there is no reason to compromise. It would be a joke if it was wasted. So Chonglu smiled faintly. I have already made arrangements for the craftsmen. They should be here in a few days. But when the time comes, we don't have to care too much. Let Xiao Duo and Little Nian do it themselves. After all, everyone has their own fate. Yes, indeed, we shouldn't get too involved. After all, we don't have any practical ability now. It's not good to let them know too much. Yes, that would be a trap for them. If they encounter a strong enemy and know that their parents are experts, they will come and see that we can't do anything to help. Chapter 92. After pondering for a long time, Zhuo Duo still couldn't come to a conclusion. Instead, he started to cultivate the Flaming Sun True Qi. The moment he started cultivating, the Flaming Sun True Qi started to circulate vigorously. So Zhuo Duo could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was circulating faster and faster, to the point that the spiritual energy in the air was being sucked into him like a tide. The Dantian flame was getting hotter and hotter. The flame of the astral souls was getting hotter and hotter. That purple flame was burning more and more merrily. As the flame of the astral souls continued to dance, the spiritual energy in his meridians surged at a high-speed wave after wave, faster and faster. It was indeed a rare top-grade cultivation technique in the world. Zhuo Duo felt that his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than when he was cultivating ordinary cultivation techniques. The only fly in the ointment was that his crotch was still hard. From the moment he started cultivating, he had been in a ferocious state all the way. So much so that after cultivating for 4 hours, with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in his underwear. A black dragon poked its head out. Oh my God! Zhuo Duo was dumbfounded. I'm still thinking about hidden weapons. This in the future, can it also become an ultimate move? Thinking about it, it seemed a little shameful. So Xiaoduo pressed it down, pushed it in, and pressed his thighs down. Cultivate. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already left home and didn't even eat breakfast. Zhuo Xiaoduo first drank half a pot of porridge, ate 12 buns, 8 eggs for corns, and 2 pieces of boiled sweet potatoes. He wiped out the entire family's breakfast in one go. Still not satisfied, he took out the remaining steamed buns from last night and dipped them in chili sauce and ate another 4 steamed buns. Finally, he poured a big bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he burp and walk out the door. Wu Yuding, who had watched the whole process from beginning to end, was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Zhuo Chonglu had just finished brushing his teeth. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of foam. He wiped his mouth and walked over. What's good this morning? Where's the rice? Rice? You only know how to eat. No, your son only knows how to eat. Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. I think this kid can't be called a dog anymore. Zhuo Chonglu was surprised. What? What? Your son ate all the breakfast. I'll make it for you again. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and went into the kitchen. What? Xiao ate it all by himself? There were so many of them just now. Zhuo Zhonglu checked the pots one by one. Finally, he flew into a rage. You really didn't leave anything behind? Pig. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in front of a very famous martial arts workshop in Phoenix City. This was a place that specialized in making weapons for martial artists. At least in the area of Phoenix City, it was very famous. Is a boss here? There's a guest here, so I'm making some hidden weapons. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the door, he slammed a thick stack of 10,000 yuan on the table. Do you know what this is? This is the power of money. When the person opposite him saw this, the conclusion he came to was, wow, today's guest is a fat sheep, the kind that is unrecognizable. A burly middle-aged man with a towel draped over his shoulder came out after hearing the voice. His eyes lit up the moment he glanced over. Yo, this little brother, it seems that you're a martial arts master. Zhuo Xiaoduo reservedly said, I can't say I'm an expert. I just know a little bit of skill. I'm just a beginner, a rough beginner. Look at your concealed weapons. Bring them all up for me to see. He looked up and down at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Could it be that this kid is here to take advantage of me? You already have 2 hidden weapons in your hands. Did you think I didn't see it? Could it be that you're planning to use the excuse that you don't like them and take the opportunity to steal the 2 hidden weapons in your hands? No more. No more. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. You have such a big weapon shop, and this is all you have? Isn't this the best weapon shop in Phoenix City? The man became more and more annoyed. He said in a muffled voice, Customer, you've seen more than 100 types of hidden weapons, and you still think it's not enough? Then tell me how much is too much. The hidden weapons that are commonly seen in the world are none other than the ones that are displayed in this shop. To boast, in the entire Phoenix City, there isn't another shop that has more hidden weapons in stock than this shop. As long as I'm looking for hidden weapons, it's fine with any material, not limited to steel or metal. So Xiaoduo said, Show me everything you have. We don't lack money. As he spoke, he patted the stack of money on the table. His face was full of wealth and generosity. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. This brother obviously didn't have much confidence in earning money from this kid in front of him anymore. There's really no other material. Gold and silver are too vulgar, right? Just show me. A pile of hidden weapons made of gold and silver was taken out. These things were purely for decoration. They were completely useless in actual combat. So Xiaoduo tested them in his hands. He found that they were even more useless than the Meridian Needle sleeve arrow. They were too soft. Is there anything else? The man looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's right hand. His eyes were wide open. What's the structure of your right hand? Is it a gold-swallowing beast? Why doesn't anything come out after it goes in? No more. There's really nothing else this time. The man shook his head like a rattle drum. That's it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. Think about it again. This is the #1 weapon shop in Phoenix City. The man held his breath. It was a type of hidden weapon made of jade. But those are all used by young masters to show off. Do you still want to see them? Used to show off. So Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and bring them out. The man, with a clatter, a pile of very ordinary jade knives, small gourds, small buttons, small ingots, small flowers, and small grass were taken out. These little things were all the size of a fingernail. There were only smaller ones, but there was no smallest one. It looked exquisite and translucent, flowing with light and vibrant colors. It was very beautiful, but this thing's other characteristic was that it was brittle. They would break at the drop of a hand. After all, they were of the most ordinary quality and not the jade of astral souls. When the jade of astral souls was placed in Xiaoduo's hands, the spiritual energy in it was sucked out when he used his internal energy. It became gray and unsightly. As for this kind of ordinary jade, there was no spiritual energy in it that could be used for cultivation. It was purely good-looking, so Xiaoduo fell in love with it at first sight. He took one of them and kept it in his palm. Then he started to use his internal energy. The man opposite him stared at it with his eyes wide open. Why did he take another one, Dad? Xiaoduo was surprised once again. This was because the jade in his hand, which had been affected by the sun flame true qi, was still cold. There was no change at all. Good stuff. Xiaoduo placed it in his palm. He couldn't bear to put it down and looked at it from left to right. This is the most suitable treasure for me. Xiaoduo smiled. Using the weakest jade to cause the strongest damage. This feeling of acting tough. Chapter 93. The burly man only had one feeling now. He was weak. There were 10,000 of them, and they were worth at most 1,000 yuan. What a waste of my time. It was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. The deal hadn't even been done yet, and he was already scared shitless by the threat. Also, if you want to show off, you can say that you're the only one in the world. Bullshit. Are you shameless? What kind of cosmetics did you use to maintain your skin so thick? I've seen so many young masters like you, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Leave a deposit. Deposit. Xiaoduo was furious. You need a deposit for something worth 1,000 yuan. How much? 500. 10 yuan. After a long time, the burly man held the 50 yuan deposit and wanted to cry. You have to hurry. I need it urgently. These hidden weapons are used to kill enemies, protect the country, and protect the people. I told you 6 days at most. You have to finish them. The 40 to 50 on your table are all useless. I'll take them and hold them off for now. It's a waste to leave them here. Other than me, who else would want them? Money? You're interesting. I placed an order for 10,000 pieces. What's wrong with giving me a little extra? Xiaoduo educated him. Don't be so calculative. Be generous. Okay, you don't have to send me off. Why did you send me so far? What about those two? What do you mean by those two? Money? Didn't I give you 50 yuan? You want more? What kind of quality do you have? Xiaoduo left contentedly, feeling satisfied. The burly man squatted at the door, his eyes dull. This morning's work. Why does it feel so strange? Am I possessed, or am I seeing a ghost? He was a miser. At this moment, #2 high school was still in a state of lockdown. Even the volume of the students walking and talking was much lower. Originally, on the street in front of 2nd High School, many of the shops that were originally doing very well had closed their doors. No one knew where the shop owners had run off to. After all, the commotion this time was too big, and the news was too tense. No one knew when a great battle between the cultivators of 2nd High would break out. The shop owners here were basically ordinary people. Once a battle broke out, just the aftermath alone would kill a lot of them. Because of this, they naturally hid. For the next 3 days, the entire Phoenix City was in a state of panic, as if every bush and tree was an enemy. Phoenix City's current situation could no longer be considered to be in a state of panic and trepidation, because the flames of war had already spread to this pure land. The sounds of battle could be heard from time to time. After a while, an explosion suddenly came from the east of the city, and a battle suddenly broke out. The next moment, a huge fire rose to the sky in the west of the city, and the fire was monstrous. In the center of the city, a large number of city guard experts suddenly flew back and forth. The health department was also in a terrible fix. The originally clean and tidy city would be stained with blood at some point. It was a complete mess. At noon that day, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang above their heads. The entire city seemed to shake for a moment. But the sky was clearly clear for thousands of miles. Where did the sound of thunder come from? When they raised their heads and looked over, everyone was shocked. In the sky, a graceful figure, holding a weapon that flickered with cold light, was engaged in a great battle with a demon shrouded in black fog. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky, and the rumbling continued. The demon wanted to rush down countless times, but it was blocked by the fairy. At the end of the battle, the demon let out a long roar, and a rain of blood fell. Then, black smoke rolled toward the north. You should remember, when you are tired, you look back at me. I heard that you roared at the sun and the moon. You stood in the fire, you had your comrades by your side, you had me behind you. The day you came back, it was blood raining from the sky. The quiet smile in the photo is my youth. You are always smiling to me. You protected your home, you protected your country. But I told you in my heart, you protected everything, but you will not protect me. The day you left, it was snowing from the sky. The day you came back, it was blood. It was this song. Every word and sentence sang about the heroism and sacrifice of warriors and soldiers. It also sang about the endless love of a daughter. It was said that this song was based on a true story. From then on, Gu Luoyin wore the words "Iron Blood Tender Heart" on her head. In the next 6 years, Gu Luoyin composed many military songs, praising martial artists and soldiers. He even went to Sun Moon Pass many times to perform there, which was very popular with the soldiers. Gu Luoyin's reputation in the Yinwu Empire was already resounding. Her reputation in the army was even more impressive. The soldiers all affectionately called her "our little sister." The recent nationwide concert tour had caused countless fans to lose their voices from all the shouting. But however, all this had nothing to do with Zhuo Xiaoduo. To Zhuo Xiaoduo, no matter how popular Gu Luoyin was, she could not compare to his Nian cat. For the past few days, he had been training hard in school. Other than enduring Qin Fangyang's daily beatings, he also had to face the joint attacks of Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong. When he was free, he would chat with Li Chenglong. Little Fatty felt that Zhuo was getting friendlier and friendlier to him. The stingy Zhuo actually bought him a lollipop that day. This was unprecedented generosity. He wondered if he would ever get such an honor again in his life. Little Fatty was so touched that he almost cried. In these few days, Zhuo Xiaoduo recommended himself to read the fortune of Long Yuxing and the others. Each of them received 200 yuan. This round of fortune-telling made up for the loss of the hidden weapon. He did not feel the pain in his heart anymore. The other benefit of reading the fortune of the 5 of them was that the 5 of them received exactly half a drop of luck points. To be honest, Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied with this result. These 5 people were too useless. Did they not know that only by helping those in danger, giving them guidance, and escaping from calamities could a fortune teller gain more luck? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted on reading the fortune of the 5 of them. Although his original intention was more for the luck points, he also had good intentions. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoduo had roughly read the fortune of the 5 of them. However, he did not receive any money, so it was not really a fortune-telling. The results of the previous reading were as follows. Long Yuxing, success at a young age. has the potential to soar into the sky, has a broken pattern between his eyebrows, mainly when he spreads his wings, dies young in middle age. Wanli Xiu, success at a young age, has the appearance of a phoenix, has a broken pattern between her eyebrows, mainly when she spreads her wings, dies young in middle age. Yu Moyan, dies young in middle age. Li Zhongming, luck at a young age, nervous in middle age, broken mountain roots in middle age, desolate in old age. Li Chenglong, mediocre in life, has students all over the world. This was Zhua Xiaoduo's understanding of the original fate of the five of them. Therefore, he insisted on reading the fortune of the five of them this time. He wanted to give them guidance so that they could get out of their predetermined predicament and turn misfortune into good fortune. At the same time, he could earn the luck points of the five of them. Wouldn't that be a lot? However, when he officially read their fortune today, Zhua Xiaoduo was shocked to discover that the fortune of the five of them had all changed. It was very different from what he had seen before. This made Zhua Xiaoduo feel that he had suffered a loss. It was simply unbelievable. Long Yuxing, success at a young age, soars into the sky, takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Stars gather between his eyebrows. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wanli Xiu, success at a young age. Dragon roars and wind howls. Spreads his wings in all directions. Soars into the clouds. Mountain roots are continuous. Stars appear between his eyebrows. Phoenix Palace has a bottom. Light gradually converges. Fortune comes from 5 directions. Fortune comes from the 8 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Yu Moyan, success at a young age. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Zhongming, success at a young age. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Li Chenglong, success at a young age. Spreads his wings and goes straight to the clouds. Fortune comes from 5 directions. Meets a benefactor in life. Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Hiss. After looking at the fortune of the 5 of them, Zhua Xiaoduo couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Why were these bastards so lucky? Moreover, this was too strange. Why were all the fortune tellers saying that they met a benefactor in life? Takes advantage of the situation and goes straight to the clouds. Wasn't the similarity a little fake? Thinking about the similarities between the 5 of them, could it be because they were classmates? When Zhua Xiaoduo thought of this, he hurriedly used the excuse of going to the toilet to look at his own face in the mirror. I'm also their classmate. I'll also meet a benefactor in my life. I'll borrow his power to soar to the heavens. Today's update will be 9 chapters. Currently, the subscription is not very ideal. Please help me. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. The 10th anniversary of the Feng family will be starting soon. Please don't miss it. Thank you to all the leaders for your tips. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for subscribing. Thank you. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.